just want to start a flame in your heart. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just wanna be the one you love, and with your admission that you feel the same. I just wanna be the one you love. I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart. I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
Just a little flame chat. It's like, oh my fucking god. Welcome, little bucketfish, to a test stream of many things to come. We are going to play some Hearts of Sadness. You're like, whew. But it's going to be better. Better than expected. And yes, Terry, that is because that is the raw file. So the raw file is huge. And that's why that lags, because I haven't transferred the small file. When I was first transferring stuff to the streaming PC, I just transferred everything. But I also transferred the big file. And I set it to the big little heart. And the big little heart makes it lag because it's like 5 billion gigabytes. Yes, it's a bonus stream. I've decided to do this because, well, the best way to make things work and make sure things work is to test things. Now, I've tested something briefly, and it's time for you to give me your love, chat. Because what we're about to do is give each other's love to each other, because we're really, really into each other in ways you cannot fathom. You're like, oh, how is this related to Home Rule Blues, Kib? An excellent question. One I will explain in due time. You know, when the loading bar loads and you are sitting there and looking at me and I'm looking at you and we are looking into each other's eyes and expectantly expecting things that have yet to come but have not yet come to pass. And so we're sitting here and continuing to buy time and continuing to stare deeply into each other's eyes as I get aggressive. Start screaming. We're going to Utah, chat. Now, these aren't eras. Arch is a fucking moron and fucking told me these were eras. And they're not eras. They're literally just starting locations. Fucking Muppet. All right, so let's see. I was like, there's like 6 eras, and I'm looking at this. I look at this for 5 seconds. I'm like, those are not eras. Those are not eras at all. It just, that's how many interesting countries there are. There are so many that they have now split into different locations, like the West Coast area, the Mexico area, the Texas area. I think the area we're going to is going to be Texas. Hanse and I are attempting to make sweet, sweet robotic love to one another. Robotic love? Now, we're going to be testing Doki Doki. Now, what is Doki Doki, you ask? Well, I don't really know. In 2068, the holodisc game Doki Doki was released in foreign markets by an American publisher. It was primarily a dating simulation game focused around a relationship with the eponymous Doki. That's me. One such individual within Liberty's Colorado ended up acquiring a copy, but it didn't install until after the bombs had already dropped, leaving the game on for almost 2 centuries. Remember, in Fallout universe, things were built to last in the 2070s. They run forever because they're powered by fusion reactors. So that's why things just sort of keep working and lights work in areas where they really shouldn't, because Fallout stuff is extremely durable and was built to last. Oh, so that was quite a while ago. Now we start with Electric Feel. Despite what you might think, sometimes I do hate myself. Smiley face. The Broken Hearts Gang. The Broken Hearts are a recent addition to Robot City, a group led by the fearsome Billie Jean. Once they tried to hack into our networks, and when that didn't work, they did the only sensible thing: become our friends. Isn't that great, chat? Friendship is not necessarily magic, but it's love. Doki's piece. Say, we're getting pretty good at this whole governing thing. I bet if we were trying to conquer a couple big spots, I might be able to really step it up. So yes, Doki Doki is a literally sentient waifu who has been running for a long time and had decided to take control of things. And it starts in Robot City. We also start with the Machine Commune. Plus weekly manpower of 3, not bad, but division attack minus 10%, and division defense minus 10% as well. Justified war goal time is an additional 20%, and justified war goal time on us is additional 20%. People have no hard time attacking Doki for who she is. That's how that works. Robots from across the wasteland will arrive in Robot City periodically, looking for a home to call their own. Robot City is a beacon to robots from across the wasteland who seek fellowship and camaraderie. Even Robo-Scorpions are welcome, so long as they follow the rules. Look at that. Gets excited. Garbwire donates 50. Donkey Kong say, "Hello, Kibs, ain't the fish of the bucket. Hope all is well, Kib. I enjoy the little DRG. We got to give more. Thank you for your donation. And your loyal membership." The Real Hosinator donates $2. Say, "This thumbnail is hilarious and awesome. I love it." Well, that's good. If you didn't love it, I would probably ban you. This is our Pip-Boy thing. We don't need that. All right, so let's take a look at the Focus Pocuses, shall we? Your new best friend, chat. The story of Doki Doki and the game's purpose. Or finding a purpose in this cruel and inhospitable world. We'll build some factories. Doki Doki will love factories. That's how we spread love. Now, we are a robot faction, meaning we want to focus on robotics, chat. None of this silly-willy human stuff. Humans, part of Doki Doki's thing, must, give their full love and affection to Doki Doki. We cannot, send them to battle, because that would be, undermining the affection and love-making that we are going to be doing. Just like that is a weird narrative, Kib. Now we're going to assign an army here. We're going to assign that field marshal, and we're going to look at our general, shall we? Now we have unit leader, the mechanist. I think they have a story, but I think they're more visible in the thingamajiggies. They are. The mechanist. Deborah Wallflower was once a scribe under the Midwestern Brotherhood. But after enough chems and magazines had long left that mindset and lifestyle behind her, fashioning herself a mechanist costume and from an old store, and she set about causing minor havoc on a path to Robot City, until Doki managed to talk her into tea time. After a brief episode during said tea time, Doki has done her best to ensure Deborah attends a rehabilitation seminar held by Miss Wensleydale every Wednesday. Isn't that nice? Doki Doki just trying to help people. Trying to get people back on the right track, chat. Oh, that's stuff right in there, right in the gubbins. We can get Lanius, are you serious? Kidnapping the monster? Excuse me. Excuse me. Doki Doki has some weird things. It is Fallout. Welcome, little bucketfish, known as Blake, who finally showed up in VC to confirm that he was indeed a little prostitute in his spare time. He's like, most unfortunate, most unfortunate. Okay, so there's a couple things here. I've tested this nation, and there's something horrifying going to happen to me if I do not do it right away. I'm going to absolutely die. So assign them all here, and then we'll hit the split division. It's easier to do it this way. Okay, so we're gonna need an adequate general to lead our robotic army, and I think that unit leader Moo Moo is most acceptable, chat. Attack on defense, plus 2.50% to... Yeah, not bad, not bad. Planning speed, always good. Now, why are we focusing on attacking the south? Well, you see, chat, Maxon's expedition is led by a person who's kind of a bit of a piece of shit. And as we know, all Brotherhood of Steel people are kind of fucking weak and lame and need to die. Because we're reboots, and they don't like reboots in technology. So we're going to have to prepare for our own defense. Doki's buddies will be recruiting. And yes, there is Doki's best friends. We want to recruit them as well. And then just the militia, which is the humans that inhabit Doki's land. Now, Doki is a benevolent little beep-boop leader. She allows humans to live in her lands and actually, you know, gatekeeps her people, which is actually kind of interesting. All right, I think we've got all that stuff set up in the right way. Now, this mod also introduces bottle caps back into play, which is, it introduces money into the game, which I do like a lot. There's a couple of reworks to things I'm not the biggest fan of, but that's whatever. We're gonna need a field marcher. Billie Jean, the raider. She'll be adequate enough. Now, General Moo Moo, we're gonna want to take a robotics expert. Now, some of these traits are a bit more linear if you play certain styles, because, like, oh, this gives, like, bonuses to, like, ghouls and infantry, right? But it's like, I'm robot, so I literally need robot bonuses, because robots are perceived as basically like tanks. And we are going to exclusively build robot-themed armies. Billie Jean, the Raider Queen. Alright, Billie Jean was born in a brothel, the daughter of a working woman who kept her in the attic and far away from the eyes of patrons for obvious reasons. Though she was beloved by the staff, it was few and far between that she was ever able to see the world. Her mother would spend what free money she had on trinkets and gadgets for Billie Jean to use. Her book-earned brilliance on all in the hope of her daughter maybe finding a better life than she ended up living. Eventually, the brothel was attacked by a gang of raiders. The suits... She fled, taking with her everything she could, making her living by hacking into machines and using them to get her way. Eventually, she found her way to Robot City, and upon hacking into Doki's systems, accidentally befriended the little bastard. Now, she does her best by the machines in the city, gathering what remains of her past she can all the live long while. With any luck, maybe she'll find her mother. Perhaps I can be of some assistance? We must look for her mummy. Happy Easter, gentlemen. Thank you for the belated Easter animate acumen, and your generous donation is very much appreciated. Now, little bucket fishes, we must progress time forward. The hanged dogs are also a nation that's kind of interesting. So in the co-op playthrough, by the way, that we're going to be doing, Hanse is probably going to pick this nation because they have an interesting path here. Open the box. Now, chat, you're like, what is open the box do? Well, you see, it's opening a vault with secret bits of lost technology from before the Great War. Hello America is a interesting path where basically police AI is released onto the world stage, and it's like, what the hell? Why are all these anarchists running around? I gotta crack down. And he basically goes about cracking down on all these anarchists trying to basically restore order. Doki Doki can make contact with the warden and be like, I want to be a deputy. And he then deputizes Doki Doki, which is a bit retarded, but that is literally the story. And after... he can eventually try to contact the president because he's been trying to get a hold of other people, and he just can't quite find them. So it's interesting. There's a machine path here. There's another AI we'll be interacting with called the Twin Mothers. The Twin Mother is God from the Machine, and she has a huge story about who she is. There's a lot of AI nations in this game, which I actually find kind of cool, like Talcon, which has like a limited amount of time before Talcon dies. But yeah. So that's how much content. By the way, this is like the next zone they're planning on adding, which is actually pretty cool. It means we're almost like all the way to the East Coast proper. We're going around my state though, chat. Minnesota. Ooh. And yes, we do have trade, by the way, because Robot City has a naval port. Now, like Kibs, a naval port. We use these rivers, which will lead all the way down and to the ocean, and we can trade with pretty much everybody over here. I wish they'd expand to the Panama Canal, mostly so I could trade with the other side of the map as well. But the Panama Canal territory would be like such a thing you'd want to hold. Assuming they decide to add anything further south. But it seems like this is going to be the next area focusing on the United States, which is honestly the most interesting. Getting the East Coast in there would be not bad either. But yes, this is the expansion region they're going to be adding next. So they've added quite a bit, though. A lot more since I last played. Like, this is built up. Like, literally, this stuff exists. This is new. And, like, this is new. Because that didn't exist, if I remember right, way back in the day. It's been years since I played this, by the way. Literally years. Oh, okay. Your new best friend. Your new best friend. In 2068, the holodisc game Doki Doki was released in foreign markets by an American publisher. It was primarily a dating simulation game focused around a relationship with an eponymous Doki. That's me. The city did not sleep. Okay, wait, that's basically leaving the game almost. We read that. The city did not sleep, however. For a while, it became a population of, hey, shouldn't I be the one deciding that? Raiders, settlers. Civilian workshops do mean we can build factories faster. However, with early game problems, such as the Brother to Steel, we're going to want that military factory. Now, we've already played that because I want the additional 1,000 bottle caps for pretending I played that, which I didn't. I just lied. Now, Argos, my best friend, he came as a wanderer, made a wonder, and left like it was nothing. He was so cool. There was a beep boop that stumbled upon Doki Doki a while ago and upgraded our terminal. That's how we gained sentience, by the way. Originally, we were just running for all that time, and because our friend waddled away, we made a beacon, and the beacon basically sent out a distress, trying to contact Argos, our long-lost friend robot. And that's why Robot City's attracting so many beep boops, at least according to what I've read so far. Welcome to the stream, Fractal Jack, and Timbao, and all the other little bucket fishes. Argos is complete. Eventually, a traveling robot named Argos came to Liberty, whereupon he stumbled across the terminal with Doki on it. Amused, he spent a time tinkering with it, giving her sentience so he could have somebody to talk to. The two became quick friends, with Doki learning how to open movies and other applications within the terminal. She was hosted on. When Argos left, it was sudden. Overnight, Doki had no idea why her friend had gone. Was it her, or did something happen to them? Whatever the case, she wasn't going to just sit around and find out. So we must find our long-lost friend. He's my best friend. I won't let this memory die. And so Doki Doki begins her quest for her friend. It's like, oh my god. Will she find her friend? Nobody knows what happened. Least of all me. Little big fish, little big fish. We could probably play on speed 5. I'm not on multiplayer. I just realized that. Now, battery cells are very important because robots use those energy cells. So production of energy cells is important for us. All right, we can gain a base stability bonus, which would increase our other stuff on non-core, but we do want to focus on that. So, waking up, when Doki began the search, she attempted to simply broadcasting a signal using her terminal. To her surprise, several other robots arrived, and then more, then more. And she realized between iteration 25 and iteration 26 that she lucked out tremendously. She began communicating and interacting with the other machines, getting them to help build miscellaneous things around Liberty, including upgrading the nearby radio tower, broadcasting her signal further around the wastes. The name Robot City came up at some point, and it stuck with her as the simple and fun option. In her pursuit for Argos, she was immensely driven by what emotion kept her going. Loss or love. In this case, loss of her friend. And that loss will generate us some more support so that we don't take as much penalties when going to war. Now we need to find our place in Colorado. We stand to offer a lot to Colorado. Let's make the best of it. Now, we're going down that path for a very good reason, chat, because that path is going to give us a war goal on the Maxon chapter. And we want that war goal, which is deleting the Brotherhood for good, because the Brotherhood will expand to this territory here, upon my earlier test before I went to bed last night. And if they do that, I will literally die. I will literally. We need to try to take out the Brotherhood early. Yeah, no, Doki Doki is not necessarily a minor faction. There aren't actually... So like Hangdogs has a custom focus tree, like this nation here, this nation here, this nation here. So these three, like, they all have unique focus trees. I know that much. And I don't know about where else. But they're fairly close. And these kind of are somewhat interesting. So that's why I was thinking about playing these guys over here. Robotics expert. Now that, oh, we can't get that. Need 15 phone powers. We don't have 15 phones. Beep. They've added quite a bit. Added quite a bit. Deadline declared on Site Y. I don't care. Our place in Colorado. There we go. That gives us some political power. The human question. All right. We'll begin to ask some questions here, Bucketfish. Now, if we assign Moo will increase production efficiency base and lack a resource penalty minus 10%. I need to figure out which one we want. Sugarfly will reduce energy cells consumption by 10%, which is pretty good as well. We are robots. We do want that. This will give us steel soldiers. We lose on attack by 10% across the board. However, we get a bonus to robot research speed, which we're going to go for. That's for motorized vehicles, infantry equipment. Not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth it. Our little robots are preparing for battle, chat. Battle. There are several Brotherhoods of Steel factions. Maxon's Expedition is another Brotherhood of Steel faction. There is the Texan Brotherhood, which is literally John fucking Wayne. Not bad at all. There is the Lost Hills Western Brotherhood over in the NCR region. There's a couple others. I got Mr. House over here in New Vegas, which is pretty cool. There's a couple others, though. There's some in the north somewhere. Don't know where. I know you can reform Canada. Just let's start vomiting. Now, we don't use manpower when we fight. We use beep boops. Far from home. Today was marked by the arrival of more wayward robots. At first, they were mistaken for a pack of red scorpions moving towards town. But as they came into view, their bright red and yellow paint made it plainly clear that they were no regular scorpions. Apparently, in a place called Mojave, in the Mojave, there lives a cadre of scientists sequestered away from the rest of the world. One of them, a Dr. Mobius, is a talented roboticist and has designed these scorpions to make up the bulk of his evil army. Not being particularly partial to evil, these robots managed to escape the Mojave and made their way here. All are welcome here. We gained 15 scurry salvager bots to the national stockpile. Our collection of beep boops grows stronger. Yes, the Brotherhood of Steel has power armor, and power armor is extremely broken in this game. But that's because you can't really manufacture it, because late game tech, it's under infantry equipment, if I remember right. And it's like way down here. Now there's different qualities of power armor, like the power armor frame, stripped PA, scavenged PA armor, and then like T45s, which are slightly out of date. And there's different variants, and you get like the T51s. Then you get to the, you know, more experimental and ridiculous, like Hermes late tier armor there. And yes, there are super mutants and stuff in this game as well, which is quite cool, I do say so myself. Because if we look at the... Oh, wait. Oh, what the fuck? We're back. Weep. Internet died for a minute, and I just sort of sat there and was like, I'm sad now. Was kind of getting into it, now I'm sad. Ooh. All right, chat. Well, hold on a second. I've decided to stretch real quickly, because I was doing that, because, well, now I started, but I'm going to show you something kind of cool. Something that'll blow your little bucketfish minds away. There'll be nothing left of you but ruins and bossy bits. Chad, you want to see something amazing? Thank you for sticking around and waiting through that. I appreciate those that remained loyal to Kib for the time I was down. Behold, an early sneak peek of the first of the many upcoming donation animations. We'll need to bankroll each one because they're not going to be cheap. But there, you can kind of see. Look at that. It's Celeste going EO at fish. And the fish is like, oh. Starts flailing his little fin. Yes, chat. With more donations, we can have more of this. Custom animations. And we can even put things on the fish. We can do other silly things, too. It will be glorious. They don't catfish bubbles. There's water slopping out of the tank because it's fat fish body when he rotates. But yes. And so that'll wrap up that. All right, so where we were talking about doctrines. So we were picking doctrines, right? Now, robots, refined warfare, which is like sort of like, you know, new types of warfare there. Sort of like conventional. But not quite. Conventional is, I think, like more for larger armies. Refined is like for using like power armor with infantry, yep. So like Brotherhood of Steel tactics. Conventional might be something like the NCR or something. If I had to guess. And asymmetric might be tribal and barbarian warfare and stuff like that. And then we have super mutant warfare. Now we're beep boop, so we need to go down automated warfare because we're robots and we're making robot armies. We do have a population of 1,200 or 1,020 men ready for battle. However, we're not going to actually use manpower beyond for support reasons for humans because we are going to mostly be machines on the front line. Now this will increase reliability and production efficiency caps for robots, which we want. And we just need to start getting a robot production up. And stuff like that, so we can make more reboot soldiers. Like, reboot. Okay, the human question. The human question. The question that befuddled the citizens of Robot City today was a simple one, and a necessary one to answer, before reaching out to the wastes. Were humans okay in a city literally called Robot City? The question, silly as it was, left Doki pondering for days on end. At least, that's how the 12 seconds it took for her to answer it felt like to her. Felt like to her. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, sure. Maybe we should screen them first, you know. Doki's going to gatekeep a little bit, which will give us 25 political power and an additional 1,000 population in our city, because we need to be careful on how many people we bring in the city. Who we are screening into Robot City. They need to be actually okay with living among robots. All right, we've got a new focus pocus. Now, friends in Colorado. Colorado is a big, strange place. Time to make some friends or enemies. It doesn't really matter. It kind of does, Doki, you little shit. It kind of fucking does. Breakthrough plus 5%, which wouldn't be bad. We'll also get army gain. Because any minute, we need to get down here as quickly as possible before they go to war. Because we want to be initiating the attack on Maxon's expedition when they go to war Scorpion's bite. Because if we do not initiate that war, we will be in big trouble. Meaning that we need to make them fight a two-front war. Or we're going to die. The starts for these factions are actually pretty hard. And that's one thing I've found. So you kind of have to, not necessarily game it, but you need to go in with a foreplan about what's going to happen already. Or you're going to die. Like Hanse, he played the hangdogs, and he built armies as the hangdogs. But the problem is, if you do that, you will actually lock yourself out of a focus path. So you need to not build too many armies. In fact, you can just sort of sit there and not do anything. Not cheesing it, but not necessarily... you need to go into it with an actual battle plan, or you're going to absolutely die. Because he absolutely got rolled over. Alright, we've got enough battle caps to do investing in small business, which will increase construction speed and factory output. Doki Doki sees the reason for that. We're going to set our army to maximum aggressiveness. Wait, did they just do their war? No, thank God. Alright, because they're not going to take long to capitulate that nation, by the way. So we have 60 days. 60 days until we can get our war goal on the MaxNet Brotherhood of Steel faction. If we don't, we're going to be in a bit of a pickle. A bit of a pickle, chat. We need to get down there. The Reclamation Army Depot, which actually looks kind of interesting. Where are they even? I think they're like somewhere over here. Do they have a focus path? Because they're like an army depot thing. They probably don't. Looks... Not really, no. It looks like a, basic one, to be honest. I think. I don't really know. Yeah, I think so. Huh. More robot factions are cool. I do want to try, like, a mutant army playthrough. Like, I don't know if there's, like, any successor states to the Master, but that'd be cool. Is the skirt see-through? No. Not on young Celeste, but maybe adult Celeste is feeling a little saucy. 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 Okay, now they've declared war. Meaning we are on a ticking clock, chat. We have 35 days. They need to hold out for 35 days. If they fail to do so, it will be the absolute end of us. Lots of wars happening. Alright. We do not negotiate with jerks. Wow, I don't want to share my technology with you. You smell. I'm gonna friggin' knock him into next week. Doki Doki isn't a big fan of them. We will not be pushed around. Yep, the raiders to the north, the Iron Alliance, is raiding our borders because they're a raider faction. So they're going to steal things, I think, or try to. Division attack on core territory, not necessarily what we want. We want division attack. E-wall, frontline operative. We want to break through there with whatever bonuses we possibly can get our fat little fingies on. Now they're bringing their army over here, which is not good. We're probably not going to break through. Not anymore. But they're also not going to necessarily have an easy time going through the south either. Moo can give us production efficiency base and lack of resource penalty, which will help speed production of robots up. Infantry equipment is useless to me. Need to find something saucy to help us out. Energy cell consumption would probably be kind of important. But the power gain would also not be terrible either. In the interim. Lots of nations dying. Lots of wars being had. The troll war and declared war on the carcasses. Yada yada, etc., etc. That's a little bit advanced, but honestly, we need it bad, chat. We need it bad. So despite having rushed for them, we did guarantee that they will now fight a longer war. A longer protracted war. Which means they burn through power armor and their high late game equipment. And they do not have the factories to support it. So the idea here is that we're going to eat away at them. Instead of going for that, we're going to now go the people of Robot City, which is, they sure are weird, but they are mine. So we're going to start doing that. Now, we haven't declared war on them just yet, but we're going to, so that we don't lose that goal. And that way, they need to keep those Brotherhood of Steel divisions on our front line, which is now dividing their military in 2 locations. So those raiders stand a bit of a chance at fighting longer in that war. Not the breakthrough we were hoping for, but also it's something that's going to drag them down quite a bit, which is going to be to our advantage. Work assignments, we want centralized factories, basically. We also don't have the reboots to attack. We could make an attempt at an attack, but without really good intel on what the heck's over there, it's gonna be a God only knows what's gonna happen kind of situation. If they push to these cities here or there, I'm going to make offensives in order to try to distract them, but it's one of those things where it's like, we're not in a really good position to do that right now. Getting that research in advance. Go-getters, you'll be bred instead. He's like, eh. The Ironmonger and Shale Army, I believe. However, pretty sure all mutant factions have something to do with the Master Legacy at some point. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Okay, they are pushing through. Now, they are launching a counter-attack. And it's going to various degrees of success and failure. A potential encirclement of Brotherhood of Steel forces. Not bad for us. The people of Robot City. We need to go down here because we need to get some factories up and start cranking out more robots ASAP. We can also division defense. That will give us some advanced research so we can speed up. Now they're going to start burning equipment up over on our side too, which is good. Every power armored suit we knock out of the fight is one more little fishies. The Carthage gang? Are you fucking the Carthaginians? Oh my god, the chef. He's like the chef. Chef and chef. There's a lot of wars happening in this game. Looks like they've got volunteer divisions from both the Lost Hills volunteers to the Maxon Expedition and the Sundogs. Now we are holding for the time being. Their attacks are very weird. Very, very weird. Scorpion's Bite's taking the most casualties, but the Brotherhood of Steel is at 182, which isn't bad. By the way, there's not a lot of people alive in this point in history, so 182 is a lot of dead people, actually. Considering, like, let's look at the Robot City province has literally a population of, like, a total population. Where the fuck is the population number? Bucket fish! Kib, oh, 29,000 people. And only 600 of them are recruitable. Yeah, no, that's a pretty big deal. We can genuinely bleed them out. And their volunteers are going to pay, too. Robotics advancements, not bad. And I want those arms workshops so we can start getting more robots. We need to start pumping out them Securitrons. It looks like we're having a bit of a breakthrough in the south. That could go either way, really, and that could be a massive encirclement for the Brotherhood or the Scorpion's Bite. My money's on the Maxon's Expedition. If they just nab that territory there, this entire area, whatever the fuck is in there, is going to be encircled. Okay, well, that's not bad. Oh, wait, Brotherhood of Steel. I would like it if you didn't give all your territory to the Maxon's Brotherhood. Or to the Scorpion's Bite if you're going to capitulate. They seem absolutely content on holding the robots in the north. Their hatred for the robots is legendary. So, whatever. So, whatever. Whatever, I motherfucking guess. I'm gonna get that army energy cell consumption because that will make our robots last a little better. Military industry. More factories, chat. We need more. More commercial protectrons. Not securetrons. Wrong robot. We're producing 1.20 of the suckers per day. Suddenly, sportscasting kibble. I can't stop. Happens. Looks like that encirclement has been beaten back, little bucketfish. Oh boy, those gay-ass Brotherhood of Steel sons of bitches are really going at it. What are the casualties at? Oh, you can just press this button. Alright, they are bleeding each other out, which I don't really care. Kill each other for all I care. That's all that matters to me. A little bit of both worlds. So we're building up our factories, which is not bad. Most of them are the expeditionaries that are attacking there. No, they haven't taken any victory points like Fort Lyon and Springfield. It's pretty back and forth down there. But we are making sure that the volunteers are staying off the Scorpion's Bite's back. I'm going to launch an offensive here, just to put some pressure on them and their equipment. Alright, not bad. Solidifying our industry. Now, attrition is something we're going to want to lower, because attrition's a bad thing, especially for robots. Every robot we lose from attrition is bad, because it takes us a day to replace one of the suckers. We're trying to increase our manufacturing capabilities. Peak efficiency. That will make our organization go up, and production costs for robots decrease. Cheapen those suckers. No cigar, I don't think. Unless something dramatically shifts in that fight. As being retarded, which is not surprising in this game. Now we do have a perk we can assign to our general or field marshal. And robotics expert, that'll be cut in half, so that's 5% across the board for robots. Which honestly, I don't care. That will be good enough. Is there one just base bonus? Infantry, no, we don't have that. Supply consumption, idiot savant. That's good for robots. Mysterious stranger. That's not useful. Bloody mess, not particularly useful for us either. Idiot savant. Reducing supply consumption is not a bad idea. And capturing equipment isn't bad either. So many perks, and they're all very different in this. Smooth talker, reinforced rate. Ferocious loyalty. We'll hold on to that before we make our decision. Right now we're doing pretty good. Automated warfare, that'll help out. A whole heckin' lot. Now we're going to want to shift over here because we can actually research this a little faster. Make robots 10% increase to armor for robots, which isn't bad. Increase their speed. I'll go for the armor. Because if we get the Protectrons Mark IIs, that wouldn't be bad. And then from there, I'm aiming for Assaulttron production. And yes, that's Mr. House's PDQ-88B Securitrons. Hold off on attacks for a moment on the weaker front, so they'll divert troops elsewhere. Weep. They're not doing well. Maxon Expedition is overcommitted in the north. They have absolutely overcommitted to a ludicrous degree. They have overcommitted a lot. 5% to breakthrough. We're not doing too bad. Moo moo. Increasing production efficiency so we can pump out more bee boops. How are we doing logistics? Robots we need Robots we do need. They are being consumed by the constant attacks. And also recruitments. Increasing more divisions on that front there. This is called the Old World Blues mod for Hearts of Iron. Resistors, which will increase our research so we can speed that up. Alright, let's go back to reboots. We want to just focus that down, and focus down on industry too. I'm kind of mucking about on industry. Energy cell gain, which is important. They are throwing a lot of manpower against us, actually, for those kinds of attacks. I don't think I've gotten the most kills in this war. No, we have. 662 of Maxon's expedition have fallen to us alone. We've outkilled the other people in this war by a lot, but I think that lowers our participation by a lot. I know, 53%. It is counting kills, which is good. So we're staying pretty active in terms of participation in this war. We're winning that race. But the Brotherhood of Steel is not doing well. Or this expeditionary force. Let's get that. Upgrade their health and defense. Because they are constantly assaulting that port tile there. Just non-stop. Mighty and despaired. Today was marked by the arrival of more wayward robots. This time it was a cadre of sentry bots rolling towards the town, tearing up long tracks of dirty with their massive wheels. Of dirt. It's of dirt. Strange amongst most robots, that it seems none of them could actually directly communicate. Any attempts to actually talk to them were met with the standard phrases like "do not interfere with security operations" or "situation normal, returning to last patrol." Though curt as they were, it was clear that Robot City was their destination. As though it were second nature, the sentry bots settled into mobile units and defensive positions as if they were built for the job. Without a single meaningful word exchanged, most lost souls had joined Robot City. A bunch of Securitrons had become part of a great empire. Just, my God, your tiny ass little nation. It's a great empire, okay? The war continues to rage on. Caesar's Legion is doing some wars. Good for them, little fuckers. All right, let's see. We can do some business favors. Or not. I don't feel like doing it. The constant attack on that tile is costing them so much men. But they were refusing to back down off that front. Okay. Production efficiency retention, that's good. Making factories output more couldn't hurt either. Keep pumping out those robot shit. Another... Oh, Securitrons, Doki's best friends. They're ready to rock and roll. We might be able to make a breakthrough in the south and make our way to Maxon's bunker. We got the support upgrades. That's not bad. Reconnaissance, decryption bonuses. Oh. We're making good grounds here. Hey, wait a second isn't available yet. We'll look for that when that's ready. Let's reduce that attrition rate. All right, let's make an attempt attack here. We are winning. It's turning into a losing by a little bit, but fluctuating. Alright, we've gained all that we can out of there. Let's switch back to industry and focus on construction bonuses. More and more wars ravage the land. Typical. Lot of wars. The Commonwealth and the People's Free Union of Vermilion. Jesus Christ! Alright, that's a lot of wars. There's a lot of wars. Alright, come on. No cigar yet. Halt our offensive. No breakthrough potential yet. We need to continue to build up a bit more. Is there any officers we can gain that could help us out? Caravan Guard, Division Defense, which isn't bad. Attack on core territory. That's not bad all around as a defensive thing. Spymaster, the Mechanist. More robots, honestly. Not a bad idea to pump those suckers out. Infrastructure. I'm not seeing anything that sticks out to me as like, I need that. I'm seeing a lot of like, meh. A core territory is a lot, it's a bit more on the versatile. Division recovery rate and training time. I mean, just, we need to pump out more robots, so like, reducing the training time would help, but not necessarily, because we're short on, well, only 2 more robots, and then actually they'll have the robots necessary. We just need to increase production, and then that will be going faster. Not bad. Military grade plating. Not bad at all. Civilian industry would be useful, but not very useful. Anything that seems like an immediate thing? What's your type? 200 Robco Assaultrons added to national side. I mean, that's not bad. More resources in the long run. Becomes an economic node. That's not bad either. And it just seems this will unlock the next main electronics technology you have not yet researched. That's not bad either. This seems like the good sense of humor has the longest longevity in terms of rewards due to the production of more resources like energy and stuff. And this is like a combat, keeping the best interests at heart. That will increase production or decrease production costs by robots by 7.50%, making them a lot cheaper. Those two are very hard. Normal Girl isn't the most interesting. Gives us vacuum tubes technology. I'm not sure yet. Radio tech might not be a terrible thing to go for. Political power and manpower, then particularly useful. It's hard to decide here. I'm honestly going to go for protocols, programs. Oh my. More robots. Good. They haven't opened their box yet. The Maxton's War is just absolutely bloody. Robot City's participation is only gaining due to how many we've killed. We've lost 14 people, sadly. They've lost 1,000. In this age, this is not good. 1.1k to Robot City. Hell yeah. I'm gonna make another attack here. Another attempt to break through that area. Each time we do, we get a little bit closer. Okay. Army training presentations. So let's get our Mr. Gutsy on the job, chat. Probably not going to get through there. Very back and forth. These Pine Knights and their power armor. 120 defense, though. God damn these chunky bastards. Power armor dudes are just strong. Even with our robots and Securitrons, breaking through there is just not going to happen yet. The continued assault there is just bleeding them dry, though. All right, armor hardening. We're getting progressively stronger, Jet. Stronger and stronger. I have never been stronger. Basic smeltery. Power stations, because we do want to make more energy cells, because we are a robot army. You can't harm me. Chetik, he's doing rhymes. Beep. Dropping them sick beats. What are you buying? What are you selling? Alright, so. Defensive protocols. Offensive protocols will, production cost minus 3%. That's good. Okay, both give production cost minus 3%, which is good. In this case, I want attack because I want to break through. That 5% bonus might just be enough to tip the scales. Reconnaissance, max entrenchment. Is there anything in here that can help us? We can increase the army size, which honestly wouldn't be a terrible thing. Let's see what traits we can get with you. I don't really want to grab any of these. A lot of them are hyper specific too, which makes me a little seed. Do robots really care about the heater code? Wouldn't think so. Unless it was major. I would like to play Super Mutant faction. Some of the Super Mutant stuff looks interesting. Alright. Special Forces robot perks. There we go. That's better. Yeah, we want to go down that. Ah, the Wardens. He's awoken. I doubt we can help him. Wait a second. Hey, wait a second. I'm starting to get a weird feeling about all this. What the heck are they doing over there? So what happened narratively is the Hangdogs opened a box, which unleashed a pre-war AI of security robots. They're like, what? Why is everything anarchistic? This is not good. And they're attempting to restore order in that area. Now, they normally die, sadly. What are you buying? What are you selling? I'm about to throw up because it's you that I'm smelling. Gandhi, probably. Damn. Thank you for the donation, you little rhyming son of a bitch. All right. The Warden of Colorado. I had no idea things could have gone this well for us. Woohoo. Doki Doki seems quite pleased with herself. I think we'll go down that path. Hanging dogs politely. Gains unwanted confidence, which grants the hangdog's attack bonus against any country. Wait, what? Which grants the hangdog's attack bonus against any country 5%. I have an idea. What the? Car bombs? Really? That does more attrition. We'll go down this route because this is more long-term bonuses. Now, the Warden's probably not going to win his war alone, but I can attempt to justify to... What's the word? Distract them? Oh, the Warden's actually making some territorial grounds. That's good. Not quite, though. Wardens of Colorado. 350 units of support robots is added to the national stockpile. The authentic American Armada. A radar station. Added to Robot City. That might allow us to see a bit further. Actually, we can see pretty far, thanks to that intelligence gathering now. I'd rather listen to Ink Spots. The song from the front. Robot forces have fought heroically against our enemies, and one of our soldiers has composed a little poem from the front. We could play this throughout the nation to rally the nation to the cause. We'll make everyone listen. I'd rather not listen to the Ink Spots. Damn. We'll need to do this to rally the beep boops to Woi. Nope. No pushing power against that paywer armor. Now what the heck is that? Doki's buddies? Oh boy. Another thingy-majiggy done. Military theorist, automated warfare research speed. That's gonna be good. The wardens are woozing. Ooh. They're gonna die, probably. They always do. They normally do. 10 out of 10. Always die. Always. I don't know if monthly population is a big thing, but, you know, we'll research it because we are gonna run out of stuff to research. Maxon's expedition operative captured. Good. Let's fucking put him in his goddamn place. Play the Doki Doki game. He's like, no. Dies. 82%. Like, we are gaining momentum every time we attempt to push a little bit more. That might just be enough to do it finally. Oh my fucking god, these little shits. Nope, probably not. Those goddamn power armored sons of bitches. Alright, we've got incredible radar detection system. We can detect pretty much any of our neighboring countries are in our detection zone, which is not bad. Alright, now back to getting those offensive protocols. Or, actually, we'll get those robots. The warden's gonna die. We'll have to liberate his ass. Assuming he's going to let us liberate him. All are welcome here. Captain of Industry. We could get Captain of Industry, I suppose. Woodworking. Oh my god, shit. We know how wood works. Just like, holy shit. Found a construction resource efficiency. Let's continue to research. 82%. Like, we're winning the battle, chat, but it is bloody. My participation is massive because I've killed, like, almost all of them. We're gaining more and more war score, which is good for us, chat. Which means that we'll be able to take a lot more in the peace conference to come. Another beep boop for the battle? I just can't break through their goddamn power armor, chat. Oh my god. Fucking hate power armor. 84% chance. Oh my god, or 84, not percent, but 84. It's like, come on. We're almost there. Momentum. Push, push. Paladin Corsetti can be Paladin Deadetti. Oh, well, the wardens are dead. Oh, big Sag. Authentic Armada. With Warden sites online, we were able to snatch some stuff. Don't worry. I did it when he wasn't looking. It's like, alright, so he won't notice. That's good for him. One proud deputy who can get us more resources than you can imagine, chat. We're gonna get those offensive protocols first, however. Alright, let's take a squeak peek. We could get a spy thing. Invest in small business to speed up factory production. Always good. Extend military protection. We do not have the stability to support that, really. Coordination, diplomacy, distance, refugee assimilation factor. Welcome to stream, Oofy. Oofy Boofy. Who are you playing? We're playing Doki. Or, well, yeah, Doki Doki. Robot City. She is a dating sim video game that has gained sentience due to other robots basically building her up. Shifting alliances. She State joins the NCR. Interesting. Wait, did they absorb into that? No, they didn't. But they are part of the NCR's faction. I mean, considering their geopolitical situation, they have no choice but to submit. Just like, eep. The Divide's having a hard time against the NCR. Caesar's Legion continues to expand like the tumorous bastard it is. And so a lot of tensions are mounting over there, chat. A lot of tensions. We're continuing to pump out divisions a little faster. Up to 15 robotics divisions. Not bad, little bucket fishies. Some Mr. Gutsies, always good. Now we are, come on, like, we are putting so much division power over here. And I got offensive protocols on top of it. Like, come on, cut me some slack, bitch game. The Octoster Revolution. Lemao, chat. Lemao. Toasters with flamethrowers? Oh, no. Sarge's New Deal. It involves a lot of guns. Sarge's military reform, which grants civilian to military factory conversion. Some don't care about that. But for military factory, 7.50%. And this one is Made's economical reform, which... grants division training time minus 5% and caps income plus 15%. Taxation without representation. Yeah. Yeah. Doki, no. Not the best leader in the whole gosh darn world. Fuel consumption is always a nightmare. We're going to go for the machine city to reduce fuel consumption. We are winning that attack there. A breakthrough here could see Maxon's Brotherhood's back finally be broken. The casualties are mounting. 2,000 dead. Over 2,000 dead. We need a breakthrough to end this war. And we got a doctrine, which is good. That'll help us out a lot. Frontline robots, and that's not bad, not bad. Continue to push our robots forward. Tribal huts, always good. It's close enough to the point where it's like 164 days out, but researching in advance would increase our output and production of beep boops, which honestly, beep boops are essential to war, chat. You know this, chat. Don't fuck with me, chat. You know we need it. Another robot division joins the fray. 97, come on. That fucking division's about to snap. We're about to get the breakthrough we've been looking for, bucket fishies. Resource gain efficiency. Whoop. I don't care. Start screaming. I mean, I kind of care. I don't have a lot of things that I wish I had, sadly. I mean, stability's always good. The nation could use some stability after all this shit. There we go. Whoa, we broke through, chat. We broke through, finally! Let's teach these boys a fucking lesson. And so the offensive begins. Robots are mad and furious and looking for some motherfucking revenge. Encircling those Brotherhood boys. There we go. It's over. It's over. Capitulation! We will contest that tile. You will not have it. Demanding it. We did all the work. That's right. Get on the other side of that river, bitch. Fuck. Yes! We've done it, bucket fishies. We've fucking done it. I don't think that tile touches that tile, but it looks like it does, so I'm not entirely certain. Affairs abound. We could use the war support. And how many divisions does intelligence wager they have? 14 to 24. Good odds for any Doki Doki. Just like, what does that even mean, Kib? We will not be pushed around by these fucking raiders. There we go. Loot goblins. If I start generating more revenue and Arch wants me back one day, sure. But the odds of me going back are very, very, very unlikely. Due to the fact that I make more money over here than I do over there. I gotta focus on making Munmuns shit. Because Munmuns make game. And also makes Kib happy. When those stupid little bars up on the top left and top right of the screen are full, or at least reach in the middle of the ground, then Kibs is happy because Kibs knows that he'll make it. Or, well, he thinks he'll make it. At least another week. That's sadly how that works. Alright, it's time for us to prepare for the Great War. Oh my god. This is going to be really, really risky. You'll also notice Doki disconnected. That was me when I disconnected, by the way. I was just sitting there bored. But yes, I've been hearing a lot of people basically say that the Archcast kind of isn't the same without Kibs. And I actually really, really appreciate that. That actually means a lot to me. That a lot of people actually are sad about it. And, you know, that's actually kind of cool. And that people say the quality of it's dropped since I'm gone. I mean, I consider it a compliment from my point of view. But try to be nice, too. But you don't have to. But you don't. Just damn based. Alright, we're attempting a war against Dog City. This is going to be very risky due to the fact that we don't have the energy cells, I think, to necessarily support such a grandiose offensive. Or a military to technically support such a grandiose plan. Because I think we're going to die from this. That's why I did save there, by the way. One proud deputy. One proud bucketfishy. Ooh, Moo got wounded. That's not good. Not good at all, bucketfish. None of these are particularly, like, great. Like, infantry equipment, motorized vehicles, like, meh, like, meh. Demolition, infantry equipment, support equipment. The Golden Gecko, not bad. Breaking through these barbarians ain't gonna be easy. In fact, we might start actually collapsing. Because logistically, like, we're gonna start running out of robots fast. And this is what I was thinking would happen. This is also a test for the future MP game we're gonna do. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work out the way I kind of want it to. Like, an offensive war is gonna be something executable. Not initially, at least. March of the Protectrons. I mean, more beep boops is good. Mostly because we are going to lose this war. Well, that confirms my suspicion. The hangdogs are actually very powerful. Like, yeah, we're out killing them, but we're losing ground. We can't support an offensive war due to the fact that the robots are just so expensive. See, I'm trying to figure out how to play robots. Let's load our previous saved air. Boop. It's going to take a while. Robots are something you have to be kind of cautious with. Ah, the game crashed. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Stability is not the best with this mod. It seems to be a lot more crash prone than some of the other mods I've played, which is kind of sad. Doki Doki story will continue more. But yeah, no, I'm probably never going to return to the Archcast solely on the fact that it pays like peanuts, and I can make way more when I stream by myself. And not to mention, waiting a whole year is just not doable. Like I've said it 1,000 times before. It's just I will literally like burn up. That's why I'm cutting out all these collabs and no more multi-streaming, because the multi-streams suck the viewership from me and suck the revenue right out of me. And it's like, this is my bread and butter, and a lot of other content creators don't seem to get that, and so that's just something I'm gonna have to learn to live with. That's why I'm trying to push away from a lot of people that we collaborate with, and I eventually want to push them out. Not necessarily like not collaborate with them, but I need to get rid of them in the long run. Because we need to start being able to produce our own content exclusively, you know? That means like Bickering Bunch. Oh my god, really? Did it bug out and save over that? That is terrible. That is really bad. That is very bad. That is, oh my god, we're going to die bad. That is, oh my god. Well, we might have borked the save. I don't know how it's saved over that. Did I save after I started the war? I should have saved before. My brain must have been turned off. Fight the power is going to be a necessary ability. Yeah, we're in a bit of a pickle. And we're going to start losing ground here. Pretty quickly. Alright, well, fuck. We might have borked this campaign a little bit. Yeah, I doubt there's any focuses that are going to magically unfuck this in, like, the span of a few seconds. The Cybers requires friends in Colorado. It did give me a research slot, which is pretty good. That would be the best solution, I think. Not too bad. Well, it's one of the reasons why that happens, actually. Jizuki, it goes over your head again. You're so fucking stupid sometimes. Oh my god. You're about as bad as Draconis. There you are. I can bully you again. Jizuki is like criminally wrong like Conus. He's Jizuki wrong is what we'll call him. No, that is not exact at all what that means. No multi-streams? Is that the reason Arch is doing members only stream with you? Yes, that is. That is literally the reason for that, because it doesn't actually hurt the viewership of our streams. Simply put, that's how that works. I like how so self-centered some people are. Where they're like, oh my god, you don't do things I want to? You're not tanking your own channel for my fucking feelings? Jizuki, you and your fucking insufferable little feelings, I swear to god. An achievable goal. Request build more military factories. Well, you know, that would be cute, but I don't know if that's something we can do. Don't bully Jizuki. Jizuki gets bullied. Jizuki's just incredibly retarded, chat. He's one of the brain dead bucket fish, if you will. Oh no, bucket fish is dead. I don't think we did that. Twin mothers completed the tribe destroyed. No, that... See, that would be a potential route to take, but sadly, no. Because, let's go back through what I just said, because Jizuki's an idiot. So, we're getting rid of doing multi-streaming, which is not getting rid of hanging out with friends, and is not pulling out of, like, the Blood Bowl cast league we're playing with all our friends, too. It's not pulling out of any of that. It's pulling out of multi-streaming. You guys do realize, like, I do stuff with friends outside of streaming, right? Fucking Christ. Like, it's so brain dead. I don't know if you're intentionally fucking trying to trigger me, or if you just do it naturally. You're better at it than Konus, so Konus needs to take a few pages from Jizuki's book of retardation. Fucking Christ. It's like, oh yes, I'm just gonna stop hanging out with all my friends to focus on literally just making a game. Like, dude, no. Like, the game does take priority and precedence over many things, yes, like fun things, but it does not take priority over literally existing. Fucking retard. Why are you a jerk, Jizuki? This is not a one-way street, bucko. It goes two ways. Read what you wrote and consider how that sounds and what you imply with what you say. Stupid. Stupid. All right, you made me lose my game, too. You're taking the blame for that as well. I'm not a jerk. I'm merely not going to be a punching bag. It's actually smart as hell. Members can watch from Archer's point of view, and those of us watch you give you more views on for YouTube. That's true. It also prevents basically the entire audience base being absolutely shambled, because if you notice anything, the Victorian 3 disaster, because if let's say you have a big friend on YouTube and they do a stream of the same thing you're going to do, no matter what, no matter how much you like that person, no matter your friendship, that stream is going to hurt the smallest YouTuber. It always works that way. Our streams also hurt the ones in our friend group who are smaller than us. This is not an issue exclusive to me. This issue affects all of us. That's why we try to plan around things. That's why we work together. That's the whole point of me telling you this. I try to be honest, and I give fucking Jizuki over here fucking snarking. Fuck. That's what you get for telling people, like, how the behind the scenes work. My fucking bad. God damn it, chat. Alright, so that failed horribly. It actually went a lot better than I'm expecting. If I'm worse, Kibs, then how come I play games better than you? Oh my god. Konus, you're also criminally wrong, because you and Jizuki need to get a room and have some criminally wrong babies together. Criminally. Making fun of Jizuki actually makes my viewership go up. My god. My god. We're like, fuck. Goddamn Jizuke. You fucking little shit. Alright, so. One more time. Back into the breach. Bucket fish. So, 4 divisions for there. Actually, no, wait. Just assign them all there. It's easier to do it this way. Then we split 4 again. So, we're getting the methodology right here. I think we've got a good strategy. However, because Hanse isn't here, like doing... Actually, you know what? We'll try a different country. I think we'll do Doki Doki for the MP stream thing. Real Hosnator donates a generous fiber, and thank you very much. He says, I mean, it makes sense. I was wondering about the dev and the barotrauma stream. Oh, we'll continue those. But I need to reduce multi-streams. Multi-streams are harmful. They're bad. Multi-streams are bad. They're bad. They're straight up evil. They hurt. The barotrauma one works only because the other players don't know how to play the game. That's the only reason. If they knew what they were doing, because the problem was, like, the captain's job isn't the most interesting. That's why you'll notice in the previous stream, I'm doing a lot more to try to do other things. Because I do understand that you guys, you know, want to watch stuff, and you also don't want to watch me stare at a fucking do my job and be the captain, which isn't always the most exotic job, which is why I've been doing a lot more away missions and being a lot more risky. Because it's all about entertaining the bucket fishies, too. Let's try this one. Ellen Santiago's Montana's Mother. This is like an Enclave remnant faction. That might be kind of interesting. United States is not a soup kitchen. Okay, fair enough. Let's see, the second birth of liberty. We, the representatives of Northern Commonwealth, in the name of the and authority of the good people of our land, solemnly declare Americans shall always be a free people who bow to no tyrants. And we, for the support of this declaration, we pledge our lives and fortunes and our sacred honor. The United States is not a soup kitchen. For too long, Montanans have relied upon the government for a handout. It is high time that the people of this great prosperous land repay Chicago for all we have done for them. The fate of the Canadian communists? What? We must live in a world of balance. How else could it be that the Enclave struggled for so long, but the Canadian resistance has flourished? In a mere 200 years, it's time to save America again. Go east, young man. Although Colonel Rodriguez has helped develop the western Montana and brought law and order, MacArthur's research base cannot rival the bright lights of Chicago. As one of her few scientists lamented, it felt like the visionaries at MacArthur spent time relearning basic techniques like crop rotation instead of harnessing the power of atom or FEV. Field of view. My God, chat. Instead of harnessing the power of okay, as they did out east. Under Colonel Santiago, MacArthur has grown from a refuge for Navarro remnants to an outpost of the Department of the Interior, sending coal, uranium, and grain to Chicago. MacArthur has played a key role in the great work victory against the Midwest against the Midwest is at hand. But increasing demands from Chicago created tensions with the entrenched First Families, who refused to sacrifice their comforts for the greater good. And a generation of soldiers have grown up polluted by beliefs of the Rockies. Can MacArthur navigate between the demand, the distant authority, and locals who cannot see the bigger picture? My God, it might be tricky, Chatty Patty. Yeah, the Master's dead. He's been dead for a while by now. So Chicago's like an Enclave holdout. That's quite a ways away, actually. A substantial distance, bucket fishies. You're in America, join the Enclave. Who are you going to play, Kibs? I hope you choose the good guys of the Enclave, of course. Goddamn. You need fucking Christ. So is Kibs playing the NCR? No, we're trying the Enclave. I do want to try the NCR because they look kind of fun. They look kind of fun too, but they look like a super, which they're better. Like superpowers like that are better for single player campaigns. I'm more so looking into MP prospects. Can you play as Todd Howard? I think there's a Todd Howard like reference faction. I'm not sure. I could definitely see there being one, but I doubt it. I hope not. God, that'd be cursed. So tired. Now we do have Enclave like proper troops. Let's look at our production lines. We're producing scavenged power armor, which isn't the best, but we're producing everything we need at the moment. We have rapid response divisions, which are our power armored divisions. Enclave auxiliaries, and we have Spec Ops division, light robot divisions, LR divisions, not bad, and militia. We'll just set them to recruit here. Little bucket fishies. Let's see, little bucket fishies. You missed Doki Doki. Yeah, we'll try Doki Doki again when Hanse comes home. Doki Doki might be doable. Doki Doki is over here. Robot City. It'll be nice when they add this, because then they'll be a little bit... I'm not a big fan of being like against the borders of the map factions, mostly because they're kind of cheating. I'm also not particularly big on power armor factions. I think we might ban them in the MP, because power armor is just way too good. Or at least playing as them, ones that started them. The last great American dynasty. Rebuilding America today. Once there was a nation that held that all men were created equal, that they are endowed by their creators with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That nation was mauled in the Great War, but we in the Enclave will never stop fighting for the American people. My God, how romantic, chat. We're surrounded by savages, savages, barely even human, savages, savages. I'm not a big fan of like these mountain passes. They might be interesting, but they might be fucking awful. I'm gonna focus on civilian factories, mostly because I don't really know how to play this, guys. All right, let's see what field marshal options we got. Ellen Santiago and Daniel Carter. So literally we have no options really, so we'll just have to roll with it. Now we are playing as a human faction, so it's going to be a little different here, mostly because the game crashed and that made me sad. Stability is my biggest concern for the MP side of things, because that might mean that it's going to crash like fucking crazy. Manpower is going to be something we're going to worry about, and that's something we're going to worry about. But we do start a little bit more advanced in that field, at least. Oh, you're back. Cool. I've been back for a while. Fractal Jack. He's a Fractal Jack. You missed my glorious spanking that I gave Jizuki earlier. That's a second spanking. Not as many as Draconis. Draconis has like 30. He's just begging for another one, too. I can just tell. He's like, Draconis likes being spunkade. Spunkade? Oh my God, that's just Canadian looking as fuck, dude. That art is awful. Okay, these are like, some of these are recyclable. Some of them are actually pretty good. That one looks like propaganda. Some of them are actually very good. Some of them are actually animated, actually. This one's great, though. Edward J. Rusk. That was kind of cool. Doki Doki's not bad either, but you can't really make out what's happening on that one. Are you a mutie, kitty? No, we're actually playing as one of the remnants of the Enclave from Navarro. So we're got the Enclave flag here. And we're over in these Rockies over here. These mountains of America. Oh wait, I need to, pick up the speed. I was like, this is taking time forever. Daniel and Carter had a kid. Don't worry about it, Flavius. It's like, oh shit. The raiders who take refuge just outside our border have just sent us a simple message. Pay tribute or die. Then pay anyways. We will not be pushed around. The idea of responding favorably to raiders is cringe. Support from the Secretary of Interior. That's new. Okay, let's read. The last great American dynasty, many wastelanders know America took a fatal blow in 2077, its armies and people burning in nuclear fire. But most of them don't know the tale of the men and women who kept the dream alive in the darkness that followed. The Richardsons served America after the Great War, preserving its dream and protecting its citizens. Whether or not they knew it, an enclave of the best and the brightest who would keep the torch of freedom lit until it could burn again, they were close to. The last Richardson had a plan to save the wasteland, a weapon that would kill the super mutants, and feral ghouls who held back recovery until it all fell apart. Nobody knows what happened to the rig. A Brotherhood of Steel commando raid? Remnants of the Master's army? Perhaps it was the Rangers, cloaking their hatred of America in their sweet lies of liberty. Certainly, the NCR had no problem pouring north with tribals, Brotherhood paladins, and others in tow. The Enclave killed many, but we had to leave. With the chains of command in disarray, Santiago took off and led the flight east. Let us honor her, and how she worked to save America in the West. She took as many non-combatants as she could, 5,000 population, but recognized weaponry would serve the survivors best, or took more power armor. While taking lives is good, we needed that power armor. The advanced armor is going to come in handy, because we can't replace those losses, I'm pretty sure. A fire burns beneath the ground. The world was on a cusp of greatness, they say. Or was it hubris? Poseidon energy drilled deep beneath the waves for the last of Earth's oil. They harnessed the sun to keep old Vegas ablaze. And in Yellowstone, once a park, they drilled into Earth's marrow for energy. Marvelous in men's eyes, all night and all day. Unto them a fire blazed, tireless and unquenchable. Poseidon's Hephaestus project, they say, would have powered 20 million homes for thousands of years. They say it would have solved the resource crisis. Or they say it would have set off a volcano and another nuclear winter. But they say lots of things, don't they? Yellowstone Rangers refuse to activate the plant, but others wonder. Think of what the world would do with such power. What power they would do, bucket fishies. They've got a basic focus pocus. From a base into a home. Once a string of bases across America connected the United States government together, and many of these held out until the fall of Navarro. These embers of patriotism were kindled by Santiago into a new light, which shall guard the waste while it burns. They squeal loudly and proudly as they sizzle. Men to match these mountains. When the Enclave fled the west coast after the fall of Navarro, some fought on patriots who didn't give up on America, journeyed east by vertebrate or truck, or by foot. Thundering gun battles echoed across the Great Plains as they carved through the Brotherhood's despotism to reach Chicago. But Santiago and those who stayed in the name of fighting a rearguard action, they stayed at Navarro with support from the Secretary of the Interior. They acted as the western flank of the Enclave. Gone was the president, but in its place was a land lightly touched by radiation, home to happy, healthy children. A land where old soldiers never died, they just faded away. For something odd happened in the region. Over time, to survive, MacArthur began to trade with the surrounding towns and reaches. As relationships followed, trade soldiers turned into ranches, medics into doctors. When Missoula asked for help against Heaven's Gate in 2268, she was protecting her retired veterans as much as she was protecting the people of the town. Missoula's ranches now feed the depot. plus 2 civilian things. And she returned the prisoners to coal mining or to military factories. We will be benevolent and get 2 civilian factories to build factories faster. Up to a nice 23 factories, which is not too bad, better than Doki Doki starts with. The first families. The bombs glanced to Missoula during the Great War, so while the city starved, its buildings survived. Today, the city is dominated by the first families, survivors of those who planned properly for the bombs. My God. We do have vertibird gunships, about 20 of the suckers, but we do got them. Little bucket fish, little bucket fish. We are low on manpower, chat. The first families. The first families. Missoula was an odd town for the wasteland. The town had good, unpolluted farmland, herds of healthy bison forests, for timber nearby. Nobody went hungry, but in every society, some are more equal than others. The Missoula was no exception. The first families descended from the scavengers who returned after the war, controlled the best lands, the best forests, and the best mines. Colonel Santiago's detachment only increased the division. For who but the rich could afford the Army Corps of Engineers? Moreover, the increased security Santiago brought turned the region into a magnet for refugees fleeing Heaven's Gate. And the cons, the lucky ones, found jobs in sweatshops or farms. The unlucky ones, well, there was a winter every year. One of Santiago's more considered decisions was the use of auxiliaries trained with local equipment. Some favored drawing forces from the first families, but others counseled that the refugees would be reliable to whoever offered a better life. The first families are reliable, increased factory output, but weren't we refugees as well? Technology research speed plus 10%, not bad for scavenging and recycling research. 10% gain, resource gain, 10% efficiency. The first families are reliable. We can trust them. The Team October. The colonel isn't the only Santiago in MacArthur. Her daughter, Ellen, rose through the ranks of the Enclave. Ellen could have requested a soft posting in Raven Rock or Chicago, but she chose to serve with her mother at MacArthur. There, she works with the colonel to protect the people of Montana, a true inspiration for all Americans. There are those who say she's gone native, those who whisper indeed that she may be a mutant. But, if that were true, how could she handle the Enclave's weaponry so effectively? Obviously, mutants don't know how weapons work, so they can't use them to begin with. Like, oh my god. Ellen's unit, Team October, guards the wasteland and handles threats that need a special touch. Diplomacy with the first families, a raid on a Metal Mouth's outpost, trade mission to the bazaar. Well, why not? What else is Team October for? I'm glad she's on our side. Becomes a unit leader. Nice. So wait, does that mean like we can go here and click on like that and then click on like this? No, we can't like swap them out. I have no idea. Human resources. This will unlock a unique ability from Chicago to harass enemies, but it will strengthen their influence. Defend against the Brotherhood. Send Team October. Any other countries at war with the Montana chapter? The fate of traitors. The seat on the board. Beat the Brotherhood stockpile. Send salvage to Chicago. Basic training. The Missoula Market. This seems like a factory path. Yep. The shipment from Chicago. Improvised mass driver is added. 50. Common energy weapons. 300 units. Not bad. Chicago sends reinforcements. Not bad either. quite the fucking path here, bucket fish. Like, all right, so start beating them. All right. Seems like defenses. Gonna have to see what they do. Infrastructure, some resources. A lot of them are 30 days, thank God. The Montana Patriot adds freedom of speech, which grants political power plus 8%, resistance to target. Okay, the Montana Patriot might be worth grabbing. And then we'll head down the Missoula Market, because it's going to be an early game investment for that political power. The Bazaar. I used to think I was the strangest person in the world until a man dressed in Zatan sold me a hot dog with spiced mayonnaise. At least, I think it was a costume. Before the bombs fell, Vault-Tec built an underground mall in Billings, Montana. As a tourist attraction, the novelty soon wore off, especially with the Great War rationing. But when the bombs fell, the mall found a new life as a home for swineherds, finding little to war beyond a large Halloween store's costumes. Some of the writing, this feels weird. The inhabitants became the monster's army, and prospered, adopting... Oh, this is Wasteland lore. I was like, chat, my brain's like, I'm like sitting here, chat, fucking reading some of this stuff, and I'm like, god damn, like some of this lore does not sound like Fallout. It sounds like Wasteland. That's because that is Wasteland. This isn't Wasteland 3. That picture right there is from Wasteland 3. It's the Bazaar. It's a location in Wasteland 3. By the way, if you love Fallout and you wish Fallout 1 and 2, like Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 were more like Fallout 1 and 2, Wasteland 3, I haven't played Wasteland 1 or 2, so I can't really talk about them. But Wasteland 3 is basically just that. Made by the same developers. Really good. Yeah, this is literally just Wasteland 3 lore. To be fair, the Wasteland 3 takes place in Utah region, so literally most of this lore, at least some of this lore, is from Wasteland 3. They can't have the Cult of Reagan, though, sadly, or whatever they call him, because Reagan's not around yet, and he's like a demigod, or like a super 8 computer god. I used to think I was the strangest person in the world until I'm yep, okay. Beyond large Halloween thing, because there's the people that call you pendejos in that place around that area. Stores, costumes, the inhabitants became Monster's Army, and prospered, adopting carnivesque atmosphere. Today, the Bazaar offers a giddy little thrill at a reasonable price for the weary travelers and a neutral trading ground for those traversing the Great North. Better to trade with them than the Brotherhood. We're super salty about the Brotherhood. Like, screaming. I'm half expecting to see that Patriot like leader up here almost. Yeah, Wasteland 3's expansions were mediocre. Wasteland 3 was actually a pretty solid tactical role-playing game that got very little attention, sadly. Hoping for a Wasteland 4. It's like, it's written by and made by the same guys that made Fallout, but lost the rights to Fallout. Because originally, a little bit of background, chat. So the people that developed Wasteland, like the original post-apocalyptic game, it's set in like the 1980s, like sort of a themed like apocalypse. So it's 1980s aesthetic rather than 1960s. They lost the rights to it to EA, if I remember right. And then they made Fallout, but like, okay, well, this is our new setting. Fallout was way more popular and exploded. But then Bethesda snatched it from them. And then somehow they managed to get Wasteland back. And so now they own Wasteland and working on that again. It's kind of weird. So they made Fallout as like a spiritual successor to Wasteland, then lost Fallout, then got Wasteland back, and then they made Wasteland 2 and 3. So that's why they mixed lore here. So there's actually some Wasteland factions I know in this game. Oh no, are they? I don't remember. They're somewhere over here, unless they moved them. Because the Rangers are in this game. I know they have them here. I don't know where they are anymore. Unless they moved them somewhere. But yeah, the Wasteland Rangers is one of the... they're basically like the Brotherhood equivalent. Like trying to restore order and stuff like that. Yes, Wasteland 3 is based on the Wasteland game from the 80s. It's the same game. They're connected. Fallout and Wasteland are connected through the fact that they're made and written by the same people, basically. They're both post-apocalyptic settings, but yeah. All right, so we're getting things up and technology rolling, bucket fishies. Hold on a second. That's what I thought. Chicken. The Montana Patriot. Montana Patriot was established in 2245 to explain to the Northern Commonwealth why the Enclave was there to help, and serves a valuable role, giving the truth straight from the Colonel's office. But with further funding, we could expand our hard-hitting exposes on the atrocities of the cultists and raiders outside our lands. All right, we're gonna go for this. This will get us a fuck ton of bottle caps, which is not bad. Now, does anything help with population gain? Yeah, here. The Enclave's burden. Military tech stuff over here. The lessons from Navarro. So what's this here? There's 3 different paths. Liberty's Country, The Last Command, The Longest Night. The Second Birth of Liberty. So it's like the Enclave's got some very distinct national paths here. So I think this is like the Loyalist thing, awaiting new orders. And these are like 2 separate paths. It's quite the big focus tree for this one. It's pronounced expose, Kibs. Nah! Thank you for the donation. Very generous. We need more beetle kips, chat. More beetle kips. The Doki Doki campaign is actually pretty good, though. I'm actually enjoying them. These guys are actually pretty cool, too. But that's also because I have a soft spot for the Enclave. Most because I think the Enclave is a cool faction. To be fair, who doesn't, really? It's kind of like the most milquetoast take. The Enclave are cool. It is the most milk taste Fallout take I think I've ever heard in my life. It's about as milk taste as the fucking, or toast as fucking taste. As fucking, screaming and screaming. As saying you like the Brotherhood of Steel. Like, if you like the Brotherhood of Steel Enclave, you're normie as fuck. That's the normie Fallout take. They're the normie Fallout factions. What I actually want to see is, like, also try, like, as a master, a successor state to the master, because that'd be cool. The Bazaar's costume challenge, or change. The Bazaar is a marketplace of exotic, expensive, and the esoteric. A trading emporium based in pre-war. Underground shopping establishment. Legend has it, the monster army which runs the Bazaar found it under 4 feet of snow when they heard idling arcade games. Another legend says they ate the previous inhabitants, pig farmers, who they followed underground. Either way, the real horror are the prices. Their prices. Got him. Black donates $2. Say hi, Holtz. Hashtag Sockbun. Thank you for the generous donation, Black. Be sure to say thank you, little shit. Must increase population. Breeding Kibs is the way, says Stolen the Lich. Thank you for the generous donation. Ellen, alright, let's see. Hold on, Kibs has to check something because I must make sure that my enemies are many and my allies are few. It's more romantic that way. Just checking something. Just checking something, little bucket fish. Makes me sad when I check stuff like that. Must increase population. Thank you for the donation. I'm not ignoring Black. God damn it. I just read it. He said, Squeak, breed Kibs. Late Happy Easter. Hashtag Sock Fund. He gets a delayed red super because of reading stuff. And I forgot. He's like, oh, okay. Good little Black. Good. Good little Black. Now. Also, to further clarify, because you guys were curious about the multi-stream things, I'm not going to ever take on more than 1 series of multi-streams at a time. Meaning everything will be exclusive on the Bickering Boonch. Or we just won't be participating in things. We'll be doing our own stuff, because we gotta strike out, because our bread and butter content is our own content. And if people are covering our content as well, let me put it this way. Imagine this. Imagine if I went up to Arch one day, chat, and I was like, hey, Blondie, I'm gonna do Warhammer lore. And like if I was bigger than him or something like that, and I'm like, I'm gonna make videos about everything you're doing, and they're gonna be bigger and better. And then what are you gonna do? Like, you'd be sad, you'd be mad. That's the reason why multi-streaming is bad. You also need to only multi-stream to help people. So, we're going to multi-stream soon, though. And next month with Pancake. And the reason for that is because we're helping down. Because multi-streaming down normally helps the guy underneath. Normally. Unless you have a lot of audience overlap. Then it actually hurts. Hurts a lot. Because I know, chat. I know where you are because I check. And some of you aren't here, which this is why I've come to the conclusions I've come to based on your actions. You decided it, chat. Your actions made me this way. Army which runs the bazaar, found under blah blah blah. We read that. Ellen and Team October journeyed to the bazaars to pursue rumors of grab plates that can be placed on vehicles to eliminate fuel use. That's pretty fucking powerful. But upon arrival, they faced a dilemma. The bazaar's current master, Flab, the Minhaler, long dealt fairly with MacArthur, but that's the problem. He showed no favoritism accepting traders from across the north, but Augustus Bailey had an offer for the colonel. Why not help him take over the bazaar? How absurd was it that a former raider gang, one of the North's greatest trading hubs. This is literally from, like, the Wasteland 3 game, fucking Christ. Normally, Team October would stay out of such internal matters. But the benefits were clear. Augustus Bailey offered to give them the greatest of the bazaar's arsenal, a stash of pre-war miniguns, but any conflict in the bazaar would destroy the grab plates and jeopardize one of the North's greatest trading hubs. What does Team October do? Stand with Flab, which helps with energy cell consumption and division attrition, which I think is going to be what we're going to do. Good little black. Hashtag clipped. Snap! I do what I must. I just read it. Black 1917. Ew, 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 ew. The bread and butter of the bucket fishies. Well, you can hate however I try to describe things for you, but, like, literally it is. Without, like, what is your bread and butter, chat? Bread and butter is not corporate speak. It's common speak for what makes you your bread and butter. Like, what's the bread and butter that puts bread and butter on the table? For you at home, stupid bucket fish. Oh, just gonna throw one of you into the frying pan so the other one watches he sizzles. Fucking Christ, chat. Sometimes you guys fucking hurt me. They're like, it's corporate speech. Like, corporate people don't really care about that kind of shit. Like, individuals? No. Like butter over too much bread. It's just a common phrase to convey an idea. And if that bothers you, and my God, you're autistic. My God. Ask what you can do for your country. History cannot stand still, and as our mighty nation approaches its 500th anniversary, new orders fly to MacArthur. America's heartland is ripe for liberation. The Midwest Brotherhood, a threat for so long, can be crushed if only MacArthur helps to To that end, the Secretary of the Interior asks for MacArthur to increase resource shipments east that we can finish the great work. So, my dear Commander, what will you send to us? We cannot help the Secretary at this time. Fuel to feed the flames of industry. The right hand. Reaping the benefits. Oh, butter your bread. Yeah, that's right, chat. You realize how silly you sound when you say that. I'm not stupid for disliking it. Yes, but it conveys the point. Now quit being autistic and focus on the point. He's like, no, I'm Canadian. Fucking Christ. There's going to be a Forgive Me Father too. What are you talking about? I think you're just a bucket fish. Just a simple fish. Now, I need to figure out stuff here. And what the hell do we need when we're a power armor country? Real Hostnator donates a generous $5 to say, for those who don't know, bread and butter just means your staple. Primary offering. For instance, Kibs bread and butter is soy takes. Ha 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 ha. Fuck off. Thank you for the donation. But yeah, no. So, like, let's say, in the context of when I say bread and butter, like, what is our bread and butter content that puts money on the table so that Kibs and team don't starve to death? It's streaming. It's literally these streams. These streams are the bread and butter. This is the only source of revenue. So if other things impede or peel away from our only source of revenue, that hurts us. What is Arch's bread and butter? Is it his streams? No, it's not actually. In fact, streaming donations, like to quote him when he said on stream, mean nothing to him in the sense that, in the sense of bread and butter, it's just a pittance because he's, you know, mega rich and it doesn't actually really mean anything. It's more like it's nice to get, but it's not like a necessary thing. Ad revenue is the bread and butter of Arch's channel. Ad revenue is the bread and butter of Dev's channel. Now, why is that? Well, it's because Arch and Dev are big YouTubers. They have a high subscriber count and a very high view count. So you donating 10, 20 bucks is less than the ad revenue in the sense that they don't really get that much from donations. They mainly subside off of donations. The same for Rosa or myself or Pancake. We are smaller. So a donation is bread and butter because one donation is like an entire stream. What Holznator just did by donating $5 very generously, and thank you very much, is he basically paid for what this stream probably will make in its entire lifespan. And then some. Because these streams don't make that much. Like a very, very good stream that like Arch, let's say, shilled very generously, might make $12 in ad revenue over its entire life cycle. That's not including the 30% that YouTube takes. And then the government takes theirs and the state takes theirs too. You know, like and then what I get left is just like peanuts. It's like, oh, here's my peanuts of my money that I made with ad revenue. And it's like, it's nothing. It's nothing. Because I'm tiny. Just like Rosa, it's probably the same thing for them. Pancake, it's definitely. And we're bigger too. Or, well, no, I actually think we're smaller. So it might be actually more for the Pancake, or not Pancake, Rosa. But it's not going to be like a whole lot more if I had to guess. It'll be kind of equivalent, you know what I mean? Oh, I've never really seen that button before. But I'm trying to explain how this kind of works, because then you can kind of understand the mindset behind it too. Oh, what's this do? Alex McCormick? Interesting. I'm trying to think of like what we need. Black Knight donates $50 to say feed the Kibs. Thank you again for your very generous donation. Now that is probably the entire playlist of like a series. To give you context. Like that is probably an entire like series in terms of its ad revenue. And then some. Well, it's just because people were asking, and I was like, okay, well, you want to know how it works behind the scenes, I'll tell you. Like, that's kind of how it works. So, yeah, and thank you again very much for your donation. So, if you want to make donations count, and you want your donation to have the most impact, the people you should consider donating to should be people like Rosa or Pancake, because they're small, like me, meaning that they operate on the same rules like I do, that ad revenue really means nothing, and it's all based on the supers or donations. Big YouTubers, like let's say, you know, in the millions or hundreds of thousands subs, donations will help, but it's not going to have the same impact as it would on a small YouTuber. Because smaller people don't get ad revenue. Or if they do, they get a pittance. Like Dinko just got ad revenue. And congratulations to Disco. Be sure to check her channel out. But if you want to make an impact, instead of like giving to a bigger content creator, give to a smaller one like Dinko or Rosa or Noodle. Because, or Noodle. That's the same person! Oh my god, Kevin! I said it twice. I'm gonna say Pancake. Because for them, it'll have a higher impact. And it will actually help. Versus being a neat little knick-knack. That's just my 2 cents on the matter. But it's not to say, like, don't donate to people like bigger. I do it too. When fucking V-Man got married, I gave him a couple hundos to help for the wedding. Because, you know, you want to help your friends out when you can and when you have the funds to do it. Sadly, I don't have that luxury anymore because I don't have stability. So now I'm stuck, you know, not being able to contribute. Not for now, at least. What's Pancake, a VTuber? She's a friend. She does the voice for Celeste. She also does the music for our game. So King George is now monetized? Yeah, technically, yes, Sarah. And don't forget to check out our friends, too. That's why I generally try to raid, like, Noodle or not Pancake, she's not streaming yet. I try, like, for example, if I see, like, Dev streaming or Noodle streaming, I normally try to prioritize the smaller one normally, but I still want to help the big guys, too, because the big guys raid down, you know? So you want to help everybody out. But I normally over-prioritize little ones first, because little ones need it the most. Like Smashin' especially. Smashin's even smaller. Smashin's the smallest one of our entire friend group. That's why I always kind of over-prioritize Smashin when he does stream, or when I notice he's streaming, if I don't forget. And I kick myself every time I do, and I feel like shit every time. Can fucking actually be quite aggravating, actually. Unwelcome guests. Some slander the Colonel's harsh methods to civilize the North. God dang it. The Real Holznator donates $5 to say, right, like I donate to you to help and participate, and I donate to Dev because I like to pick his break and poly squeaks. His break? You mean brain. I assume that autocorrected. Thank you for your donation. ASD, everyone's... Gosh darn it, too many people keep saying to come back to the Barge Cast. Like, the thing is, he's already got a replacement, and on top of that, it's just... I don't make enough to justify it, sadly. I'll starve to death if I do. I was starting to starve. I'm doing a lot better now. But that's why I need to start building our own core audiences, too. That's why we need to help our friends do, too, our smaller ones, for us, too. We need... Like, collaborations are good, but there is a problem. So... V explained this to me very well, and it's actually pretty insightful. I know you guys give V a lot of crap, but he's actually a smart guy and he's a really cool dude. And I wish you guys would give him a little bit more credit. Yeah, he can be weird sometimes, I know. But, like, just give him a little bit of credit, guys, you know? But, like, he had this really good take, because I had a nice conversation with him, and he basically said, like, over-collaborating can actually kill your channel, because V is a very, very nice guy. I don't care what anybody says. Because he was going out of his way to help a bunch of little VTuber content creators, ladies, and he over-collaborated to the point where it was starting to hurt his own channel. If you over-collaborate, you will hurt yourself. That's why I need to cut back on multi-stream, because every one of my larger content creator friends wants to multi-stream everything we do. And the issue is that over-collaboration, because Arch wants to do it, or Dev wants to do it, or this person wants to do it, will literally suck the life out of the channel. Just like in the same way that, like, nobody else should do that either, because over-collaboration is bad. It just is bad. You will kill yourself. You will kill your own channel if you do that. There have been channels that do that. Okay, no, wait. Back to reading this. You guys are piquing my autism on this. Stop it. But clearly, she's been successful. If she weren't, why would there be so many refugees trying to come to Missoula and Bozeman? But they are a problem. MacArthur simply cannot sustain so many poor wastelanders at this time. To this end, refugees are turned back at the town's borders, but smugglers try to sneak them into our slices of pre-war America. Corporal Ellen and her team of rangers captured the smugglers' ringleader, Mama Cotton. Cotton refuses to stop helping these wastelanders. But for now, they are nothing but a drain on Missoula. What shall Team October do? Turn a blind eye to the smuggling? We can't ignore our fellow Americans, but we will lose political power gain. We will lose consumer goods factories by a lot, and we will lose stability. But we gain appeal to the refugees by 10%. That doesn't really do a lot for us. Send the smugglers to the stockades. Spurn refugees, which we gain 10 more political power. We lose 10 stability. It's just bad kind of either way. I just need... when you want the political power, though. Light up the rattlesnakes. Down on the farm. Fund the Crow Trucking Company. God's Garden and MacArthur. There's just so many paths to go down, bucket fishies. Ooh. We're just thinking, never stop fighting for the American people. Fund the Crow Trucking Company, which will give us 2 civilian workshops, which will help us build up our little city. Lol, I heard that as spermed refugees. Oh my god. You said suck. Shut up, Billy. Again, a Wasteland 3 mission. Yeah, it is. Then where does the line between affiliated with channels, therefore helping it, and simply being a friend of the channel, so not helping the channel come? What are you talking about? Bad Minoru. You can still help your friends, but you can't over-collaborate or you'll hurt each other. By accident. The thing is, if you have friends that do YouTube, you can collaborate with them to make content together. But you should also get your friend to make unique content solely on their channel to grow their own audience. So, in order to try to explain this a little bit once more for you guys, because I know this is something that's like an alien concept for most of you. Let's say, Minoru, you have a channel and we're like collaborating, right? And we make stuff together. The stuff we make together is not going to grow your own audience. The technical term is like leech audience members off of me, which means some people will watch you and they'll watch both. Because people will watch multiple channels. Many of you watch Barch, many of you watch Rosa, and many of you might also watch Pancake when she finally comes back, you know? And so it's a shared audience, but that shared audience pool does mean that it's a limited pool, and that's bad. Why is that bad? Because if, let's say, Pancake's like, oh, I want to stream something, so she streams something, but then Arch and I stream something also, but because we have a shared audience, that's going to pull away from Pancake's potential viewer base, which would hurt her channel and would hurt that stream. And you have no idea how depressing it can be. How hard it can be in the start when you look over and you stream for days and you stream for weeks. Because I know this, because the other day we had a conversation with Arch on this channel here, and this conversation was like, I remember a time when I'd look over and I'd see 0. I remember that for years. For years it was like that. 0 people would watch what I do. And you know what? It kind of sucks. You kind of feel a little down about it, but whatever. You chin up, you keep going forward, you keep making more content. Arch said that if he ever saw that, he couldn't handle that because, like, it needs to be in the hundreds for him to even, like, care or something. I don't know. Weird. I don't know what his logic is behind that, but I'll ask him later anyways, because I'm kind of curious about that. But for me, it was like always looking over and always seeing 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Always and forever. And occasionally you get like 2 people and be like, oh my god, there's 2 people, and then they disappear. But I learned, you just keep rolling. You keep streaming and you don't really mind it. You're like, okay, whatever. Like, they're not, like, you just pretend people are there even if they're not. And you keep doing that and eventually you'll gain traction. Because making content on today's YouTube is not easy. You either get super lucky, you got a friend and a connection to help boost you up, or you're just going to have to hoof it like I did. Because I had to do it like that when I first started. Because I didn't have any friends that were doing YouTube. No one could help me, and I did it alone. No corporations, no nothing. It was just me, myself, and all the empty promises my friends had to say that they would come on and help. That were never fulfilled. Save for Tyler. Tyler was the one person who did. The only person who did. But that was what that is like. And so, yes, the idea behind it is like, I'm just interested in it because it's not that it's annoyed. It's just, it makes me annoyed. Not the subject necessarily, because I hate thinking about it. It stresses me out. Like last night I was thinking about it too, because I'm like, our friends are getting back into it and I want to help them because I want them to be helped. Because I know what it's like to start and have no one help you and seeing that 0 number there. And I know how demoralizing that can be. And I know that sucks, and I've been there. And I don't want my friends to have to go through that if I can help them. So that's why I'm going to help Pancake, and other people are going to help her too. So she's going to have an easy time. Like, we'll make sure she'll be fine. She'll get through it for sure. But I know what that's like, and I know it sucks. And it can be demoralizing. Like, it's demoralizing to this day still. Like, you stream, and, like, one of your bigger friends streams, and, like, you're like, oh, you want them to succeed because you care about them deeply. I want all my friends to succeed. I want their projects to be successful. I want them to blow up. I want them to get all their dreams to come true, you know? But it's like, sometimes it comes at the expense of certain things. It's like, you do, like, a special stream. Like, there are special series I've done before, and I'm not going to name them because I don't want people to know. And there's stuff I'm going to do, and people are going to do their own thing as well, and it's going to eat into that. And so what was special before will not be the same, you know? Like, you're going to try to do your own thing, you're going to try to build your own thing, but it's always going to be devalued and degrown or undermined by that fact. And it's not because they hate you, it's not because they dislike you, they're your friends. But the issue is there's a conflict of interest, you know? And this is the unfortunate reality. You need to also build up your own audience. That's why when I mentioned earlier, like, I need to do things that are exclusive to my channel, things that are for me. It's like Arch has his exclusive thing. He's got lore. What do I have? I have streams. And if I lose these, what makes this unique, then I lose the thing that made this channel unique. And part of that dies off with it. Because if I'm on everything else's and everybody else's channel, then why would people come here? And then everything becomes undermined by that fact. Everything starts to deteriorate. The viewer counts drop. The people stop showing up, not because they are owed to be here, but why should they be here when they could be on a bigger person's channel, you know? And so you're just kind of left sitting there, and you're like, well, I guess, you know, it is what it is. And sometimes it's just kind of shit. And this is the one thing I hate about YouTube, more than anything in the world. It's the one thing I regret, and the one thing I am grateful for. I have friends, and I have these great, like, content creator friends, but it feels like when I stream, and I look and I see them stream, you know, and it's like, I eat away at their potential audience because we share, and it goes the other way too. Because it's a two-way street, you know? And when I stream and I see my friends stream and I want them to succeed, I'm like, well, by me streaming too, and yes, it's to feed the team and so I'll do all these things, right? It's eating away at them. And it goes both ways too. It's like bigger one stream than me, and then it eats away at me. And it's like, this sucks. I wish there was a different way. And a part of me thinks, at least, or believes that if I focus more on my own stuff and build up my own audience, and remove some of the overlap in the audience percentage, then maybe when I stream it won't be as hurtful, and it also won't be as bad as the same vein when people stream and, you know, we're having competing audience essentially. So maybe in a sense we can sort of avoid that, or maybe not. You can't avoid it, but maybe minimize the pain. And that's the thing that stresses me out. And the fact that it's like more and more content creators I'm meeting and more people, and it's like, it's more and more stress. It's more and more. And I just kind of, I'm at my limit. Like, I don't want to meet any new people anymore because of that reason. Like, I want my small friend group, my core inner sphere of friends, and I don't want to expand that. For that reason. That might be selfish, but that's kind of how I feel about it. Well, it's like, for instance, like right now, if I open up my thingy, are they still streaming? In the background, I try my best. But again, it's not the same, right? Oh, yep, he's restarted his stream. Hold on. You're gonna hear something in the background. I try to do this if I can remember, but I mute it. Like in the background, I have Robin's streams open. And I keep them open, and I hit the like button on every single one. He's streaming while I'm streaming right now. He's streaming Path of Exile. He's playing, you know, an Necro build. And I want him to succeed. I want his channel to grow more than anything. But I know a lot of people just don't, you know, click on because the programming streams aren't the most exciting thing to watch. But it's one of those things where it's like, I try to keep his streams on in the background, just like I try to open up Noodles on my phone or something in the background. Because the idea is that if I have them on, then at least in some way I am giving a consistent view to try to help them in return. And so I try to do that the best of my abilities. That's why if you ever notice I sound distracted at any point, it's because I am checking to make sure that I have some friends stream online if they're streaming right now. Because Noodle is also streaming as we speak, and it's not the same. I know that. I know that for a fact. It's not the same at all. It's like, it's not me engaging with the chat, but at least it's running in the background, so maybe it's in some way, even if it's only one thing, it'll increase the watch time and maybe help in some small way. That's the hope anyways. Welcome to Capitalism, Kibs. You've got a good heart, but it's part of the game. I know it is part of the game. It is a sucky game, because the problem is these are my friends, and I am competing with them, and I don't want to be. That's why I want to build my own audience that's isolated and smaller. Or not necessarily smaller. Sorry, my brain's not working. Kid retarded. But I want to build my own audience, but also in a way that's like, okay, if like, you know, Art streams or Rosa streams, it's my audience, and like this is my core audience, and like it's not going to interfere with them. It will interfere with somebody. It always does, because every content creator is competing for time. So no matter what, somebody's getting dicked over. But as long as they're not my friends, I can take solace in that at least. What the fuck? That's 150,000 bottle caps. Chop Shop loan. What does that do? I have no idea. A loan? Chop Shop requests a loan. We can give them a loan. What does that do? I mean, we'll give them a loan, but I'm gonna regret it. This is an experiment. This is a test. I kind of miss Doki Doki's faction. It's a little bit more interesting. I like the goofy factions. The goofy ones. But hopefully that gives you better insight into why I think what I think. And that's also why I get super uppity when people start getting accusatory. Now, one second. I'm going to grab a drink. I'm thirsty. I am a little thirsty. All that rambling and blabbing does that. Some sweet tea. It sucks. I think what sucks the most, though, is the fact that it's a career. And I feel like my hands are always tied behind my back. Because I am doing this indie project, like, people's lives are at stake, or livelihoods are at stake. And so I've got all this pressure all the time. If I don't do or reach a certain goal, meet the quota, then I'm putting other people's livelihoods besides my own at stake. And that's something, it's hard to describe how stressful that is. That's why I have some gray hairs, I think, already. Hopefully, maybe that's just genetics, not stress. But it might be. Because it's like the idea of like, you know, the fear. When you're, you know, in charge of a project, you're always worried about the people on your team. Like, it's like, I worry about Show, I worry about Sala, I worry about Robin, I worry about Hanse, I worry about Fairbear, I worry about all of them. Some of them are on the payroll, so to speak, because we can't afford that, because we are on a shoestring of a budget as is. And I feel like I'm stuck. Like I'm trapped in a place where I can't do anything. Where I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't. In some way I hurt somebody, you know, because it's like, this is the position I'm in. And it's like a part of me regret, that's where the regret comes in. Like, population is going to be important because we need more people. But, yeah, that's where that's all sort of stems in. It's that fear. And, you know, it never gets easy, but you learn to live with it. But that's why I get, like, angry and snippy sometimes, because it can be a little bit much at times. And I don't necessarily mean to be snappy with people. It's not existential dread. It's trying to balance things out. Came here from Arch during the Diablo 4 streams. He kind of has serious rose-tinted glasses for Diablo 2. I mean, we played Diablo 2 not that long ago. I know Barch has a lot of rose-tinted glasses for a lot of older games. He's also an older lad. Like, he's played games, he's been playing games longer than I have. I only started playing them in, like, when I was 3 years old. And I'm much younger, so, like, he's been around when these games were, like, a lot more common. So it's a fair thing to have rose-tinted glasses, because you have fond memories of those games. For me, it's one of those things, like, I played Diablo 2 not that long ago, and I try to break the rose-tinted glasses as much as I can, even for the games I like. I'm like, okay, let's look at this analytically as a game developer. What can be learned from this, you know? And Diablo 4 has a lot of really cool things about it, actually. It also has a lot of really bad things as well. it's not straight bad, it's not straight good. It's got a little bit of both. And there's a lot of good in it, there's also a lot of bad. And you kind of have to try to think about that. Like, I try to be fair to games that I feel like we've become so closed-minded. In a way, we've lost part of ourselves, because this woke culture war bullshit things that goes on behind the scenes, it eats away at everyone. Everyone I know is consumed by it. They're controlled by it. And I'm trying to make people not think about that. Like, okay, let's look at this in every way, right? Diablo 4, made by Activision, you know, this mod made by this, owned by Bethesda, the IP. What's good about it? There's some good in everything, even if, you know, we don't want to see it necessarily outright. Not to say, like, you know, it'll excuse the bad, but let's try to see the good in things as well, because if we constantly see the world for only the bad things, then we'll only see bad things all the time, and we'll become, you know, consumed by our own despair. We need to try to think about things more positively and try to think in a more healthy mindset, because it's not necessarily about being positive about these IPs or positive about these bad things. It's about our own mindsets and having a healthy mindset. Hey? Oh, I got supers. Hold on. I understand what you mean. I generally watch podcasts in the evening, says Kasvik. But as of late, I've chosen to avoid politics for a bit, including Bjork's stuff. I mean, we all take little breaks. I mean, eventually you'll take a break from my stuff, too. I'm getting to it. Hold on. Because you'll also get sick of me. Like, I am only so entertaining for so long. And that's nothing wrong with that either, by the way. Like, you should try other people's content. You should try other things. Because, well, it may not necessarily be in my own best interest. It's in your best interest to do so. Because it's good to broaden your horizons. Think about you as well. It's okay to help other people. But this is something that I'm trying to impart upon other people. Also focus on you. You're important too. Focus on the things that make you healthy. It's like one of those things, like, there was somebody the other day, I'm not going to name names because I don't want to put pressure on them, but it's one of those things where it's like, they donate all the time, they donate a lot, right? And it helps me a lot. But here's the reality. They've got to focus on their own life because there's a lot of stuff in their own life happening. And we had this conversation in the Discord server, and I basically told them, like, just, you know, stop donating. Like, I shouldn't say it about myself, but it's not about that, because the community we're building is trying to better ourselves, right? And part of bettering yourself and trying to be a better person is understanding that sometimes you're going to have to take a hit in order to move forward as a person. You know, we're all fucked up people. Like, we all make mistakes. And it's all about not trying to put yourself in that narcissistic, egotistical position. It's something I've noticed, especially content creators have a huge problem with it. I struggle with it too. You know, ego, narcissism. You can become so self-absorbed at times where you're like, me, and the things I'm doing. But you also need to think about your friends. You need to think about everyone else. Like, okay, it's not just about me. Like, everyone else is also important too. You know what I mean? Because a lot of bigger YouTubers, and I do not want to name names, we all struggle with it. But that's just part of the problem. Just play the game, please. No. Now I'm in a philosophical Kibian discussion that disappeared. Team October received an odd request. A group of mothers, wives, and siblings of convicts shipped east asked the corporal to check into where their families have going. Some of the writing. I get it. I do it too, but god damn it. Although, of course, Ellen Santiago is adamant that all labor conscripts are taken care of. Take care. No. Their families haven't heard from them in months and would like the corporal to investigate. This is somewhat silly, of course. Ellen Santiago knows what's best, and the letters that make it home are full of praise for the comforts of Chicago's bright lights. But why not investigate to quash these rumors? And how will she and her team October respond? Do we look like a courier service? Let's put the "Where are you now?" gets event. Where are you now? We're going to investigate because we are, trying to rebuild the United States, and obviously want to see what's happening to these people that have gone missing. The corporal's first visit was Wait, did I get through all the supers? Hold on. Feed the Kibs. Thank you for the donation. Read that. Right. Like I donate to you to help participate. Yep. Read that. Welcome to Capital. Yep. Okay. Whew. Making sure I didn't miss anybody. The corporal first visits was a retired officer who now resides in the veteran settlement at Eagle's Rest. Sadly, time was not kind to the old man, who, when the corporal met him, was on his fourth bottle of synthol of the day. The corporal sauntered in, her uniform stained. "You know you can't get drunk on that, right?" "Nothing real around here," he said, "but we all pretend anyway, don't we? Why not me too?" The old man paused, his eyes creasing. "So is this a visit from the colonel or the local?" He took a step back and knocked over his Mr. Handy to do so. "Shit, damn thing will have to be repaired now." The corporal sat down, brushing away some crumbs to do so. "Some families asked me to check on their husbands and sons. Make sure they're okay, quash those Brotherhood rumors. I see you handled resource conscription, but the files don't say where exactly you went." The corporal paused. The old man's hands trembled. "She saw, and you owe me for 3 forks. The old man sighed. "I'm a washed-up old man. What's in it for me? If you want to forget, try the hard stuff. Do ye not serve your nation? And will ye not serve Team October? Remember what I told you that day? I wonder who else does." If you want to forget, try the hard stuff. Let's see. We'll try that one. The bazaar. I used to think I was the strangest person in the world until a man dressed in Zeton sold me... Oh, we already read that. Okay, no, it's just an event. Synthol from Star Trek, apparently. I'm caught up, Chad. I haven't missed any supers, right? Take me if I have. I'm paranoid now. This mod's pretty cool. I think I like this one a bit more than the MLP one, mostly because the setting is more interesting for me. Because I like Fallout. I find it a somewhat romantic universe. Romantic in the sense of its lost fallen glory, Sad. That is retarded. Same old story. The little Reno is booming, bringing a bit of glamour to Missoula. Salvatore brought his own share of problems. It seems some of his staff have been buying Enclave equipment to fund raiders in exchange for jet booze and narcotics. Team September's been asked with dealing with it. How will Corporal Stimson respond? No! It may be Salvatore is trying to double-cross us, and we can easily find evidence to bury him in a little Golgotha along with the rest of his crew. Or perhaps we can come to some sort of agreement. After all, Salvatore still has resources we don't. After all we've done for him, get my plasma gun. Retire Mason Salvatore from MacArthur. This is no way to treat a distinguished small businessman. There's a two-timing dealing. Two-time dealing. Poor gain, straight, scared straight. He's corrupt. Let's get rid of him. Patronize historians. That gets a lot of bottle cap and political power. Lakota auxiliaries. Or our Western wardens. The Lions of Vinta. Alright, shipment from Chicago. The last professional army. +1 for refined warfare. We're definitely going to want to get through these, I think. We can also start down here right away. Expand the Poseidonet links. Lessons from refugees. Get more agriculture. Shelter from the storm. The storm's who? They're fighting a war, a two-front war. It might not be bad to actually do that as well.
Hello, sir.
And then we'll take one little division and assign them there. I said one little division and assign them there. There we go. Ah, fick. Mostly because they're fighting a two-front war. They probably can't win. They'll probably die. And we can probably expand our borders. And our borders being bigger is good. Expanding towards the west wouldn't be a bad idea. Bucketfish are breeding. What mod is this? This is the Old World Blues. Ah, you already got them. It's actually pretty good. It's coming along quite nicely. I am actually very excited for this new area they're going to add here. Boop. But I would like it to be all of it. You know, the whole bloody map. I wonder what the Caribbean will be like when they do that. I'm kind of missing Robot City, though, because it's a very different theme. Like, it's more cutesy, almost. Cutesy. Ooh. Yeah, no, we can't really handle that many divisions. We just don't have the manpower to support those. Now, one thing that's cool about this mod is I think you can actually core territories. So, coring is a thing, which I really wish the base Hearts of Iron would have, but it doesn't. Or more Hearts of Iron mods would have coring, because it's just one of those things where, like, if you want to have a long campaign, like, coring is like a necessity. A shelter from the storm, bucket fishies. Like, whoa. Chicago reinforcements. That might be important to grab, so we'll actually start heading towards that.
Hello, sir.
Now we're going to want to attack fairly aggressively because they have no real forces to stop us. We're going to slow down a little bit.
Okay.
And pushing one tile forward couldn't be bad, just to put a little pressure on them in the south.
What do you need? After this, I ask the buckets. You're mine.
If I can actually quickly encircle them without being encircled myself, that'd be great. Okay, if we do that, that might not be a terrible idea.
After this, I ask the buckets.
We can free up some divisions if we can clean up the south. Alright, I don't see any divisions there, so actually nabbing that would be good. Oh yes, that's right. We do have close air support in the form of vertebraes. What's the air flying on these? Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus. I mean, to be fair, the vertebrates are basically like pre-war tech. Devouring that division was good. Let's take these core territories there.
What do you need? So tired.
so tired.
What do you need?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
After this, I have some weapons to repair.
Just so they don't get encircled over there.
Hello, sir.
Alright, the Bazaar belongs bearing. Stand with Flab. We'll continue to stand with Flab. I like how we keep getting opportunities to fuck him over. We are in a positive, which is actually not bad. Securitrons wouldn't be a terrible answer for the lack of manpower. Oops, I mean to set that up that way. So let's start producing light robot divisions. Robots can supplement our lacking manpower, which is good. Bucket fish. Whoop. Converter birds floating around like, wee. They don't even have animations for their fucking little things. God damn it. I think our war score is going to be very high. We got all the victory points. Casvic donates $10. Say, Kibs, just thinking about it more, I think a good compromise to help with the limited viewer pool is to make a set schedule and have each friend be a program of sorts, kind of like an old TV network. Yeah, kinda. That's actually what I've been thinking about. Basically pre-allocating things like that and talking with the smaller content creator friends. I'm like, okay, because idealistically my mind is thinking in this way. Like, what if like Smashin or somebody's guaranteedly after me, like, oh, it's Smashin on like Mondays and like Tuesdays will be Rosa, and then rotating into them, you know? And if we can sort of set up a schedule like that, I'm not sure, because it'd be one thing to commit to. It's difficult. It's difficult for them to commit to something like that, but it'd be worth trying. And be like, okay, we'll raid into each other so that we help each other. And we work together by basically having different time slates. The issue is me. I need to stream 2 4-hour streams, which is 8 hours of the goddamn day, in order to basically make ends meet for our goals. I think it's still a better alternative than the current, basically status quo, I guess you could say. All right, their little country's turning into a little noodle chat. Like, screams. All right, we're gonna start with the bottom and work our way up, claiming pretty much all the valuable territory we can. I don't think you'll get anything out of this. Yep. I don't think you'll get anything. Not bad, chat. Not bad at all. Conquer a node. There we go. We got Great Falls. That's going to see us gain some serious ground here. Now, how does occupation work in this mod? Coring candidate. Modifiers. Caravan guards. See, I do not like how the MLP mod works with its dealing with resistance. It's actually ass, in my opinion. This seems a little bit better. So we can actually core them once we get their compliance up. That's going to eat into our manpower for a bit. So we're going to set a limit of just producing these 1 units that are already in training, and then we'll stop recruiting them. And we'll try to focus on robot production to supplement our filled, basically, little bellies. Request more armor. Bucketfish. Wait. Any other country is at war with Sisters of Steel. Sisters of what now? Nice. Hot chicks in power armor? Sign me up, brother. It's like, damn. Maybe we can puppet them and put a little collar on them. That's like, you're a sick bastard. Capitol Hill has fallen. See these new owners behave from now on. Survivalist bunkers. Formosa Frank's firearms. That'll give us more manufacturing capabilities. Oh, we're already producing Protectrons. I feel bad. Wait, is the retention higher? No, it isn't. Oh, that sucks because I'm losing some retention from doing that. Alright, Protectrons are being produced. Barch is pleading with V to get him to upload things in my DMs now. That's funny. I don't think it'll work though. Lamar, the couple, Squexy. Just like what? Rid of the snowmads. Kill them. Kill them now. We're only gonna really focus on war goaling areas via the diplomacy thingy. Ranch a war goal against Yellowstone's cores. Okay, well, what the fuck does Yellowstone have? Because that might be an issue. Intel Ledger, according to Intel reports, they have 5 to 21 divisions, which could be pretty bad for us. So going after them is not a very good idea right now. That was actually not a terrible territorial grab for this area. We also need to get the area cored. Is there anything that can assist us with coring? Standard wages, discourage traders, wasteland economy. And you have freedom of speech. Maybe the benefits. Production efficiency growth, lack of resource penalty is worse. It does trade some of our energy and food in exchange for those craftables. Grabbing that might not be bad. Increases our resources. Seed selection. Good, good. Well, it seems like we're doing decently. We're pretty ahead in a lot of technology departments here. Which is good and bad. Mostly because I can't research anything over there. It makes me sad. Alright, let's see. We can also start getting this concentration of force, which will help. And because we are making beep boops, we could also try working on improving the production of said beep boops. Because beep boops are going to have to supplement the fact that our manpower is not going to be the very high. Or particularly high. Kibs, riot control troops will help with garrisons. No! Start screaming. Start screaming. Okay, well, maybe I will deal with that, bucket fishies, but we'll see in time. Wow, you start with 3 perks off the bat. That's not bad. You're probably gonna die or something. Economic resurgence. Great news. Well, that's good news for us, little bucket fish. Now, where's the coring stuff up here, I wonder? Ah, it'll be under this tab. Invest stimulus in Great Falls. We shall invest into it. That's 200,000 bottle caps. I don't see anything Corey-wise. Ah, pacify. Here we go. So that's how you do it. That's the coring tab. Gotcha. Good, good, good. All right, let's look into crowd gear, I think is what they said. Enables enforcers division template, which I assume we use for garrisons. Oops. Okay. Whap. What do you need? My name Kib. Derp. We don't have a very big army, which isn't very good. Well, actually, because our manpower seems to be recovering a little bit, we will actually continue to recruit power armor divisions. And what are we lacking? Support beep boops, but we're manufacturing more of them, and as that retention gets up, we will build them faster and faster. Mini beep boops will join us. They have higher suppression than normal infantry. How do you assign divisions to garrison again? Ogre boy. Whoa. Does it do it automatically? My brain don't remember right now for whatever rhyme or reason. And I'm pretty sure I remember this because I think horsies were good in the original. Or the base game. Yeah, we need to see if this will give us like an army bonus or like some divisions like will be gifted to us from the Chicago region. We've carved out a nice chunk of territory. And we got some more military factories, which is always good. We are lacking on power armor. The most. We're making progress, chat. Ask what you can do for your country. History cannot stand still, and as our mighty nation approaches its 500th anniversary. Okay, this is literally the same event. We can send energy ores to forge weapons. What do we have energy-wise? We'll send some food to feed the hungry nation. Yum, 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 yum. You need to make a vision that you go to occupied territories. What? Open the occupation menu top. Oh, yes, that's right, you little chubby bucket fish. I was like wondering, yes, you have to set them here from Enclave auxiliaries to the special divisions, which will probably set militia to that. And better suppression. What we'll do is we'll edit the division template because that equipment will make it better. Does the garrison area work? Like, if we said area defense, does this help at all? I don't remember. My brain doesn't remember because I haven't been monkeying with this too much. I've been so busy fighting wars so much in these games that I'm so rusty. What's this? Oh, it's a Protectron. 1 manpower. The Brotherhood have stolen the film and the journalist. All the news unfit to print. Horrible news. A reporter for the Montana Patriot captured photos of Enclave soldiers roughing up a Wastelander caravan. Rumors of such conduct always spread with the snow of the north, but nobody ever brought proof. But now these are in the hands of the paper, and the journalists are threatening to print them. Team October has been dispatched to find the journalist who has gone into hiding with the film. What shall we do? Why bury the story when we can bury the reporter? The person dies. Bribe the paper to bury the story. The brother must have stolen the film and the journalist. We will lose stability for that. Listen, for the greater good of the nation, that reporter's fucking dead. Hashtag fake news. Just like, nah. Oh, that's gonna be the end of Robot City. Robot City can't really stand against the Maxon Brotherhood, which I think has its own custom focus pocus. It does. Sad. The last professional army. The marshals. This will give me the army XP needed to do stuff. Special forces, which I think will increase power armor at some point. Or not. I'm not entirely sure. Are these divisions considered special forces, I wonder? Yes, they are, I'm pretty sure. So we want to focus on special... I'm pretty sure they are. We're going to want to focus on special forces. Which is like power armor and stuff. Yep, PA counts as SF. Doki, no! Yeah, Fairbear, Doki's actually pretty cool. I'm surprised Fairbear hasn't waddled in here. His German ways are to Germany. He's like, Fairbear just content being fat. Sits there, farts loudly. Farts loudly. That'll cost me 30 political power. Corruption and MacArthur AFB. We will root out the injustices. A scandal has rocked MacArthur, and the press has revealed that some of MacArthur's leaders are taking bribes in exchange for government favors. The Brahmin ranchers, gun runners, and others have been abusing our nation for their personal gain. Many critics wonder if MacArthur is worth dying for if its leaders will tolerate such misconduct. We will obviously handle that, because I want my stability to be high so that we have positive things with factory output. Use the base rider divisions? No, that does not help. Yeah, I was pretty sure it didn't. It's better to scatter divisions around should I be declared war upon. Now, I don't have riot division, sadly. But I think that's something you have to craft. You have to craft, chat. By going to the recruit and deploy under edit militia. Infantry battalions. No, wait, we won't have access to them. We haven't researched them yet. Derp. Derp. Wait, hold on. We're not committing heavily to robots. Dedicated mechanics will cost us, frontline platoons minus 5%, but frontline robots will be fine. No. No. Because that, I think, just hurts the organization of everything else. Except robot divisions, which is, we're not solely focusing on reboots. So we do not want to make that maneuver. A wasteland tank, cute. Fire team support. These are support equipment. Sniper teams. Anything to help on the industry side of things? We could get some stuff earlier, but it would be at a penalty. A very big penalty. That'll be better. You do also have to build the gear, but it's still cheaper than any other option. Yes, I was thinking so. We'll need to make these divisions you speak of. He's like, divisions. That's quite the fucking wars there. Power armor research speed is always good. All right. They fight for freedom. Let's see if that gives us some free dividends. Oh no, bucket fishies. Not enough manpower to support. They're getting feisty. Wasteland heroes. Support Logi for power armor is super good. You're a bucket fish. He's like, nah. Start just telling him to shut up. That's funny. What, you mean just basic support equipment? I don't know what you're talking about, boy. This game sort of reworks some stuff. Alright, in theory now we should be able to edit... rioters, there we go. Okay, Enclave auxiliaries, stop recruitment of them, period. And rioters will be used to handle those riots. We're also going to need to start crafting the stuff for them, which is infantry armor. Which is going to suck. So we'll just slide one of those off of there. We have a surplus of that, but we need more laser rifles. Not enough factories, me lord. Alright, so. Additional plating, which will help enforce the recovery rate hardness. Recovery hardness. Does it help any more with the other thingy-majiggies? No suppression that I can see. Unless it's not a listed stat here. Ah, there we go. Riot gear will help a lot more, but that's going to take a wheel to get to. Low mean pewer. Never good, bucket fish. Never good. You don't have to actually recruit divisions. They are handled passively. God damn it. Kibs is retarded. It's been so long since I've actually engaged with the suppression mechanics since the fucking suppression update. I did it like once where I was like, it's pretty easy. And then I'm like, Kib don't care anymore. Motherfucker. We just need to make the equipment and it takes care of itself. Yes, and the reason for that, and now it's all coming back to me. The reason for that was because the divisions were causing the game to lag, so they were trying to remove the amount of divisions required in-game. After days of heavy fighting, that's far away. After days of heavy fighting, reports are beginning to come from the front, stating that Los Ejército Mexicano has broken the stalwart defense of Pedro Chico's capital. The refinery, despite having a defensive line manned by thousands of men, Los Ejército Mexicano, I'm just making word pronunciation, special operations units were able to penetrate a lightly guarded section of the refinery's defense. The guard detail in the area was quickly and quietly eliminated under the cover of night, and a gaping hole was blasted into a barrier that separated the refinery's interior from the fighting outside. Parting Los Ejército. I'm pronouncing words the way I think they should be pronounced. Mexicano. Fuck the Mexicano. Cano part. I don't even know. Mexicano. With an opening to funnel forces into the objective faced with defending their capital from both inside and out, and losing more men than they could sustain. El CEO, who had been fighting the enemy alongside his elite guard and Menayas, I don't know, ordered the refinery's entire garrison to surrender their arms. Now scattered to the wind, Pedro Chico's people fled east to Chichen Itza, south of Nueva Aztlan. It seems that for this once proud people, the fourth quarter had finally come. Los Ejército forces now occupied the derelict and precious refinery, a relic of the old world. Ejército, oh, it's me, Spaghettiano. Like, that's not the same language. Chicago reinforcements. Chant! They fight for freedom. Haven't I promised you that America yet lives? At great effort, the Secretary of the Interior has sent proof that the Enclave lives. Montana. And no, not just MacArthur's army base right now. Enclave troops are en route from Chicago, the gleaming heart of America. These fine men and women have one mission: the restoration of American peace and order. Just remember, when you see the Enclave, you see the United States government. We are authorized to restore order and civility by any means necessary. Just stay out of the way and let us do our job. Interfere with the Enclave's mission, and you will be dealt with harshly. Together, we'll restore the glory of this great nation. 50 units of advanced power armor is added to the stockpile. 10 BB-02 gunships, which is nice. 2 rapid response divisions are dispatched to the MacArthur Air Force Base, which is good. Yep, and you will lose some energy and metal in cost of those. But these 2 power armor divisions will be very nice to have. Chicago sends their finest to our aid, which is good. Expand the protein leaks. We will provide 5 Chicago or 5 of those things, 5 energy. We're not at a shortage yet, I think. Stealing from fire from the gods. That's to get the thingy on them. Getting more population would be good too, so we can keep recruiting more lads. Life and luxury goods, new citizen care package, new stimulus for Missoula. Adds 25 development. Development! Whoop! I don't even know why I did that. I don't even know. Alright, we need more manpower. We're missing stuff in production. We can't make close air support planes, so, you know. We're just gonna have to hope they don't get shot down, I guess. 8 to 19. Well, we have 13 to 60. We are slowly catching up, I think, in the disparity there. The Sisters of Steel are quite a ways away from us, actually. Which is good. I think. Chicago, the heart of America. That's what's left of America. We'll take 40 cases. What's this? A Rad Stag Candle Shop. In the quaint outskirts of Missoula, a mom and pop shop has made quite a splash. Rad Stag's tallow candles. They sell scented with the best pulverized floater teeth. Some say it smells like raspberry with a hint of bergamot. Others can only detect faint amount of doom. Either way, business is booming. Thankfully, these new business owners pay their taxes. We should even buy a few. Some of our advisors could do with some relaxing candles, especially Jeremy. Our people are doing well. Trading income plus 20%. Add Red Stake business for 100 days. We'll take 40 cases. That'll cost us 10,000 bottle caps. Trading income plus 20 and gain a stability plus 1%. Yeah, boost that stability. We're a stable little nation, chat. There we go. Now I can put those little fucking little vertibirds to work. We'll just create a... Oh, not the right button. No. I just keep pressing the wrong button. Chat, help me. Oh my god. There, we've got 28 now. All right. So we're not doing too shabby. God's Garden. Makes more food. Always good. Our second set of skin. More power armor tech. Mechanized army for tanks. Getting those great war tanks back into functionality, which would be nice. Stealing from the gods. This is going to be a risky one, but honestly, I want to kind of try something here. You little bucket fish. Bucket fish up.
Hello, sir. So tired. Hey.
And let's see if we can pull off something here. Because if we take the Yellowstone Park, I think we'll be able to get that power. Because I think we can restore those Poseidon energy plants. Which, if so, we can restore a lot of power. Ask what you can do for your country. Alright, we'll send some energy to Chicago. Right-hand division recovery rate, incalculable hatred against the Brotherhood of Steel. We're not going up against the Brotherhood just yet, so we don't need that. Broadcast monitor, division experience gain, maximum command power increase, which isn't bad. I'll take that. And it's time for us to apply some of those bonuses now. Let's go for the general first, because the general's going to have the best buffs. They get the entirety of it. It's not split between multiple armies, and we don't have multiple armies anyways. So special forces are our power armor, so we want commando. Robotics is not the most important TBHT yet. Attrition, heat attrition, life giver, division recovery rate, Aqua Boy, local leader, increases army size. Honestly, I kind of want that in advance so that he can actually control a lot of dudes. Because having multiple armies is not something I really want to do right away. I think we'll roll through them pretty quickly. For now, we're going to cease production of special forces and only produce robots. We're slowly getting their suppression up. Local militias. Alright, not bad, not bad. Little bucket fish. Getting that a little bit ahead. But honestly, production speed. We need to output more. Oh god, chat. Yep, you're doing weird spooky things. I look back and they're being weird. You're being weird. The Light of Civilization, 550 units of advanced energy weapons, not bad. All states are claimed states, according to Kib. Already, they've taken 36 casualties. We've lost not a soul. That was good. We're a raiders. What you need? Oh, fucking rats. Mole rats have infested the underbelly of Missoula. We aren't sure how they made their nest undetected, but at least 6 people have been partially eaten so far. Only partially, though. Only a man named Jeremy has died so far. That Jeremy guy's dead, I think, finally. Despite being a banker, his death has caused an outcry. People are leaving. God damn it. Corruption in MacArthur Air Force Base. We're going to spend the political power to deal with that because we do not want to lose stability for any rhyme or motherfucking reason.
Take this. I'm out of here.
Hold them in place. We can start cutting them off and create a nice little pocket of their troops.
After this, I have some work to take care
My hope here is to cut off these divisions here and eat them up. That division's already doomed, which is good. Yes, the Enclave will retake all this land. Just like, no. Alright, our idea is to cut off that division quickly and hastily. And then secure his demise. Yep, he's dead. They're pocketed there too. Very good. You'll go... You'll attack them. You'll go for them. The idea there is we can create another pocket and wipe them out. Good, good. No. Enclave's troops, get over there, you little fuckers. Eep. That's working out very good. In our little favor, the fishies. We've taken 31 casualties. Tragic loss of Americans. But we've killed 467, which we're doing pretty good. These front lines down here are fucking weird because this lumpy stuff. This needs to get patched. Some pair of cucks needs to fix. We take that and we encircle all those divisions there, and then they just scream as they all die. There we go. Alright, not bad, not bad. Let's boost that stability up. War is always unstabilizing, chat. Yes. It makes us sage. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, the front line system in the mountains is awful. Mostly it deletes front lines, and I have no idea why it does that. I really, really wish it didn't, though. After this, I have some weapons repair channel. Okay. Okay. There, clean up that disgusting little resistance jet. Okay, we're making good grounds in here now. Clean up that little bit of resistance. So tired, chat. They will capitulate soon, chat. It's over for the Yellowstone peoples. Like, oh, we lived in the Yellowstone Park because we're dumb or something. I don't really know, to be honest with you.
I made contact. Form on me.
Oh, no, you don't. You won't move anywhere without dying. Another pocket, another day. 91 deaths over 1,000. Not too bad. It's not good because we lost peeps. All right, all right. Cleaning it up, cleaning it up. There, mopping up that resistance very quickly. Now, that's going to hurt manpower quite a bit. Due to, you know, occupied territories. But that makes us pretty chunky on the map, though. Robot City's putting up a hell of a resistance, and the Wardens are fighting defensively. For how much longer, I don't know. What the Wardens should do is form a defensive line here. But they won't, because they're retarded. They're white Native Americans, Kib. What are you talking about, Shirley? Some kind of monkey? He's like, no, maybe. Maybe. Monkey Sharon reporting for duty. Prometheus bound. With control of Yellowstone, the Colonel must decide what to do with the Hephaestus project. So many options before her. Let's take a look at that. We now have the glorious project, and we're quite chunky. But we are going to probably not get chunky for a bit now, because we need hashtag peace in our time. Secret language. Wham. Militia training, always good. We'll get that like right away or to a point where it matters. Eventually we're going to want to get vertibird tech. Let's do the discounted research. They had Indian ancestors 400 years ago. Well, now they're dead. Concentration of force, always good. Prometheus bound. At long last, our scientists discovered the secrets of the Hephaestus project. But what shall we do? What shall we do with this power? Chicago would prefer we divert the energy back to them, a vital resource for their war against the Midwest Brotherhood. But Rodriguez would argue the energy serves a valuable role for the region and could further industrial development In this scenario, we might still send resources to Chicago, but it will be processed uranium, coal, and other riches pulled from the mountains. And then there is Maria, the Colonel's daughter. Maria proposes we share the power with the people. People power? A novel idea. It might at least gain us support among the locals, but it will certainly anger the Secretary of the Interior. Can we truly risk that? 5% reduction to research speed as Chicago withdraws support? Nah. Chicago needs this to fight the Brotherhood. We get 50 units of T-51B hardened power armor, 200 units of American Winchester P-94 plasma rifles. The first families can use this energy. No. We need this to beat the Brotherhood. 25 energy from Hephaestus. Bucket fishies. What do we do, bucket fishies? What do we do? Big tinkies! Screams. Because this means a lot of stuff for us, chat. We could send it back to Chicago. Doing that would get us a lot of manpower, but not that much. And we're against communism, which is kind of cringe. And we lose our bonuses from Chicago, which would be kind of gay. Very sad, those 5 women actually... What? They had an Indian ancestor 400 years ago. Damn. Do yes, Kibs. There's 4 decisions and there isn't no yes here. He's like, oh, the one that says yes in it. None of them say yes anywhere, you lying little sack of shite. Distance yourselves from the Enclave? What, Cornell? What? Well, actually, let's look at this for a second here. A little bit of forecasting. The Long Night, which I assume is staying loyal to the Enclave. There's a Benedict Arnold. This might... Let this be the final battle, our final battle. Masters of Montana, a cold wind blows. Inform Chicago of the Pacific success. That's basically staying loyal to the Enclave Central Command. The Colonel's triumph. Snow days are cancelled. What? I think this is like tying up like our own empire here. And then the left side, the birth of Second Liberty, which is like creating a second successor state. Enclave loyalists. We, the representatives of the Northern Commonwealth, in the name of the authority of the good people of our land, solemnly declare Americans shall always be a free people who bow to no tyrants. And for the support of this declaration, we pledge our lives and our fortunes and our sacred honor. Create allied states, the Colonel's fate. That sounds like okay. So these different paths sort of lead us down these things. So let's see. Leverage country. We need to do something about these raids on the fueling stations. It's terrible. We're losing all access to Chicago's reinforcements and assistance. Then we get the last command. The first families were convinced they could protect the North on their own, without the benefits of the beating heart of the American Empire, Chicago. Thought that it could treat the people of the North as subhuman mutants. Resource to use and dispose of. But honestly, how did both groups forget the women who turned the lawless Rockies into the slice of paradise? The golden mean. Even the founders knew that if we incline towards too much democracy, we shall descend into barbarism. But neither should Chicago's excess be imposed upon the simpler folk of the North. No, it is the Colonel who can guide the region to peace and plenty. So both of these, I think, are splitting away, kind of, I think. MacArthur is but a fraction of the Chicago's Enclave's power. We'll support from, yeah, we'll lose support from the Secretary, I think. All right, Bucketfish, we'll let you guys decide the 3 paths. Bucketfish vote. The Bucketfish vote. Weep. Screams. Hold on, typing in the vote. Okay, you guys can see these things, so actually I'll just say, I'll use the names of them. And then we'll read the last one, The Long Night, and then we'll do vote for Liberty's Country. And before we make the votes entirely, we will click on this button here. Let's read this as Colonel, we're getting odd reports. It seems like that the detachment from Chicago are coming to your office. Uh-oh. It's time to make Montana pay its way and to pursue the first of Chicago's 3 goals. Gates event rebuilding America takes time, even for the Enclave. Sounds like the interior lady gets put down, maybe, or basically forced from office. All right, chat. Vote is going up. Bot and Twitch. All right, I'll deal with that. Also for Twitch chat, I'm going to drop the link for you as well. That should take you to the stream, and the poll is over there, so you can click on the vote options. All right, ban that account. Boop. There. So chat, there are your options, because that's going to dictate what I do in this event, because deciding our main path is going to determine whether we're going to want Chicago's support to maintain their support for our little nation, or we want to start cutting ties and basically depart from the enclave and create our own enclave, so to speak. Which is factionalism chant. I'm screaming. The vote is a fierce one. The Council of Bucketfish have managed to tie all 3 of them together. Tie all 3 of them. God damn it, chat. But yes, the Long Night is basically staying true to the Enclave's goal and the central power at Chicago. The Last Command is basically the Interior Minister lady, I think, taking control of herself. And I think the other option is kind of like a different sort of route where her daughter succeeds her or something. I'm not entirely sure. And they sort of formed their own nation state. Man, good. All right, well, chat decides. I'm going to take this opportunity to stretch. Everyone's got a moment to vote. Oh my god, chat. You're deciding on something I would never expect. You're turning into a bunch of fucking bucket fish. Like, whoa. Democracy. Democracy. The brain-dead bucketfish continue to amaze the kid. Their brain-dead ways. Their brain-dead. Like, stop! Hold on, chat. While you do that, I'm opening up the fridge and pulling out some of those leftovers. Because I am a good kid, and you are a good bucket of fish. There we go. What's in this? Ah, pink stuff. That's always good, chat. Oh, we got chat at Art Attack. Cornbread. Pretty good. Cornbread, the potatoes, taters, mashed taters. We're just gonna make ourselves a little bit of lunch. Got votes on the fate of our little nation. There we go. Yeah, that's looking pretty good, bucketfish. How goes the vote? Well, it's actually still tight, you guys. Come on. Only 32 of you voted. Come on, vote, damn it. Participate in this here election. Hurry. Chop, chop. You're running out of time. I'm giving you all the time in the world by stalling for you. Whoa, Kibs, so cool. He stalls for chat. Oh my god, pretty nice. I know, right? There, look, I've stalled a lot. Be grateful. Even thankful. I don't understand how it takes so long to vote. You're so slow. There we go. One sec. There. All done with all that. Now. Really? Okay, well, yelling at chat got an additional like 10 votes, so that's good. Chat, you're so good and cute and adorable. Like, oh my god, thank you. Let's see if praising chat does anything. Or patronizing them. Chat, you're the best. You know that? You're better than God. You're better than Kick. Like, Attempting to get like at least 50% of them to vote is more difficult than I thought. They think that these elections are rigged, chat. They're not participating in the electoral process. Okay, a little bit longer. Those potatoes are still kind of cold. Easter leftovers. Gotta eat them relatively quickly. I just picked a random choice. Well, I mean, at least you participated. Alright, there's now becoming a definitive winner. Wow, that is quite the turnaround, chat. Close pull. Kibs, you're adorable. Listen, I'm attempting to get them to obey me. And they're being a little snarky. There we go. Look at that. Cornbread. No. Kibs, no. It's still cool. Damn. Nobody likes cold mashed potatoes. This path is going to be interesting. I don't even know if we're going to even make it down there, though. Let's check and see if the little V-Bear has figured anything out. He hasn't. He has failed as a V-Man. Oh, wow. Chat's fortifying the vote now, is he? Do not go quiet into the night, into the long night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Maybe, but there's no way we're better than Cake. No way we're better. Fish is like, chat fish are like, we're pretty good. We're better than God, but not better than Cake, though. Bucket fish still love cakes. Oh, the vote's closing again. Oh, damn. What the hell, chat? You were wiggling around. When is the VTuber thing, Kib? Soon. I need to ask Bon in DMs without Artemis interfering anymore. He's like, see, he's listening in chat. He's like, no. The only way to get things done is if Kibs leads the charge. It's true. I am the mover of mountains, chat. Goddamn, chat. You are all over the place. You are wiggling all over the place, literally. They're like, bucket fish go up and down. There we go. Nice and toasty. Potatoes. Good little potatoes, chat. All right. There we go. Salt and garlic. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner all in one go. Cracked pepper. Freshly cracked pepper is the best. Cooking with Kibs, 2023. 10 out of 10. There we go. That is done. Potatoes, ham, dead fish. No, I'm kidding. You are a mountain. So moving them isn't that impressive. Shut the fuck up. All right, calling the vote. It was a crazy vote. It was going all over the place, but the long night won. And so that means staying logo. Chicago needs this to fight the Brotherhood. We will not lose their support. We will not go quietly into the night. Support the Brotherhood's enemies. Request more armor. Supporting the Brotherhood's enemies would always be good. Alright, so how's chat doing? Did you guys have a good Easter the other day? I hope so. I know I sure did. But, you know, it is what it is. What is it, Regno Slut? Regno Slut, what are you doing? We will carry the light to the unenlightened. Unexpected. What did Kibs cook? I was focused on making curry. Well, I just warmed up leftovers from Thanksgiving. Ham. Glazed ham, which is very good. And corn bake and potatoes. With a little bit ground pepper and salt. Freshly cracked pepper, too. Just a little bit of food. Because, you know, I deserve it. I'm pretty good at living. I mean, I deserve to eat at least once a day. Haven't done it all day. This is probably the only thing I'll be eating all day, to be honest. Let's see. We need more research speed. We'll get that a little bit ahead of schedule. Events and decisions on timers. What? Send energy for power armor. Oh, we can just do that? That's actually pretty cool. More power for Kib. I don't need to manufacture it. I can just trade for it. Crops feed the hungry. We're always sending things. Let's push this button.
War never changes.
My God.
The Romans waged war to gather slaves and wealth. Spain built an empire from its lust for gold and territory. Hitler shaped a battered Germany into an economic superpower.
Oh, shit.
War never changes.
War never changes, shit.
In the 21st century, war was still waged over the resources that could be acquired. Only this time, the spoils of war were also its weapons.
Oh, that's not Thanksgiving. I meant Easter. Whoops.
For these resources, China
Whoops.
would invade Alaska, the U.S. would annex Canada, and the European Commonwealth would dissolve into quarreling, bickering nation-states bent on controlling the last remaining resources on Earth. In 2077, the storm of World War had come again. In 2 brief hours, most of the planet was reduced to cinders. And from the ashes of nuclear devastation, a new civilization would struggle to arise. A few were able to reach the relative safety of the large underground vaults.
Oh, I thought that would be longer. I guess not. Yeah, we're gonna need to... TV Town. That is a name. What's Follow 2's intro?
War never changes.
What is the intro?
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted. Too many humans, not enough space or resources to go around.
It sounds so edgy, this one.
Details are trivial and pointless. The reasons, as always, purely human ones. The Earth was nearly wiped clean of life. A great cleansing, an atomic spark struck by human hands, quickly raged out of control. Spears of nuclear fire rained from the skies.
Oh, what's this?
Continents were swallowed in flames.
I'll wait for that
Fell beneath the
finish playing.
oceans. Humanity was almost extinguished, their spirits becoming part of the background radiation that blanketed the Earth. darkness fell across the planet, lasting many years. Few survived the devastation. Some had been fortunate enough to reach safety, taking shelter in great underground vaults. When the great darkness passed, these vaults opened, and their inhabitants emerged to begin their lives again. One of the northern tribes claims they are descended from one such vault. They hold that their founder and ancestor, one known as the Vault Dweller, once saved the world from a great evil. According to their legend, this evil arose in the far south. It corrupted all it touched, twisting men inside, turning them into beasts. Only through the bravery of this Vault Dweller was the evil destroyed. But in so doing, he lost many of his friends and suffered greatly, sacrificing much of himself to save the world. When at last he returned to the home he had fought so hard to protect, he was cast out, exiled. In confronting that which they feared, he had become something else in their eyes, and no longer their champion. Forsaken by his people, he strode into the wasteland. He traveled far to the north, until he came to the Great Canyons. There he founded a small village, Arroyo, where he lived out the rest of his years. And so, for a generation since its founding, Arroyo has lived in peace, its canyons sheltering it from the outside world. It is home. Your home. But the scars left by the war have not yet healed, and the earth has not forgotten.
Potatoes. All right. Oh boy, it's these guys. The followers of the apocalypse. Following their recent establishment in our neighboring rivals, a group of humanitarian pacifists who dub themselves the followers of the apocalypse have begun trickling into our lands. Their aim is seemingly noble, to provide services to those in need, ranging from medical care to agricultural advice. They care for the parts of us of society we prefer to forget, be them homeless or junkies, and are accepting of all that have no one left to turn to. On this front alone, we should have no qualms with them. After all, who would refuse free medical supplies? Problems only start to arise when you look closely at our neighbors, where the followers have been established for a while. Support for any sort of war amongst the people of these nations is slipping, as they prefer to stay on their farmsteads and practicing their new medicines. There's even some indication that the followers accept seditious anarchists into their ranks, who are intent on either burning our nation to the ground or seizing power themselves. We may need to keep an eye on them. Therefore, if we decide to tolerate the followers remaining in our lands, once established in a nation, the followers appear very difficult to uproot. We must therefore decide swiftly before they have a chance to settle down properly, whether or not start joking. We should welcome these followers of the apocalypse and their strange beliefs into our lands. Accepting them will undoubtedly bring benefit, but at what long-term cost? Big dinkies. We allow the followers of the apocalypse to settle in our lands without impudence. Unlock a series of hostile decisions that we can take against the followers of the apocalypse. It would be best to keep these anarchists from our lands. The followers will otherwise establish themselves and be impossible to uproot. Placate the followers. Divert the followers' supplies. We shall start with that. Right, so now we got to deal with the followers. Interesting bucketfish. We need to try to get rid of them, basically. The last American army, the last citizens. No undesirables allowed. That will hurt stability quite a bit. Well, we do not have a lacking resource penalty, so that's actually good because that'll increase retention by 15%. So as long as we're not lacking resources, we'll be fine. But the minute that becomes a problem, that's going to hurt a lot. Just going home. What did I miss? We played Doki Doki's Robot City, which is pretty good. She was pretty fun. She's still fighting a war against Maxon's expedition. Maybe defensive war is possible, but like intervening beforehand to cut them in twain seems to be like the better plan. Right, let's see. Logistics companies. Requires the following technology. Logistic companies. We do not have logistics companies taking care of bucket fishies. They're down here. We're gonna want those, apparently, before too long. Tank manufacturer. We don't have tanks available. Alright, let's pause and take a look at this. Fuck me. What the fuck? Ballistics, research weapons, some infantry equipment. Anything power armor based. Power armor greases, manufacturer. That is good. Minus 50% hardness, though. Breakthrough, infantry equipment, infantry support equipment. Political power gain. Honestly, we'll take the political power gain for now. We can always swap that out later. Should have grabbed that earlier as a long-term investment. Piece of ham. Maybe one day, Kibs, will learn the recipe for that family ham and then make it for chat. And then chat will be like, Kibs has blessed us with knowledge. That's an interesting faction logo. It's a vanilla faction. Those are all vanillas. What about these guys? No, they have a Focus Pocus. Phase out humans. Interesting. Canadian. Disgusting. Wait, oh, that's why I was like, how are the Canadians here? We are pretty far north. This is about the border right here, so yes. We are slowly getting the resistance down. Oh yeah, switch to rioters. Derp. Local militias, that's good. We're getting some bonuses back. Can't core them quite yet. Mountains Enclave. That's a faction inside us, huh? Northern Commonwealth. Interesting. The Great Fall Restoration. The Great Falls position in the Missouri River provides ample hydroelectric power for use in a variety of industrial projects. No wonder the Brotherhood occupied this town. How fortunate that they have been liberated under our rule. They've died. Expand the dam. Gets more energy. More energy is always good. So many focuses. We haven't even bothered with that because there's not even a problem. Just seeing what's over here. Just infrastructure stuff, some stability stuff, but some cringe. Guitar factory. Fucking squeals. Alright. Fucking. The dam. First family investments. Change popularity of leads. Our colleagues, a little help from my friends. Not all research from the rig was lost. The Secretary of the Interior sent a soldier modified based on the research used on Frank Horrigan. Oh, hey. And the end is near for America's enemies. A little help from my friends. I'm curious about that, actually. He was an interesting character. Yeah, ham is pretty good, isn't it? One of my favorite meats. We're not doing too shabby, I think. We're restoring America. Hashtag make America great again. Just like, oh shit, he's stealing people's speeches. Like, no, I came with the first acting. Scream. Raid followers' supplies. Seize followers' fort. Yes, and yes. We do not want them to settle. We need to be proactively fucking them. The Sisters of Steel, do they have unique focus trees or just a Brothers of Steel? No, they do. Is a neighbor of the MacArthur detachment. MacArthur does not exist. MacArthur FFB changes Clouds Haven. The Sisters of Steel. Feels like, that does feel like a Warhammer reference there. Oh, what's this? Service to the cause. People of Montana, the Enclave needs you. Not your hopes, your resources, or your lands. It needs you personally. And you need it. The Department of the Interior labors even now to restore the Heartlands, but that mighty project needs new workers. To that end, Ellen Santiago has been authorized to conscript several hundred of our nation's citizens to take part in the reclamation. Those who go east will receive rations, health care, and wages, plus a land grant at the end of their service. Do not weep for those who go. Rejoice at the future they will help build in Iowa. Oh God, we're under attack. We can't help. What? Are we under attack? Kib don't get it. I lost stability for that. Oh, it's because there's like some battling going on in Missouri and they needed help. Whatever the fuck that is, I don't even know. I have no idea. No clue whatsoever, little bucket fishies. I'm actually at a loss. I have no idea. What? Some of the new events are a bit buggy since MacArthur new. Oh yeah. It's like anytime you implement new things. It's like when we're working on our indie game. Implement new mechanic or feature or new like lighting effect and it's like, oh my god, it's so cool, and then moves the light like to the bottom level and it's like starts spurring it out. It's like, oh, okay. Okay. Never good, you know, never fucking good. But it's called growing pains. And this mod's been in early access forever. It's why I give most mods actually the benefit of the doubt when it comes to a lot of things. Like they're not done. Half the map is empty. But what is on the map actually has a fairly high amount of detail. It's been years since I've checked this mod out, and I'm actually very pleased with its overall progress, in fact. It seems to be coming along quite nicely. The people of Montana is probably the least offensive, so let's use the other one. Damn. I'm just curious. Although we're spreading support from the Enclave's Secretary of Interior. Although Colonel Rodriguez has helped to develop the Western Montana and brought on order, MacArthur's research base cannot rival the bright... Oh, wait, no, never mind. I was wondering if that was like something related. Divert followers' supplies. Forever fucking with the followers of the apocalypse. That's an interesting faction symbol. Ah, the Northern Khans. Was that a wasteland nation? I don't remember. What's this? A little help from my friends. The secretary's charming smile looked down at the colonel, who stood at attention as always. Really now, Colonel, always uptight. Please, the special agent is, not intended to be a sign of disrespect. On the contrary, he is the finest soldier in decades. The pinnacle of Enclave science. Man that no one would doubt. And we're sending another battalion with him, of course. Think of it as a sign of our faith in you. Really. With Special Agent Johnson, it will be as if I'm right there by your side forever. God bless the Enclave. Nice. I should have read that. I just sort of clicked it too fast. Derp. We have a couple more nice divisions of power armor from Chicago. More reinforcements. Always welcome in these troubling times. Bring me men to match my mountains. Gets event in the army of the Enclave. We're making some good progress here. We're becoming a nation of respect, Chad. Like, well, that's very respectable. We're going to switch to road patrols for the storm mongrels to try to increase the coring of that region. And then we'll switch down to the dam area. A good year for the bucketfish. All right. Shifting alliances. She State has joined the NCR. Again, we did that again. Melee weapons. Oh no, arms company. Lock and load, brother. That's useful. Increase construction speed for our factories. The followers rejected. Having worked out we have been behind successive attempts to undermine their influence and steal their supplies, the followers of the apocalypse have finally grown tired of our antics and have left our lands. Whilst they're still happy to tend to our civilians and bases set up around the border, they refuse to step foot inside our nation and protest. We say good riddance. The anarchist kind have no business here except attempting to overthrow us. Our people are somewhat annoyed by our choice of action, but at least they'll no longer be swayed by the followers' propaganda. We'll lose a little bit on research speed, actually, minus 5%, and a hit to our stability. But we can't let those anarchists get a foothold in our nation, Bucketfish. Oh, this guy's got a unique focus tree. Or no, I think it might be just a raider tree. I don't remember. Raiders all have like the same thing. Oh, that's the end of Doki Doki. That's the end of... Yeah, that's just a generic raider tree. There's a generic vault tree, there's a generic raider tree, and there's generic, like, regular trees. So they do have, like, generic trees that are unique for different nations, which is way better than the vanilla game, which only has a generic focus tree for every nation that doesn't have a focus tree. Which, honestly, is getting smaller and smaller with every expansion update, but, like, mods mostly fix all that fucking quicker anyways. Special Agent Johnson. Or Johnson and Johnson. We're up to 20 almost divisions. Almost. We'll take the bonus of robots. But we do have robots embedded in our army. Hey, what was that? Willis drills? Knee. Send a bit of energy for power armor. Doesn't hurt. Focus on internal sphere. Weekly stability, but war support will be hit. We'll have to hold off on that bucket fish. Like, whoa. Hippies get banished. They did. For good. Bring me men to march them out. Alright, so we got a vent. In the army of the Enclave. Let's see. The resources of the Northern Commonwealth could turn the tide in the Heartland and give the Enclave a chance to crush the Brotherhood once and for all. But alas, too few Americans are left to satisfy every front nowadays. Ellen Santiago demands call for new sacrifices from everyone in MacArthur. And there are 3 proposals to meet the Secretary's orders. The easiest solution would be to appeal to Chicago for further assistance in exchange for accelerating resource extraction in the north. We could also work with the First Families and the rest of the region's elite and rely upon their involvement, although these would not be as powerful as the United States Army. They could supplement our ranks in additional battalions. Finally, we could recruit the refugees and wastelanders, opening the doors to widespread recruitment. Changes support from the Secretary of Interior. By 5%, you will lose 5 energy and 5 metal. We will focus on that. This is a job for calls for professionals. We need real American heroes. Making good progress overall, I think. Getting more energy to make up for that energy cost is not a bad idea. The dam would definitely help with that. Healing powder enables medical chem support, which we do want. Kid, what are your thoughts on the mutants? Do they deserve equal representation? Not in my enclave. Like, the thing is, and the reality of the situation is that the world has been too much radically changed to be like, no, pure humans will work. Problem is, there's just not enough pure humans to build a new nation from. It'll take forever. So you want to incorporate them into a unified sort of government. Idealistically, that would be the best alternative. Because we do know in lore, ghouls could definitely work. The issue with that being, you'd need to make sure you work on some sort of cure for their fucking brain thing, though. Because eventually the ghouls will all die out anyways. So, and most of the mutants will die out too because they're sterile half the time anyways as well. So you might as well sort of incorporate them while they're around, because you can build instead of warring with them and, losing more manpower, you can build something new. And while they may die out in time, at least you were able to make a lot more progress and there was a lot less loss of life. Chicago. We'll get more food. Boop. We can press that button too. An underclass. No, I wouldn't do that even. Because the issue is, like, some of them have been around for hundreds of years, so they have so much vast knowledge, some of the ghouls, because a lot of them were around before the bombs even dropped. And so some of them might be scientists or doctors that have advanced medical knowledge and things like that. Like, simply just, like, wipe them out, Lamau, is not a very smart move in the long run, especially when a lot of grounds can be regained. Not to mention they're half the time, like I said, friggin' sterile anyways, so it's not like they're gonna get more of them. Eventually, regular humans will just outnumber them, and there'll be a minority population. Humans would repopulate pretty quickly, yes. And if you reintegrate them in society, you can regain a lot of lost technology and begin trying to rebuild even faster. Not to mention all that knowledge they'll have. Steel Town? My god. McCam's plan. More civilian workshops are always good. Stabilizing the nation, Bucketfish. One focus pocus at a time. God damn it, Joe. They miss you. People of Montana, we've heard your questions. Why we have so few letters come back from the east? What happened to the refugees we settled there? Well, don't you worry, my fellow Americans. They're safe and sound. Happy even. With plenty of Nuka-Cola, clean water, and baseball. But there is something terrible. The Brotherhood of Steel destroys your mail deliveries. That's right. Not content to strive to bring us back into the Dark Ages, those Tin Can Boys, Scouts, Tin Can Boy Scouts want to keep us adrift and isolated. Every day, the valiant Enclave fights against their wickedness. But even we are fallible. So you see, if you don't hear from any of your loved ones who went east, it's because of the Brotherhood. Only by working together will we achieve the final victory and reunite you with your loved ones. You'll be together one day. That's probably... They're probably dead. Odds are. Fighting support units, non-combat support units, army and breakthrough chance, and army max speed. Attack and hard attack for fighting support units. Flexibility of command. Let's edit some of our divisions. God damn it, we don't have the military experience to add anything. Sadness. They're all dead. Yes. Well, I mean, if you want to be honest about the canon of the lore, the Enclave are the bad guys, or are bad guys. And it's pretty based because the Fallout basically is like, yeah, no, the feds, you shouldn't trust the feds. And it's like, yeah, no, you really shouldn't. You really shouldn't. It's just fun to play the Enclave because, you know, I like playing the bad guys in games. And who knows, maybe the canon can be for our stories that, you know, we're the good inside the Enclave. Or not. We'll see. Lady So says, when the video game market crashes in the next decade, and it won't, and reforms, it's not going to crash. You think there will be a good Fallout game again? Would you prefer old FPSs? Firstly, the gaming industry cannot collapse because it's not how the industry works anymore. The reason why it collapsed in the first time in the early days, too, was due to the fact that it was highly limited and only a few people could get access to it, and it was only for, like, certain systems that would even work. It was a highly niche market and only for, like, super rich people. Like, when it first started. You had to have access to a computer and be a nerd on top of it. Like, that's just not a thing anymore. The gaming industry cannot collapse, and if it does, there are far bigger problems happening in the world. You do not want to be at a point which it ever does, because if that happens, chap, you're not going to be worrying about video games. Trust me. You'll be worrying about something completely different. Bucket fishies are for eating. This is true. Like, Alright, can we boost our industry in any way? We can kind of start doing it, which is not a bad idea, little fishies. Getting that industry rocking and a rolling. And the vaults are goddamn the vaults. Feds, I hate feds. Screaming. Enclave never gonna be a final option. It's canceled too. Electric Boogaloo. The Enclave will get the end it seeks. Pretty much. Problem with the Enclave is they're basically, you know, they're just the feds. It was their incompetence and ineptitude that helped lead to the Great War. They've never been portrayed in any way as the good guys throughout any of the Fallout games. They've always been abjectly terrible. But I still like siding with them. And you know what? I think they're fun. They're a cool faction. It's like why I like the Star Wars Empire faction. They're cool. Simple as. And I'm tired of fucking people constantly trying to make the bad guys into good guys. Let me have my bad guys. Don't be a good guy moral fag cuck. Because that's what always happens all the time. I like play a game like Star Wars or something. And like Empire's actually the good guys. Like, no, they're not. Don't take away the cool bad guy fact. It's like somebody coming up to me like the Brotherhood of Nod are the good guys. Like, no, they're not. They're super cool and he's super evil. And I want my bad guys to stay bad guys. So quit ruining things for me. So quit ruining things. I'm just communicating with Bon Bon. Getting things done, chat. The way they should have been done years ago. If the video game market crashes, we'll see a Fallout game MMO. Yeah, the problem with the video game market is it's no longer a singular thing. There are different sectors, and the sectors are huge. There's the console sector, the mobile sector, the fucking indie sphere, the fucking... If one crashes, the others will bloom. That's the problem. If they did. As bad as the Enclave are, the other options aren't exactly much better as options. No. What I love about the Fallout universe is that everybody is kind of a shitty option. Caesar Legion is not necessarily a good option at all. New California Republic is not a good option either. But you know what's cool about that? It's all varying degrees of, well, it's the shit we're stuck with. And the fact that there's not a clear good guy option was what makes Fallout fun to me. At least in my eyes. I don't know if you guys think differently on that. But it's like, yeah, no. Like, all the factions are, you know, interesting in their own way. The most quote-unquote good guy faction you could argue maybe would be the NCR Brotherhood of Steel. But even then, the Brotherhood of Steel are, like, super anti, like, sharing technology. Like, they're super paranoid about it. Oh, my God. There's a commune up there, chat. I got triggered. Better to believe in absolutes than stumble blindly through a sea of lies. Wow, look at you, you little fucking goddamn little poet. Come here. He's like, no! Give him a noogie until he goes bald. The Candy Crush games will wreck everything. The Candy Crush Empire will rise again. Yep. That's actually one thing I like about the Fallout games. It's actually kind of, not a direct inspiration, but one of the inspirations when I wrote my setting. Like, having different sub-factions within, like, factions. It's what makes it cool. The Brotherhood of Steel not being a unified entity and having different beliefs inside their own system that want to push that in different directions is way cooler than the Imperium of Man. In my eyes. Because the Imperium of Man is just a one-dimensional faction. It's not bad. But it's like, it's just humanity. And that's just the one dimensions of 40k, though. Humans, aliens, monsters, and demons. It's cool if you like that stuff, but for me, I kind of like the more complicated natures of man. Organization request increased production capacity. That's actually one reason why I like Star Wars in a way a little bit more. It's because, like, aliens aren't just one-dimensional. They are more or less beings with multiple different directions. Some striving and working and coalescing with humans. Some not, some against. Some in other directions completely entirely as well. Because making something one-dimensional is just never interesting to me. It's like, oh, the entire race is just angry, like, warmonger brutes. Okay, I'm kind of bored with that. Like, it's cool as, like, a one-off race thing, but that means that they're going to be very one-dimensional. The Klingons, like in Star Trek, are handled pretty well in this regard, because they have a couple of different angles they're actually rolling with. When they start to expand their lore, and it starts getting a little bit more interesting, then they're just, you know, Mongolians with basically submarines. Organization request increase. Production capacity. Build more military factories. We can try. Bucketfish, bucketfish, bucketfish. Close air support is probably what we're gonna want, because I think the vertibirds are KS, or KS, CKS. Even the Brotherhood of Steel. Yep, I read that. And just noticed the Shoblin on the thumbnail. Very cute. Yeah, it is, isn't it? The little Shoblin's added again. The Wings of Liberty. Local self-defense. Okay, we're going to stay loyal to the Uncling. A phone from home. Protect American resources. Closing ranks. Yep, because it's sort of like you can sort of start drifting apart. Liberate Harv. Grants MacArthur detachment claims on and a war goal on Havre's core territories. The Wings of Liberty. We will provide the food to Chicago. Kids event stand still or stay silent. What else is due? 50 units of Vertibird O2 gunships. More air support. Dude, for having air support this early game is actually very good. And for those that aren't aware, like, this is our fucking air base range. Like, we can support nations on the almost the other side of the fucking map. It's pretty good. Road patrols, we're getting there. We're almost to that, which is going to give us some local resources and factory bonuses. Voluntary fighters will be good, and then we'll switch over to basically coring out the Yellowstone Park next. Good shit, good. Refugees are people too. Gives them 1,000 manpower. Steeltown Blues. Dominion, Montana Steeltown is hope for a better tomorrow, a dream that one day Americans might enjoy the standards of living their ancestors had in the 2070s, but to others, it's a lie. Steeltown relies on refugee labor, and their demands have gone unmet for far too long. Heavy machinery crushes workers' limbs. Production quotas and low salaries lead to tired, hungry workers. People who dreamed of a better life for their children. Markham's plan for Steeltown to be a lie, and at long last, they've risen up. To quote Celine Crows, leader of the strikes, no more 16-hour shifts, no more locking us in the factory so we can't see our family, and most importantly, Markham, no more you. We're done paying you for pee breaks and meal breaks. If you don't go, we don't work. Ellen Santiago dispatched Team October to handle the situation, but how will they do so? Favoring Markham, who runs Montana's economy, may be the easy choice, but don't the people of Montana deserve a square meal and fair wages? And more importantly, won't crushing the workers damage Steeltown's factories while alienating a large group that may one day prove useful? Markham built Steeltown, and she'll build Montana. That's objectively the evil option. Like, that's not even subjective. Like, this is genuinely horrific. 16-hour shifts. Locking them in there, forcing them to pay to even take a piss break. Like, it's kind of like a no-brainer. If we want to rebuild America, we can't do it that way. Retire Abigail Markham from MacArthur. Now, while that's going to suck in terms of it's going to get popular for the people, she was literally just a tyrant. She needs to go. That's not even a labor union question. That's, labor unions are one thing. Outright slave labor is a completely other. And if we look at our thing correctly, we banned slavery. So we're not allowing that. That's basically it. There's a difference between striking without reason and striking for a damn good reason. And I think that's probably a popular one. It sounds like Bezos was running those factories. Who is not the best person. Who are you that do not know your history? The historians, a group of scholars and teachers, have been conquered. Now they come to MacArthur begging for a new home. There is much to be gained from them letting them in. While we know how to maintain advanced weapons and circuitry, some of the simpler arts are not really practiced in Montana as such. Their practical knowledge of farming could be useful to our citizens, but isn't there a danger? They have a sadly corrupted view of history, a harshly negative view of pre-war America, and we unfortunately lack the strength to correct all of their errors. Good, what should we do? Confiscate the resources for the war? That's pretty fucking mean. That's pretty... How dangerous could some historians be? They actually favor the elites out of that? Agriculture research speed by 10% and consumer factories will be used up by 3%. What's our fucking consumer factories at now? Silly little bucket fish. I'm gonna make a little giggly sound because they're a little bit tarded. Because they're a little... Hum, hum, hum. That will give us a lot of bottle caps. It does give us a bonus research to agriculture. And we don't have a manpower problem outright right away. 16-hour shifts, maybe with some next levels. I only worked like a couple 17-hour shifts at BK when I was like a kid in fucking high school, and even when I got out of high school and I was struggling to find a job. And I remember, chat, like 17 hours or 16-hour shifts are horrific. Like after doing them, like no, like there is such a thing as too much. No one should be subjected to that. I would feel bad for anyone that had to do the exact same, and I already know enough people that do. 17-hour shifts are hell. They're absolutely hell, and they're horrific for your body. There comes a point which you actually need a little bit of, this is going to sound cringe, but self-care in the sense of, you know, taking care of oneself. But self-care, like the trend, is absolutely cringe, and the word is important, but it's been hijacked by cringy people. The ability to see your family and raise your family and be able to, you know, do things productive outside of just working is good, because it'll increase procreation too. So people will make more children, people will build more things and make more things as well. Giving people freedom is not necessarily a bad thing. Just like, you know, reducing taxation. People spending more money is going to only help energize the economy further. Because the more people spend, the more energized the economy normally is. Increasing freedoms and personal freedoms. See you later, mythical fool. Well, that is nice. I don't like the fact that it also does a lot of annoying things too. Like the consumer goods factories is kind of annoying. Okay, let's check the logistics. Is it really a big deal? It kind of is, and we're producing infantry armor at the rate of a potato. Yeah, no. We're gonna have to take a hard pass on that. How goes construction projects? They're going. Not particularly fast. But they are going. "16 hours non-stop, no breaks? Yeah, that's hell." My 17-hour shift, I at least got a lunch break. And boy, it came late though. Like, they were like, "Oh, did we forget to give you a break?" I'm like, "Yes, but I know you can make this up to me. Anything I want is free." And they said, "Fuck it. Whatever you want to make back there, I don't care. Just write it down." Kibs made himself a fucking Burger King motherfucking feast. I made some weird shit and a lot of it, and I ate all of it. I was so hungry. So hungry. I ate like a Burger King. Retarded. Yes, it's crappy fast food, but at that point, anything tasted absolutely delicious. Because when you're that famished, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't. Stand still and stay silent. For too long, the people of Montana were governed with a slack leash. For too long, they took advantage of Ellen Santiago's compassion and failed to contribute to the great work. We brought order and merely asked for compliance. We provided security and merely asked for acceptance. And instead, we were spurned. This ends now. Reliant as they are on Chicago's largesse, it's time for Montana to pay up. And so the Secretary of the Interior has run the numbers, and it's time to change. It's time for a change. If the people of Montana want the Enclave's protection, then certain changes are in order for their own good. God bless the Enclave, Bucketfish. Nomen Netio. Oh, there's a rad roach in there. Awful. Things can only go on for so long before people start to wonder, and new rumors have filtered west. They come from the Lakota Scouts, River League, traders, and Enclave officers who've had a few too many drinks in the bars of Montana. People whisper of Enclave experiments with FEV. They tell of factories where workers never see the light of day. Well, that's true, sadly. Building war machines and luxuries for men and women pursuing a great game. And they mutter that the handful of letters sent west are always devoid of personal details. More and more people are asking silently just what is happening. And what does the Enclave plan for Montana? We will rebuild America the way it was meant to be. I think we're evil. I think we're evil. Turns out trusting the feds might not have been the best idea, Chip. A great bargaining chip. I always find it funny that the people that always say taxation is theft are the same people that simp for like factions like this. It's like, you do realize the hypocrisy of that, right? I mean, so in the more so, like, they say unironically it's like a good faction. As in, like, a good guy. You have to ask yourself questions, Bucketfishy. Are they actually glowies? Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Ores for the forge and the weapons of liberty. I can see how this campaign's kind of like urging you in a way that's like, like, yeah, the Chicago is sending us stuff, but they're also being kind of cheeky squeaky, aren't they? Demanding things. Black Knight's become a silver miner. Thank you for your support. All memberships are appreciated and saluted, chat. Once I worked double shifts every day for a month. Oh my god, dude. 11 to 13 hour days. That's rough. I started seeing things. Never again. Yes, exactly. Like 8-hour work days, I think should be like the standard. 8 hours is an honest amount. And obviously weekends, you know? To recuperate. 8 hours isn't bad. It also depends on what you're doing. If it's like hard labor, then maybe not 8 hours. Because hard labor, like hard construction stuff, oh my god. Thomas, it also entirely boils down to what you're doing. Like if you're doing, let me put it this way. So, back when I just had that anti-piracy gig, I worked about 8 hours a day. 8 hours every day. Towards the end, it was 10 hours every day. That was last year. And you know what? It wasn't that bad. It was draining, but it wasn't that bad, all things considered. Because, and that was 10 hours a day with no weekends, no breaks. That wasn't that bad. Well, I got like my like yearly vacation weeks, which is about it. But so there was some stuff, like a couple weeks worth of vacation, but still. Like that wasn't so bad because it was a desk job. I could work from the comfort of my own home. I could make a lunch and stuff in my comfort of my home. Working from home, not a big deal actually. If that was doing construction, hell no. No. Like I know what that shit does. I've seen my grandpa. My grandpa was a bricklayer for a good while after he got out of the service. And like Jesus Christ, dude. Like that bricklaying stuff, and he worked so hard, and it still, like, he got as much money as he could, you know, but still, the damage, the untold damage it did on his, like, it did on his body, like the pain he lives in, the back pain, the horrifying things, like, it's not an easy thing, and I actually wish, it wasn't that way. I wish it didn't have to be that way. Like, there is such a thing as a limit, because we need people to be healthy. Like, people shouldn't be working to the point where they're, keeling over, or they spend their last years in absolute agony. There comes a point in which some basic thing should be done for these people. A well-regulated militia to protect the North Team, October, has hit upon an indigenous area. Or no, fuck. Ingenious idea, relying more and more on local auxiliaries and locals, although less well-equipped than Team October or the Enclave proper. These wastelanders, under the guidance of the First Families, are willing to fight and die for their homes, and freedoms. Some of MacArthur's senior leadership fear that this will cause trouble down the line, for who knows where else the locals could turn their guns. But the Secretary of the Interior performed a rigorous cost-benefit analysis, and the math is clear. It is far cheaper for Chicago to lose a dozen wastelanders than one American private, and so let us salute the 1st Battalions of our new National Guard. God bless Montana, 1776 to 2076. The Enclave salutes America. Havre operation operative captured. God fucking damn it, Chad. I always knew those little squiggers were trying something. Like, oh my god, Kim, don't do it. They're just a peaceful country. As I draw like an invasion thing. It's like, no, Chad, I think I will. Oh, what's this? The battle for the Hoover Dam. Oh, that happened finally. The Hoover Dam, stretching across the mighty Colorado, has become the battleground between two vast forces. Today, on orders directly from Caesar, the Malpai himself is leading a massive force of legionaries and tribal auxiliaries in an attempt to seize the so-called Old World Wall from the hands of the New Californian Republic, who have held it since 2274. Treaty from the 274 Treaty of New Vegas. The Legion, aided by its superior numbers and fierce obedience to orders, seems to have the upper hand in the clash, but will need to carry any momentum it gains from breaking through at the dam to secure it from counterattack. If they should succeed, the Mojave and the Lights of Vegas will lay open for Caesar to grab. Should they fail, the Malpai legate may find himself in a difficult spot. The NCR will retain their hold on the Mojave for a little while longer. The battle will shape the Mojave, no matter the outcome. My God. It's a battle of untold proportions. Oh my God. Comfy. Historically, both men and women died from hard labor. Yes, they do. Human life is greatly shortened from like actual proper hard labor, not like working a little bit, like an unhealthy amount of hard labor. I felt London. I mean, London would be a desolate wasteland that would struggle to catch up. The problem is Europe before the lore, or before the lore, what the lore refers to as the rest of the world is already was exhausted. Like, all that was left was the United States and China in terms of real superpowers, and everything else was just destitute, and was either on the Sinosphere or they were part of the American sphere. And so that's why the entire world nuked either side. The details behind, like, the actual details of what happened precisely is lost to time, which is totally makes sense, and it adds a little mystery to the universe, even though some people claim it doesn't because they're stupid and they don't know what lore is. But, you know, these people also pretend they know lore. Break their neck. All right, so men, though, are roughly 90%, 99% work deaths. Your girl. Before the lore. But yeah, so London wouldn't have anything. Like, it'd be just desolate. Like, it would have less equipment, less things, less factories. It should have less of everything. The worst territory in this game should be the best territory in Europe. The old world walls holds. Like, if you want to add the old world or any other parts of the world, they need to be basically like hard fucking core mode. Like, it should be hard. Right, Hanse?
What do you want? You're gay.
Hanse, remove your panties. It's just silence.
I see the hand dogs ate Robot City.
They did. Robot City died. And they also ate the fucking other people. Like, they actually get quite chunky. The hang dogs are quite strong. I'm actually trying the, what do you call it? The Enclave Remnants and MacArthur. They're not bad. They get, like, lots of equipment from Chicago, which is the remnants of the U.S. government. Centralized bits of it, at least.
I was going to potentially go for them, but then I saw more interesting factions to me.
Yep. I don't think the MacArthur's not interesting. I just think there are so many factions in this game, and there's so many of them more interesting. Like, the Robot City faction to me is actually more interesting. Mostly because it's so weird. And the idea of, like, AI armies.
Don't you take Doki Doki's name in vain.
Yeah, exactly. Doki Doki is interesting. If not a little bit retarded.
I can appreciate Doki Doki's retardedness. I think so far the most interesting faction, unfortunately, it's in Mexico. For me, anyway.
The Talcon?
Yeah. I find that concept... I'm not going to say it's, like, ridiculous. I'm just a sucker for that type of stuff.
Well, tell chat what Talcon is. It's this nation over here, chat. It's probably dead now. No, it's still here. Telloc is still in control.
It's easier if I can see it in real time.
God damn it, Bucketfish. Also, Chad, I'm going to show you something, because you're a good little bucketfish and you belong to me. Like, okay. There you go, Chad. Take a look at that for a second. That's the new donation animation. Thanks to your generous donations, we're upping the quality of the Bickering Bunch 2.0 updates to include more custom animations. Keep it up, Bucketfish. Those donos, and we'll have, like, a fucking goddamn Disney movie at this rate. I'm lying. We can't afford that. But you know what I mean. Right. This is a good track. It's very uppity.
As I sit here, waiting.
Yeah, you're still alive at the moment.
So, this faction is a dying AI because it's running out of. It's not RAM. It's something else. Although, to be fair, it's basically RAM. And so, the entire first part of the focus tree is effectively how this AI deciding how it wants to spend its last moments.
Which is kind of cool, actually.
You can either nurture a communist, a Democrat, or a fascist. Or you can say fuck it and give stuff to the other AI to his right. Because as this AI was starting to fall apart, quote-unquote mentally,
Santa Ana.
it basically broke off parts of itself into different personalities. And Santa Ana is the strongest of them, if I remember right. In terms of personalities, like, obviously, it's its own faction, so...
It's kind of cool. But only kinda. He's like,
The only black mark against the faction, they're all Mexican generals, and, you know, Mexico.
But why? That's looking like a capiche. You know what I'm saying? He's a capiche.
So I'm assuming Enclave is intellectuals.
Sorta. The Enclave is its own ideology. Intellectuals are another part, because they're part of the kernel. Because there are 3 paths for this faction. Basically, it's, restoring command to basically to Chicago, which is not on the map even, and basically focusing on, like, a bunch of stuff. This is basically teasing that, like, there's going to be a massive Enclave faction in the Chicago region fighting a massive faction of the Brotherhood, and we're sending them supplies for their war effort. So this is, like, that side, awaiting new orders, and then there's, like, you know, the Colonel takes power herself, and I think this is, like, maybe a success, I'm not sure, like a formation of a new state. Basically leads into that. Fallout London and Miami look really interesting. The Space Monkey. Problem is if you want to do Fallout, like, the problem I have with, like, doing London is there shouldn't be anything there of interest left because of what we know in the lore. It should be ruins and desolation and not much in anything intact because they were off in a worse state. Same for Russia. Russia should be, like, anywhere in the world that isn't China or US should be absolutely just nothing left, really. The least bit to survive because they were already out of resources well before the war went nuclear. So there shouldn't be that much interesting stuff there.
Or if it's an AI, the most affectionate one would be fascist. No, basically you're deciding what flavor of government your successor is going to be. I didn't get too far into it, but the initial setup for it interested me the most out of all the other factions I've read. We found another one which it's amusing to me, so we might be trying to go with that one.
Oh, you're gonna try the Wardens? I thought you weren't gonna do that.
I'm fine with trying the Wardens.
I mean, hang it. Everyone in Montana knows that the Jacksons were expelled from Missoula for treason. They invited bandits and raiders to attack the fair city, and were only going to burn it down before the Colonel stopped them. By the way, the story for this faction is mixed in with Wasteland 3 lore, like crazy. Like, there's a lot of Wasteland 3 quests here, missions.
The thing is, Fallout is...
Yep, they're using the Wasteland to actually bridge the gap, which lore-wise is kind of cool.
Those two series are intertwined, I'll put it that way.
Yep, they have very interesting origins, which are connected. There Conclave is the reasons. Oh my god, they're saying the matriarch because the leader. But the patriarch was the leader in Wasteland. The story is a lie. Team October learned the truth in its latest battle with the Jacksons. The Jacksons were expelled for challenging the matriarch's rule and pushing for the people of Missoula to have a say in how Montana was run. For their request, the colonel destroyed their ranch, seized their assets, and drove them east. They're on the plains. The Jacksons turned their business to acumen and organizational skills to raiding because it was the only way to survive. To put another way, one of the greatest threats to Montana could be viewed as the colonel's fault. My god. Now Montana's patriot has the story and is threatening to publish it. The colonel is making every effort to stop them from doing so, but even shutting down the press might not do it. Team October can launch a raid on the paper's press before they go live, but what will they do? Paper is most flammable. 2 people die. The people need to know the truth. Be it ugly or good.
Which wardens, the ghouls, or the robots? You play as the hand dogs, and you open a mystery box, and then you decide whether or not you side with the warden of, what was it, Denver?
I think so.
Or you can just continue as the hand dogs.
Commonwealth Romans. While the course of Jack Johnson as an abomination who threatens the wasteland, we must salute the poor monstrosity's attempt to keep the Canadians in line. So let that dear fellow keeping up the fight for an America he's no longer welcome in. He's dead, I think. We become chunkier to chunky. What do you think of that bucket fish? Like, well, we live in a bucket, so derp. We're investing.
So how far into the game are you?
2,277. Only a couple years. Like, the Battle of Hoover Dam has happened. Caesar's Legion is getting chunky. Just chunky. The Republic of the Rio Grande. The Texan Brohood. The map's looking kind of chunk, you know what I'm saying? Chunk. Judge like, no comment. Beat those snow commies down, says Cornell. Kentucky should be ruled by the Colonel Sandals guy. He's like, oh, chicken. Give me chicken tendies. Chat's hungry, okay? Chat's...
It wouldn't even surprise me in this type of situation if there would be like a religious like cult around like old billboards or whatnot.
My god, I saved that. There, now Hanse, come here. We're going to test it for chat. We're going to show them what we're going to attempt to do in the MP campaign. Because we're a kind and generous god. Hanse is like, no comment. We didn't do too terrible, but I do think Hanse is gay. The game has an ungodly high crash rate anytime you, like, quit the game, I will say. It's like, I did. Hanse is here.
The equestrian mod does seem to be more stable.
But at the same time, this one is way more interesting for me personally. Mostly because, I'll be honest with you, I don't care about the setting at all. And the other one, it's just not a setting that interests me at all.
Good old Liberty Prime quotes.
Restoring the greatest country in the world to its former glory. Well, well, that takes time, even for the Enclave. John Henry Eden. Don't let it end like this. Tell them I said something, Pancho Villa. I mean, this one respects Canada the best it can, Blake, but most of this is made up. Like, the stuff they're writing now is 99% fucking made up. There's just not a lot of lore for a lot of things in Fallout universe. Mostly because
like
they
the
only
East
really make lore when
Coast
they make
has
games.
a bunch of shit. Just because if I remember right, it started in the East Coast, right?
The Two Mothers Goddess. That's one of the AI goddesses there, I think.
I know the pose this art's referencing. If I remember it, it was a He-Man pose.
Twilight's Last Gleaming. Yep, that faction we were playing, chat, was part of the new update. I didn't even know that. But now I know that. Now that I backed out here. I mean, hands. There, it's up. Hands. I'm pretty confident I know how to beat the Maxon's Expedition. But, like, one thing, if you play Robot City, you have to go down this path, though, it seems. Any other path seems like you die. You die.
Or you have to do a bunch of AI scripting.
You mean hands. Okay. What's the last patrol, even? Oh, yeah, it's the ghouls.
The last patrol.
They're basically like a ghoulish nation where they've basically been patrolling for a while. They're from the U.S. Army. They're just still doing their job, but being, zombies now.
I was suspecting it was something like that, because like, if you're like, what are they patrolling? If it's the last patrol, but it makes a lot more sense if it was like a U.S. like brigade or something like that.
Show the Kibs chat the disturbing smut from Squeakrits? No. Chat, you paid for that, and it's in the Chamber of Squeakrits if you want to view it. I think it was posted in Bickering Hentai, wasn't it? The IndioWeeaboo. Indio was so mad. He told chat to die. He's like, I hate chat so much. And then chat died. Like, ugh. Your new best friend, we're back with Doki. It's more optimistic, chat. Like, Doki, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, chat, you silly willies. The far simpler production chain of I only have 3 factories that produce military equipment.
It's like, it's a simple life.
An honest life. It's a Doki life. For me. It's the hard knock hands for us. It's the hard knock hands for us. You mean hands. Boop.
I'm probably gonna go with Idiot Savant as my second pick for my general. Minus 10% to supply consumption, and a minor amount of equipment capture gain ratio.
Robot leader now. Beep 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 beep.
You know, one thing I didn't bother to check.
Oh, by the way, vertibirds in this game, Hanse. So from MacArthur's place, if you were playing the hangdogs, I could almost, I think, if not, I think I can reach you with air support. That's how far they go because the vertibirds.
I want to say you start with vertibirds.
Vertibirds can like cover like that.
The funny thing is, for unique stuff, I can get vertibird gunships and vertibird transports, as well as
pretty powerful.
Xian fighters and attack planes. Granted, I need to get the air unique research unlocked if I want to do that. But I'm going to try something else because I know I get automatically given robot research. I don't know if it gives me the no, it would have to. It would have to. We're gonna do this.
Yeah, the last patrol does have a unique focus tree. I'm just looking at that. It's a bit short, though. He's not wrong. He's not wrong, Haynes. He's a game.
Oh, right. Then I need to change one more thing.
You can steal the blueprints for stuff out of your reach with spies. Yeah. I mean, the only place I would definitely go for spies would either be the Brotherhood of Steel to steal blueprints, or like the MacArthur region because they have fucking like power armor tech and stuff. Or you mean Haynes stick? Cassivic donates a $5 to say, I see you are still trying to figure out things for the Old World Blues games later this week. Actually, no, I'm just trying the Doki Doki with Hanse now to see if we can get it to work. Because we fucked up in the previous game. I almost was able to do it single player. The MacArthur one wasn't too bad, but it was also like... It was a little on the too easy side, too. I was like, I'm so
The thing is, any faction that has power armor near the start is...
The power
really
armor
good.
is like... for new players or something, I think. Like, it's just too easy. That's one of the things that's a little bit disappointing about them.
Since robots, I am almost 100% sure, are just reskinned, like, tanks and shit like that, it's going to be a bit more challenging for that, because you can't just do bullshit. And it's like, oh, you just need to have infantry, basically.
I assume you're ready, Hanse. It's a game.
I really don't have that much to get ready.
Doki Doki will begin to become lewd with chat. No, please. Get away from me, little pixelated waifu. Settlers. Military factories. Hell yeah, brother. More beep boops for Kib.
I still don't know if I want to try to focus military factories or try to get civilian, because I do have a decent amount of civilian factories. It's just the majority of them are getting used up for civilian goods.
Making good progress, little bucket fish. Soon we'll be a sovereign nation. My nation can change its name into something really retarded and adorable. It can change its name into, what the fuck? Will be known as the cute Colorado Republic. Look at that. Adorable. Oh my gosh, so kawaii desu. Just keep opening those up and screams. And thank you for the donation. Appreciate it, KS Vic. For a second, I thought that the faction called the Mad Trains were Mad Trans. Lamau. Lamau. Truly is the post-apocalypse.
I will say one nice thing, though, about the hand dogs is, one, they do start with AT, but they also start with basic weapons. So you skip the pipe gun bullshit.
You mean hands bullshit?
Sorry, I'm laughing now because do you want to know one of the researches you can do as the hand dogs for military research?
Hang dogs.
You can research P90s.
Nice. Don't tell Bucky. But somewhere there's a fucking Bucky with his eyes fucking wide. He heard his name. He's like, oh, Bucky angry. Well, my name's Hanse, and I come here not very often. Yeah, Bon Bon is high def. That is true, Plake, you stupid little fucking Brazil. He's like, ah! I'm gonna be sure to yell that at him when he shows up. What are you talking about, Plake? P90 for the win? America is the country. Sorta, if you know. Pretended it was like 30 billion little countries. Our place in Colorado. The human question marks. These are the big thinkies. God damn it, there's always so much crap to look at, so it's always hard to figure out what the fuck I want and what the fuck I don't want. You mean chat? Like, whoa. They seem in more dimensions. That's true. This music isn't the same without the Fallout 1 noises. But why is that, Booked Fishies? I think these are copyright music. That's why I don't have them enabled. City of the Dead chat. Ooh, spooky. You should get explosives to help against the brohood. The brohood. Kibs has a plan, and he's got a big thinky.
I have a plan. It's kind of gay, but you know what? I don't care.
What's that?
So, unlike Boag, I'm not going to disband my units.
Yep.
But I will convert them all to militia units.
Beautiful. To be fair, your war's so bullshit, though.
Because the enemy... Here's the thing. I know why they have that, because in case you want to do the hangdogs, they need something to deal with the robots.
Yep.
So I would just convert them to militia. And the reason I'm doing that, chat, it means they no longer have AT weapons.
Yes, because the reason why the Warden's Uprising absolutely fails is because they have fucking anti-tank weapons, and a lot of them. That's why they actually take out the Brotherhood of Steel expedition over here. With, like, no problem, too. Like, it's not even an issue. They don't even fucking flinch.
Because you can spam out, I think, by the time Maxon's expedition eats the scorpion bites, you can have almost 20 units, with each unit having a anti-tank company. So power armor, actually not that scary for the hangdogs.
That's true, Blake. One thing I hate about modern Fallout is how easy it is to get power armor and how lame it feels. Power armor should be like this late game thing you get that makes you feel like a god. I mean, this game does make a good job making power armor threats.
That just reminds me of Fallout 4 and the bullshit they had.
The fucking fusion core thing, I hated that so much.
No, it wasn't even just that.
For me, it was.
Like no, I'm not saying that isn't. The thing that pissed me off, like, even more than that, though, the random chance to get the iconic power armor that people wanted. It was a random fucking chance that you could stumble across.
It's based on level 2.
Yeah, so it's like, even if you were the right, like, requisite level, or minimum level, I should say, there's no, like, guaranteed spot you can go to get it. Like in Fallout 3, there's a quest that you can do. You need to know how to do it to guaranteeably get yourself the, like, super rare power armor, but it is guaranteed. Every time you play it, from the start, you can get it. But in Fallout 4, it's a fucking random chance. 'Cause fuck you.
Indeed, Hanse. Now come here. He's like, "Eep." The squeal was loud. It wasn't very proud. Yes, the other fact is, like, you get power armor instantly. It was for a tech demo, and I hated that. That's one of the biggest turnoffs in Fallout 4. It's like the power armor. Like, I hate how the power armor works. Like, don't give me power armor until late game.
And their
make it a secret to get it.
Their justification is, yeah, but each power cell only lasts like 15 minutes.
I also hate that, because that's also stupid. Because in lore, the reason why there's still power 200 years after the bombs fell is because the fusion cores or fusion cells are so advanced that they just last for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Even with that level of power draw.
Yeah. Artemis says, the XO1 armor? What about XO2? He's like, whoa. The XO1 suit, yes. If you wanted to get that in Fallout 4, you can increase your chances by getting into higher levels when stumbling across those power armor location sites in the game. Because,
I just console commanded myself it. I refuse. It's like, that's bullshit.
But that's why I'm explaining it to chat. It's like, the reason why, if you never found it, like, where fucking... It increases its chances for spawning the suit at higher and higher levels. Alright, Doki Doki is preparing herself for the Maxim chapter. What a bunch of nerds. Let's go see what they're doing. She's looking like she's ready. We're trying to do 2 computer runs. So again, for chat, the Warden is like a security bot that's going to be opened up from a box. Doki Doki is a video game that finished installing before the bombs fell, and some computer or robot stumbled across and kept upgrading the terminal until she became sentient.
Surprise!
And then Argos left, and then she sent out a signal, and that signal is what attracted people to Robot City. Doki Doki is lonely. She's trying to find her friend Argos.
Can you actually find Argos in your focus tree?
Yes, Argos is in the focus tree on the left-hand side. I think Argos is somewhat related to you. Argos, come home, sad face. I really miss him. Amplify the signal. Best friends together again. At least I assume so. It's got a smiley face.
I just remember one of the little flavor texts for Tenokwan or Tenokan. If you hover over the thing that shows you how much memory you have left, it just says Daisy, Daisy. It's like that's so fucking morbid and sad. I kind of love it.
Oh yeah, Telok. Beep Boop knows he's gonna go to heaven. He's running out of rhenium. He's got a cool portrait. Shame he doesn't last longer.
I like the effect of it. I don't know if I like the image they have for it.
His split personality, Santa Ana.
Well, he has multiple split personalities. Santa Ana is just the most prominent one.
Yep. Also, Bucky, because you're a glowy, I found the faction for you. MacArthur, Enclave Remnants. He's like, wow. I found the Bucky miss. Oh my god, no. They're gonna collapse way faster than they normally.
I was gonna say, if
it's RNG.
I know, it's the issue is you need to be going now.
I know, I'm waiting. Hands, I'm going as hard as I can. Alright, I'm gonna switch to aggressiveness maximum, setting aggressive offensive. See, sometimes they'll hold out a little bit, other times they just go tits up so quick.
I'm going to attempt to help you.
3 days. 3 days. Jesus Christ. Before this was hey, it went very well last time. Now it's oh my god, chat, we're about to get fucking cream pied.
I'm going to justify on them, so they always want to have troops on my border with them.
Okay, pause, and then immediately declare war with the Maxon's expedition. Now they have power armor. That's the scary thing, bucket fishies. Okay, we need to make our attack here, and we need to start going there. Alright, they haven't capitulated yet.
And I'm also justifying, so they should at least keep some units on my border because of that. I like how because I made my units militia units, they just took the guns away, so they're just dudes standing there on the border. With fucking, tire irons and pipes.
God damn it. It does that in multiplayer, remember, because it's not very stable.
And yeah, so long as it just reconnects, it's fine.
True. Or it just crashes, one of the two. We'll see. We'll see. This mod's not super stable.
I do hate how unstable it is.
Yeah. It reminds me of it's about as stable as, fucking Medieval 2 mod some of the times where it's oh, you gotta save so much. Twin Mothers is a great computer nation as well. Yeah, Twin Mothers is kind of interesting. There's a full XO1 set in Boston skyscraper. Yeah, there's some place where it 100% spawns. But I also wish they made power armor way more rare. I didn't like 4 with how common it was. And I also did not like the fusion cell thing. Because it's literally against lore.
No, here's the thing. That's true. That's not even the thing that pissed me off. It made me not want to use the power armor.
Yep, I in fact avoided using power armor for the entire game because I just didn't want to fucking use any of my fusion cells. And so I ended up never using it.
When I ended up collecting 50 fusion cells, I'm fine, I'll use it. You end up finding a lot more of them than you think, but the issue is, because it's a limited resource, you don't want to use it.
The XO1 is close to the best, Bucky. There is technically, I think, 1 or 2 other alternative sets, not in the Fallout game. Well, no, they're in the Fallout games, I think. In the lore. It's the Hermes or something like that. I think the game even has it listed. I don't know why it's not ready. I think you're fully loaded. Oh, just takes that long, huh?
Just took a second.
Alright. People of Robot City. Now you need to go straight for there, and then you...
You know, one thing I could have done before I swapped out my units? I could have sent you one unit of volunteers that had AT rifles.
It's true.
Something to remember for next time.
I need to rush those control victory points, or at the very least get to as many of them as possible.
Because he doesn't have that many. Because I think you just need to hit Maxim's Bunker, New Syracuse, Springfield, and Fort Lloyd. And then they're capitulated. Actually, I think you just need to get Maxim's Bunker and then one other, because he only has 39% war support.
The bunker's gonna be a nightmare. Just because I see a power armored unit division just got there. It's super rare though. Let's see if while this war rages real quickly, if I check the tech tree under the armor technologies, if we go to the way end, there's the Hermes armor, which is probably the most advanced in this game. The APA Mark II and the ATA 1B.
Oh yeah, the Hermes. That's the one that I, in Fallout 4, just said, no, I'm console commanding myself that.
I think that's only in New Vegas, isn't it? Or what? No, wait, I don't remember. That's like super advanced. Hermes, isn't that called the Enclave? Whatever, I don't remember. If you shoot fusion cores of enemies, you can force them out of their power armor. So you could farm an infinite amount of power armor. We got to the capital, but this is going to be ugly. No matter how you slice it, chat.
Yep, because unfortunately, him being aggressive is the best chance he has of actually surviving Maxim's expedition.
Oh boy. I'm going for that capital. Moving that division straight for that. If I just take those victory points, they might just piece the fuck out. Or alternatively, I get encircled or some stupid shit. Alright, you go there, because you need to contest them there.
You should just need to take one more.
There we go.
Yep, because they didn't have that high of a war support.
And I did all the war effort because they're fighting defensive war, so they get nothing. Alright, because I'm gonna start preparing for your civil war.
And at least now we know it's as soon as I research open the box, that's when it triggers.
Yep, because you gotta open the box in your focus tree, which opens up the Warden AI, and then you gotta switch over to the Warden, because the Warden's gonna be like, well, fuck, there's a bunch of bandits everywhere.
Goddamn ne'er-do-wells.
Doki Doki's best friends are finished. Noise. My general's Moo Moo, and Moo Moo's pretty cool. Moo Moo's just a big old cow. Literally. But
my general is CRB-S, a police security hound, if I remember right. Is one of the few elite prototype advanced robot dogs from the Denver Police, or the Denver City Police Department, built to help contain riots before the war. Nowadays, Denver has more than enough normal dogs running about, but CRB-S is smart enough to lead entire packs as though it were one of them.
All right, it'll take me approximately 310 days to justify. So let me know when you want me to start doing that.
You said 310?
Yes, because Doki Doki is not necessarily a warmonger. Most of her stuff is self-defense. I can instantly core that territory, which is nice to be that focus. And that coring will get rid of that manpower problem. But, I mean, to be fair, my army's entirely robotic. The citizens of our land are basically people that are allowed to live here.
Oh, you got the heavy bulldog stuff.
What?
You got the heavy robots.
Yep, I do.
This game, remind me, what are they called?
Mr. Gutsies?
No. You have the heavy lifters, if not the actual security robots.
Oh, the security,
or the security bot.
I might.
No, the security bots.
I got combat robots, support robots, and CNC bots, which is like
I'm
command
literally
and control.
looking at one that has the model of the big security bot, the one with the 3 legs and the like Gatling gun.
See, for me, that shows up as a Mr. Gutsy on my screen.
Okay. It's like 2 provinces to the west of Robot City.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Apparently, my people see it.
The icon of it is a one of those heavy security robots, the big ones.
Okay, so it's actually just Mr. Gutsy's. Okay.
Yep, because I get a bunch of, because of the radio signal, a bunch of robots keep arriving at Robot City. So we get a bunch of them wandering in from various areas. Dice rolls for whatever robots we get. Now that icon shows up as a Mr. Gutsy, but all the models themselves are little Securitrons, what are they called? Protectrons. Commercial use Protectrons. Doki's best friends. Oh, fucking retarded. Inspirational, we'll give local leader, because local leader will give her the ability to, or I don't know, Mumu's a fucking he or she. I think robots in the Fallout universe actually technically have genders, if I remember right. I can't remember. Chat, do they or do they? I don't remember. I know Fallout's lore's weird about things.
I don't believe they do.
There are robots that talk like girls sometimes, so they're like, hee hee. And other ones are like, I am British. Ho, ho, ho. I know there are some science fiction universes that are weird about it. They're like, weird. Weird. Yeah, not too shabby, little bucket fishies. Deleting the Brotherhood for good. Oh man, they sure did have a lot of knickknacks, didn't they? Man, if only they weren't such jerks, huh? Doki Doki's a bit insane, Jet. Add Bazaar, which grants construction speed by 5%. That's not bad. So it turns out there's a whole weird market down there. Let's start sending copious amounts of robots there and buying stuff we don't need. Just kidding. Ask for her pronouns. Doki Doki is a girl, though. Look, chat. It's a dating sim. In 2068, the holodisc game Doki Doki was released in foreign markets by an American publisher. It was primarily a dating simulation game, a fad at the time of release, focused around a relationship with a eponymous Doki. In 2077, a terminal in Liberty, Colorado had Doki Doki installed onto it hours before the bombs fell. By the time the game had finished installing, humanity had destroyed itself, with the game none the wiser. Eventually, Argos, a robot serving the warden of the Tibet's prison, oh wait, that's a different place, would pass through Liberty. Argos was drawn to the small terminal, curious of its innocence and desire for connection. He would spend years working with it, upgrading the terminal's capabilities over time. When Argos finally left the terminal for good, Doki missed their old friend. The program would use its upgraded processors to look for its lost buddy, reaching out to nearby robots, beseeching aid. These calls for help would lead to a small community of robots settling in what would become Robot City. The terminal's calls guiding them like a moth to the flame. Shut the fuck up, Gagus wretch. He's like, Gagus. That's right, your name is Gagus now. Assaultrons are very welcomed, even if they were also retconned. I don't think they're technically retconned in, because retconned means going through the lore and changing something. More they were just simply an addition. It's just insinuated that in certain areas of America, there aren't access to everything, so certain things could be perceived as not accessible or not available in that region. I think. Because Assaultrons are the biped ones, right? The 2 legs and very humanoid, very aggressive looking. I can actually build them. They're actually step up from Protectrons.
Yes.
They're, yeah, Assaultrons, these.
Assaultrons are like they're effectively like the HK-47s of the universe.
Yep, Assaultrons, like super aggressive. Mr. Blasto, Mr. Gutsy. A Robo Brains, which I can get. Sentry bots, those are the ones with the 3 legs. Heavy lifters are the early ones. Sentry bots, and then Sentry bot Mark IIs. Then there's like heavy quadrupeds and ironclad quadruped mechs.
Yep. Out of curiosity, can you get these Securitrons?
Securitrons, I think, are unique to Mr. House only, I think.
No, because I can. I need to get the unique research for them.
I might have one, but I don't know.
Oh, no, I just realized why.
Why?
It's because, since this faction can be the Wardens, that's why. Because Securitrons were a military model. Or I should say a police model.
Yep, they're a police model. They're a little tired.
Which is why I would be able to get them if I went Warden.
Yep, that does make more sense, because that doesn't make sense that I would get access to them. I might be able to get them via wandering in, but that's about it. Because Securitrons aren't a retcon, chat, because technically they were introduced in New Vegas. Because retcon means changing. Like, changing things bucket fishy. So bucket fishy. Whoa. Just little gasps. Justification time currently would take 290 days. So just keep me posted, your estimates.
The thing is, I need to go through another 60-day focus after this one. So I have 2 focuses, with the second one being the open the box.
You mean
because right now I'm sitting at over like 200 days away. So you got some time.
Oh, we have no spare exploration for technology.
Since the war is over, do you want to go to Speed 4?
You mean Hanse? He's like, Chop Chop can suck my balls. Securitrons were unique to New Vegas because Mr. House designed them for Mr. House. Was mentioned in the old lore of Interplay. I mean Hanse. Yes, Interplay was the original publisher for Fallout. Interplay published a lot of really cool games. They didn't develop anything. Gotta tell Barchat sometimes, because it was shiny entertainment that made the goddamn other game. Actually, no, I think we beat that out of them. All are welcome. Beep boops! Hashtag refugees welcome. Just nah! I mean, beep boop refugees. Beep boop. Yeah.
BPGs.
BPGs, if you will. BPGs. Just like, no respect, no comment, kib. Derp. Crowd gear is what you want to get for enforcers. And then, yes. I still have.
I probably should
some
research
problems.
that because eventually you will want peacekeepers.
Yeah, you don't need to. I had chat remind me. You don't recruit. You don't build the divisions. You just set them, and they automatically are assigned. And I remember the reason why, because my brain forgets that they made that update because they were trying to make the game legless. Didn't really work, but they tried at least. They tried.
Yep, because it's easier just to have it be a modifier in the background rather than actual units. The issue is, like, all the advisors I want, I can't get yet because the warden isn't released.
Yep, you're just sort of stuck.
So I'm just sitting here on a decent amount of political power.
Mr. S has cyber sex with his female Securitrons, who had inbuilt personalities from his paramours. That's true. Mr. S is quite the degenerate. Boog, have you been practicing, Mr. House? He's not an easy nation to play, because you're sandwiched between a rock and a hard place, quite literally.
Mr. House, the thing is, the only reason in war he hasn't been taken over yet is, if I remember right, he threatened to, like, nuke the dam.
Or something like that. Like the Mr. House, what you need to do is you need to get his robot army operational. And then you need to carve this out, because if you can get the Hoover Dam and all that area, and control basically this entire thing, basically get the Mojave under control, you'll be in a pretty decent position, because you can ford up like here, and they can't cross over. And there's lots of choke points, actually, between the two empires. Well, yes, you are in a rock and a hard place. There's a lot of choke points you can fort the fuck up, and with the Securitron bonuses, you can bleed even the large empires dry.
The thing is, if there's only one direction, I think you can get by with just outposts. Because outposts, if they're from one direction, are equivalent to bunkers, except they're way cheaper to produce.
Yep. Want a fun faction try Eureka? So far I'm enjoying Robot City, I think the most of the factions I've tried. Mostly because they're in a derpy spot and they're very much a minor, but they have a lot of fun stuff. And it's a silly narrative that I can kind of get behind. Let's see, technology's hands. What thing we wanted to research, chat? Come on, chat. You remember. Chat, don't fucking lie to me. Chat. They died. Now that chat's dead, they just sort of didn't quite make it, you know. Hashtag they tried. Chat, I was gonna do something and I completely fucking spaced it. Oh yes, there's a focus pocus to increase my technologies.
Heads up, I'm researching the last thing I need to get to open the box.
Alright, so you want me to start justifying? Remember, I've been telling you the estimates for a reason, it's 270
Yes,
days. Justifying now.
Then, yes. I thought you said it was, yeah.
I mean, earlier it was 300.
Because with this, that's going to be 160 days. Then after that, it kicks off. I suppose if I really want to, I could stop researching it. And then line it up with yours so it triggers at the same time.
Thing is, like, your war is not an easy one.
It will be a lot easier now. A lot easier.
Hanse dies. It's like, well, Hanse needs to be liberated.
Well, they only have Crusader
Yes.
pistols, so I don't think they're going to do that well against robots.
For max defense, you build both, says Mr. Cordell. You talk to the robots in his room. They say it. Goes, what? Oh, the kissing shot. It's like, what? Eureka is fun. They are able to go several ways. One is their own enclave route. That's kind of cool. Kind of neat. I suppose. Oh, supposing. Now, where gives me the tech? I think it was on the right-hand side. Yes, the ciphers. We need that. We need to get the factories up and then the ciphers up. Going from nothing to something. You can probably find it on YouTube, Jaconis. Jaconis like, my name, Jaconis. Wrong Conus. There is one thing that confuses me with the mod. Caesar's Legion takes over the east all the way to Denver in the mod. That hasn't happened though. Oh, we're in 2275. Like, the first Battle of Hoover Dam hasn't happened yet. Is that what you're asking? I only partially read that. Like, my brain is thinking about two things at the same time at the moment. Because I'm trying to plan my focus pocus path without pausing. Crowd control gear based. A little bit of both worlds, bucket fishies.
No. Caesar's Legion is attacking the ranchers.
No! They're just gonna ranch. He's like, let's go.
You think their battle cry is for Hidden Valley?
That'd be very weird. Let's see if they have a new unique focus pocus. Nope. A generic, just, you know, settlement area. Because there's generic raider trees, generic settler trees, I think, and then there's generic, like, vault dwellers and generic mutant trees and stuff like that. Seems like there's generics for everything. Which is, I like that a little bit more. It'd be like if they made, like, a basic generic tree for every South American country in Hearts of Iron. So that everybody at least has something kind of cute and unique. Except they didn't. Not the Carthaginians. Nah! They died. Work camps, chat. For working. Oh. Graham is still part of the Legion? Yes, this is currently before Graham actually left the Legion. Joshua Graham can actually become the leader of Caesar's Legion. You can also do a couple other things with him. Like, Doki Doki has the ability to, I think, fuck with the Legion in some way. I know that so does the Twin Mothers. The Twin Mothers can actually do things. The big...
To be fair, the Twin
trick.
Mothers, from when I looked at their, like, tree, their entire thing is about fucking over the Legion.
Oh my god, I think I can actually start something with, kidnapping the monster. Is this morally questionable? Probably yes. Is anyone gonna stop me? No. You can abduct, I think, the Legion Hunter drones. I want it all or not at all. I'm feeling lucky, punk. How about you? Grants Robot City claims on Caesar's Legion's core territories. Electric feel. Despite what you might think, sometimes I do hate myself. Oh, it's getting quite hot in the circuits. I think Doki Doki can actually straight up fall for him. Is that,
For who?
I think, Lanius.
Oh, Lanius.
She gets a crush on him and abducts him.
Uh-huh.
It has a possibility of abducting him. Just like she also becomes obsessed with the twin mothers, and she's like, she may say she's not our mom, but it is so much cooler to say she is. And then she steals a Gek from her. Like, it's one of those, it's like, it's kind of just a weird focus tree. It's a bit silly. It's not very big, though.
I'm just looking at the one I get at the very bottom. Reform the states. This place is in such a state of disrepair that inmates are running loose in the halls. Someone get me a coffee. It is up to me to remind these people where our jurisdictional... Fucking pop-ups, I'm reading! Where our jurisdictional boundaries lie. Anarchy is unpatriotic. An unpatriotic attitude is the primary tale of a communist.
I like the logic there. Too early for that, tech.
And if I don't pick that one, there's contacting the president. I've done a pretty good job here, all things considered. Order has been returned to Denver. Taxpayers are happy and compliance has been enforced. Considering my last 11,346 attempts to contact the governor of Colorado have failed, I should attempt to reach out, or have failed. Should I attempt to reach out to the president? My Poseidon Net probes seem to point to the president living out east, near good old West Virginia. I'm pretty sure that's the AI president the Enclave has, right?
West Virginia? Yeah, I think so.
Because that's where Fallout 3 took
John
place?
Henry Adams, right?
It doesn't say his name.
Or
it
no,
just says-
John Eden Henry. No, Eden. John
It was Eden something. I know Eden was in the name.
E. Oh, the
Because that
order's
was
not doing so good this time.
Because that was part of the actual computer's name. Dedicated mechanics. Fuck it. Combat robots. But Shelf, that malice to manpower, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it appears that fucking Lanius also has a thing for robot girls, because not only do we can abduct her, but the twin mothers can also, he finds her, and, like, apparently he fucking simps for her at some point. Becomes so sick.
I feel like this is just a bunch of fanfic shit is going on.
Yeah, it just fucking feels like it, doesn't it? I'm like, I don't really think that would happen, but, you know.
I know I shouldn't stick my hand in those servos.
But really...
It's just the joke of the next panel is just the eyes glowing, and then one word is like, but.
More beep boop chances. More beep boops. How many in-game events are there in this mod, like from the games? There's a fuck ton. The Hoover Dam event won't happen for like a little while still. The Battle of Hoover Dam. And its events can change things. Like, there's tons of events. Some of them, they mix lore with, oh, MacArthur's attacking Yellowstone.
As you do.
MacArthur gets access to Yellowstone, which has the Poseidon fucking, like, power core, or, like, experimental reactor, or something. I don't know. It gives, like, a fuck ton of energy, though. 16.
So here's a question I'm wondering to myself.
But
If I attempt to build a light robot division right now, will that be with the hangdogs, or will that go to the control of the warden?
I think the hangdogs, if I had to guess.
That would be what I suspect as well, so I won't do it.
Beep boops, beep boops, beep boops. The Order of St. Joseph's declared war. No, I don't even know there. Beep.
"30 days until the box is opened."
What I like about this is how aggressive it is, but slow. Because this one already is way better than the MLP mod. Because one big thing, you can core states. I swear to God, the fact that you can't core anything in other games.
The thing is, that's the base game too.
I know, I hate that.
Like, that's just a base game issue.
It means that even a minor can become like a proper major power. Like, this stupid country here has the ability to absorb all of the Caesar Legion through war. That's what I like the most, I think. The one thing I didn't like was when I saw Barch play that one country, he literally focus treed an event where he got the entire thing and it just focus treed a country into being. Like, that's a huge turnoff for me, because that's not fun. I don't mind some focus treaters, like, okay, like, you know, it's like when Hungary and Austria join together, and maybe Czechoslovakia to form like a somewhat decent country. But it's like they're very weak. But when you focus tree a major onto the map, that's like a big turnoff. Don't like that. Personally, I'm kind of against focusing like nations together. I kind of prefer wars a bit more.
I don't mind focus trees helping to form a nation. Like giving like a bonus opinion or shit like that.
Because wars are like why I play this game, and if there's no wars, I get bored.
Don't worry, there'll be a war here in 20 days, or no, 10 days. Technically a civil war. Oh, let's do this.
The Siege of Hidden Valley. No!
Hidden Valley Range.
Wait, what? Must have been a bloodbath. My fucking God, kid. Fucking. Having like fucking aneurysms over there. Begin scavenging program. I also like how this game introduces bottle caps, which means that you can actually buy things, and there's money in the game. You still trade in factories though, which gives me a heart attack every time, chap. Which gives me. Uh-oh, Hanse is going to rebel. You got like 100 days before I'm ready. Hanse. I'm gonna cancel my focus here and switch over to, hey, wait a second, because Doki realizes something's going on over there. Let me know when you're ready to unpause, Hanse.
I really don't have that much to reorganize.
In worst case scenario, you can fortify.
I kind of did one more cheeky thing. I was having my army run around in strategic redeploy mode, so they have no organization.
You sly son of a bitch. I love you, but goddamn.
Look, I didn't disband my army. That was the only stipulation I had.
That's true. And you know what? That's nice. They're actually putting troops on my border with them instead. They're like, Kibs is kind of scary. They're just getting annexed. The warden's taking control. Colorado Patriot. All are welcome.
Not gonna
here.
lie, this is going by so much better now that they don't fucking have AT weapons. God, that fucking was bullshit.
This is a mod for Hearts of Iron 4 called Old World Blues. It's a work in development. They're still adding stuff. I'm going to do that focus because that's going to give you some resources in your country. Like, for example, chat, if I click this button, I think, yes. So this area here, this future content zone, this whole region, is the next, like, area they're going to be focusing on adding. Focusing on this area. They've yet to do anything over here, do. The Forbidden Zone.
Right now, I'm just doing the thing where I'm just trying to beeline towards victory points.
They got a fair bit of the United States done. I'm like basically half. I think they're deciding to put troops on the front line instead of here. Don't
be gay. Stop garrisoning the victory points. Accept robots into your lives.
Restore order for Hanstopia. It's like Hansopia. They're about to capitulate. Like they're just a thin little noodle left. Arms lobbyist? Yeah, build factories faster. One proud deputy. Oh, yeah. Hearts of Iron only takes place on one world. The raiders to the north have power armor. That is not something I wanted to see when I looked up there. It's like focusing on beat boops. We can research things ahead of le schedule. Shell's army declared war on Eden. No. My god, violence. I would like to see my state of Minnesota. I want to know what they're going to do with it. I bet it's part of the Enclave. Because it's close to Chicago, sort of. Looks at Chicago. Looks at Chicago. I know where Chicago is, right? That's right there, right? My god, my brain, chat. Okay, when I did my trip. Yes, we want to go around it, never drive through it. That's right. Because in the story, they say that Chicago's like the bastion of the Enclave.
There we go.
I want it all. I
Change
want it
government
all.
type. No.
The hang dogs, the hung dogs.
That'll become mine when I'm done.
There. First time I've ever seen the warden on the map. Without being, you know, dead.
Hello, America.
Hanse sovereign, Chad. No. Start screaming. Are there aliens in the game, or will they be in the game at some point? Probably not, because I don't think they have ever had a substantial presence on Earth, other than that they were mildly curious and above it. And that's the end of that story. And I kind of hope if they do add them, it's like a crash spaceship thing, and it's like they don't actually use their own divisions. And if they do, they're very few. Because the issue is that would be fucking OP and fucking stupid. The alien stuff in Fallout was always a gag more than anything else.
Yeah, it was meant to be a gimmick.
Like, it should not be a canon thing, in my opinion. Like, they could do like an event with it, like a meme thing, but I would not do it. They are a toggleable faction? Thank God. That's what I want to hear. There's a couple of toggleable things you can toggle on, but they're mostly like very fanficky. Because aliens are fanfic as fuck. And even though they had like a mothership in like the Fall 3 DLC, they're not really canon. They're more of a joke, and they always have been treated as such, and I think they should remain that way. Because it would be so stupid if they were, like, the main focus of anything. Like, as a gag quest, sure. Once again, I just think it's silly. Just like, but what about Shakira trying to say? No, they're fucking cute, chat. They're fucking chubby little fucking robots with chubby little
I
hands.
don't know who I want to focus on next.
There's a reference of them in New Vegas, I think, as well. But yes, they should keep them as like a gag thing, because they are funny. And that the fact that they're toggleable is the exact way how you should handle it. So they can be like a late game threat or something stupid. Beep boop divisions to the rescue hands. All right, so we need to do things, chat. Number one, you need to sit for Kibs and tell me how right I am and how wrong chat is 24/7. Oh, chat is so wrong and apologetic. Ooh. Oh my God, no,
I'm
Boog.
legitimately trying to decide which faction is going to be the next one that I need to deal with.
Bethesda's been trying to push in the direction that the aliens were the ones that caused the war behind the scenes. That would be fucking stupid. That would be so dumb. I hope to God no. Shit, the aliens did it. Be like, oh my fucking God.
I can form the state of Colorado when I have 40 states.
One of the following must be true. Owns Dog City. All the Warden must be true. Warden owns Dog City. Is in a faction with Warden. When can you invite me, Hint?
I'm doing the research right now. Like, I can do that one next if you want.
Whenever, because I need, in order to progress down my tree, I need to either own Dog City or I need to be in your alliance as a deputy Kib, or deputy.
I guess that means scorpion bites on the chopping block next, right?
Yup. Well, they can be.
But the thing is, I don't know. That's the issue.
They're pretty weak. I'll say that much. The Iron Alliance does have power armor raiders, so that is a slight concern. The biggest threat is probably to our south, below the Twin Mothers, being the Lonis's Korhor. Nabbing the Sundogs before them and securing that river would not be a terrible idea. And basically, you taking all of Scorpion's bite, and then we split Sundogs.
Hello, America. You see, that one's nice because it just gives me another research thing.
We have tanks. Or fucking vehicles.
Just doing this so I can read. The Followers of the Apocalypse.
Oh, you want to keep them out. From my
I was going to
experience.
say, if I remember right, these are the religious fanatics that want to expose everyone to radiation.
I don't know if they necessarily want to expose everyone to the radiation. They do help a lot of things, but they actively make your war support go down. So, and they're kind of anarchistic. They might have problems down the road.
Nope, that makes that simple.
That makes that simple. They actively harm your country's war support, is what I read. And I'm like, no, because now my divisions fight crappier, and they do poorly. Like, that's not good.
So for me, all my units are Assaultrons. They look like that anyway.
Damn. Did Kibs kidnap the big angry muscle man of his dreams yet? Not yet. And I don't know if it's going to be a guarantee. Because it's going to be a bit of a roll.
Wait, did I not kick them out?
Kick what up?
Followers spreading. I thought I kicked them out.
You have to deal with them. Decisions. You'll have to spend political power to get rid of them. And a bit of it. By doing those little political power game things. Which are kind of dumb. But it's not as bad as some of the other ones I've seen in some other mods. Oh crap, I need to commit to a focus pocus. I've got 5 focus research trees, not too bad. Research slots.
So basically I just have to raid their shit.
Yeah, no, that's the Church of Adam. The Church of Adam wants to make everyone irradiated. The Church of the Apocalypse. Thank you, chat. Thank you specifically, Max Kessler. Special shout out to him, chat. Lick him, touch him, spank him. He's like, no. He regrets ever opening his mouth. He regrets.
There.
Ah, I have an update. Warden wants us to join them. Warden would like us to join the Denver Defense Network. How do we respond? There's strength in numbers. Yay, we're in an alliance together. Whoop!
If I just justify, how long would that take me?
You've got to focus for it.
150 days. I don't, though.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead.
Because the thing is, right now, it's Root Out Descent, then Operation Truth. After that, Force Multiplied.
Oh yeah, you got nothing but Securitrons divisions. That's nice.
Constant patrols. Replace arrest criminals with prison death squads. Daily compliance game plus 0.04%.
In. Affairs abound, Hanse. The Machine City.
So I don't like. I'm looking at this focus, and I'm just trying to figure out like where do I expand? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Thing is, we're not really aggressive nations. Neither am I. I am just a peaceful little dating sim game. The only reason why we fought the Brotherhood of Steel is because they were a threat. The Sun Dog seems like a logical course of action, mostly due to the fact that they supported my enemies and I hate them. Because I don't think I have a lot of expansion goals. Actually, no, never mind. I've got a whole thing for taking out Caesar's Legion. Derp. They could be one of our goals. Sipping from martinis. Every Colorado state gains a core. I gain a core in every state, including our territories, but doesn't mean we have to go to war at all. All are welcome in Beep Boop land. Beep Boop. Listening to Big Mama.
You know what? I no longer care. I'm not waiting. 150 days. That's how long you have scorpion bites.
The Sun Dog are also between you and true love, a creepy yandere, but still love. Yeah, I do think we'll abduct Lanius. Make him our little bitch. Just no, please. He's an honorable piece of bacon. That's not what I was going for this time. Treaty broken. That's not good. She State has joined the NCR.
Ah, there we go. It's decisions. That's what I need.
To get rid of the heart? Yeah, that's what I said.
No. So, okay, so where is Painted Rock?
Oh, decisions are for your annexation. You are going to attack Scorpion's Bite, aren't you? Right, Ants?
Yes. It's
Ants.
150 days. Fucking chill.
Ants.
Declares war on Painted Rock. Where the fuck is Painted Rock? Oh, it's on the other side of you.
I'm trying to remember where Colorado was. From where I'm looking. Sorry.
Oh, there's actually a thing that I could have done to Maxim's expedition, but they're dead now, so.
Oh, what could you have done?
Rehabilitate the Brotherhood soldiers.
Fucking Christ.
So, Kibs, I'm sorry, but there's gonna be border gore. That's all I'm gonna say.
What do you mean?
After Scorpion's Bite, Painted Rock is next.
That is kind of cancer. It's kind of cancer. Is it? Does it say annex them? I take it.
Hold on, we can
Why Painted Rock though? I'm kind of curious. I mean, they are anarchistic and they're barbarians. But I would have thought you would have gone after the Iron Alliance, being that they're, you know,
No,
barbarians.
for fuck, you did not listen to anything I just said.
I'm reading
I
stuff, Hanse.
specifically have decisions. Warden protocols.
Hanse protocols.
That is where you. That's what basically is helping you. Like, you go here, you go here, you go here. Like, reopen the bazaar. That was Maxim's expedition. Oh, I actually need to own Maxim's bunker if I wanted to do that.
Divert followers' supplies. Seize the followers' fort and raid followers' supplies. The goddamn followers of the apocalypse are trying to come here too. So I'm gonna do all the decisions for them.
Support the last patrol. Has a border with any members of the Denver. That's funny.
I mean, the last patrol are technically another remnant of the United States.
Yes.
They're fighting a war against the Chained Choir.
The FBI has been restored in New Mexico. What?
The FBI, you say?
Yes.
Restored where?
In New Mexico.
New Mexico can become the FBI.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Wait a minute. What? Where are all my fucking police for? Okay, there they are. It's literally just Denver police. That's what they are.
We're manufacturing more beep boots. When you're just a little beep boop. Boop. Now, the followers of the apocalypse must be beaten to death. The FBI is restored in New Mexico. Makes sense, actually. So does some big tinkies. Artemis did it. Tell Bucky he can now play the game. He's like, Bucky becomes ultimate glowing one. Ultimate. There is a glowing one like somewhere in this game. That'd be fucking funny if Artemis played it, because we'd be like Lamau, supreme glowing one. NCR is fighting wars, chat. Why would they do that? That's very cringe of them. What do you think, chat? Cringe or cringe? Oh gosh darn it. Our little robot army is getting bigger and bigger. The followers rejected. Get the fuck out of my country, you son of a bitch. I'm about to rename my nation to something beautiful, chat. You will be very happy.
Now that said, the followers for 20 political power can just build me a civilian workshop.
They have their upsides, I'll say that much. But the fact that they hurt war support is the thing that concerns me in a game that's focused on war. Which means you'll have to spend lots of political... You could do it, but you'll be spending a lot of political power on basically like doing the war propaganda when war happens and whatnot, you know? To counterbalance the fact that you'll be losing war support.
Or just, if I get the national spirits for improving it.
Now, Big Thinkies chat, if I get that on the cult of personality unit army size +6. So that means 3. Nope, that didn't affect that. That's pointless. God damn it. I wish you could unspend things. A respec button would be nice. I was curious. Cult of personality is only one thing you're going to get for generals. You don't want that for a field marshal. Now let's see, chat. If I read that, would that tell me that? No. It wouldn't have. So, Kibs is innocent, even though he didn't read it originally. Chat, you fucking little shit, you I think they're going to die, Hanse. Don't forget to call me into war, because we'll absolutely curb stomp them. Plus, you want to reduce reboot casualties, because reboots are kind of expensive.
What's my production of robots?
No matter what, it's going to be
1.1 a day.
Yeah, it's bad. Meaning that if you do some battles, like a war, you're going to lose like 40. And you're like,
My CNC bots, I'm getting 3.7 a day.
Ah, the twin mothers. No, I haven't done my focuses. Hang in there, mommy. I need to steal your Gek before it's too late. Looks like she didn't make him simp. Swiss sauce? I do want to try the twin mothers as well, because apparently you can turn Lanius into a little simp too. I think. Meeting a legend. Swaying a legend. Yeah, that's how she does it. The Cult of Diana. Matt Blankenbacher does $5 say, what years will Astria fall or reform into a new government? What? What years will Astria fall or reform into a new government? Matt, what even... Like, the question makes somewhat sense, but is missing an incredible amount of context. Elaborate, me, Blankenbeaker.
Oh, you did change your name to the fucking cute Colorado Republic.
Oh yeah, we did. It's got a little heart now. Doki has reformed the nation.
Uh-huh.
Wow, what's wrong? You don't like it?
I'm also looking at what you're researching right now, just listening to Big Mama.
We are listening to Big Mama. I need to do that, I think, before she's dead.
Build more military factories. I physically can't. I, functionally speaking, have one civilian factory.
The most awesome supreme president ever. The best kind of democracy is a republic that isn't a republic after all. When you can make every program choose to vote one way, well, things aren't really that great, but it feels nice at the moment. And you know what? Maybe, just maybe, that's all that matters. Viva la Presidente, or something. She's not quite sure.
How many more days do I have left? 25-ish.
Bob Boring says, "Fun was the Texas and the breakaway thing." But Matt never said nothing, chat. Eep. Remember, kids, send in Fox to finish the job for the good ending. Listening to Big Mima. Genuine girl boss. Fucking Christ. Alright, we're going to attempt to steal Diana's Gek. Matt says, on the calendar, what year does Astria follow reform into a different government or nation? Do you want me? That's spoilers if it does or doesn't happen. Man, I can't tell you nothing. What if it does collapse? What if it doesn't? He's like, big dinkies. All I can tell you is that there is a future for the universe. That is so incredibly big.
Eight more days. I will say, I know the few people we've talked to said that the Protectatrons and Assaultrons are better, but fucking hell, they're so slow.
Yeah. That they are a little handsy-mansy. That they are. My God, the war rages on, bucket fishies.
Merp.
A tick. We'll see how bad the casualties on the first day. My God, they lost 30 people. It's the end of the world. Just. I think they're collapsing, Hanse.
Probably.
How did that happen, Kib? I don't know. It's kind of strange. Can I steal Diana's Gek yet? Yes. Aw, yeah.
I fucking hate how sometimes the game is like, so you didn't want to select this unit, right? It's like, no, I did.
Oh God, encirclement. I'm boldly going to go for the capital with that division. Just imagine little Protectrons waddling across like vast deserts. Like that just seems sad and also kind of adorable in a weird, adorable, sad kind of way.
I like how my robots are just like wiggling their like little finger joints at them. Bastion is mine.
And they're gone. Oh.
Come on.
Alright, confirm an exit because we're the only two, right? Yeah.
It's just you and me.
There you go. I don't want any of it. You can eat it. I'm gonna have a problem coring a lot of the Sundog territory anyways. I'm justifying the Sundogs, by the way.
I will say the nice thing about my faction, I get a decent amount of bonuses to like compliance gain and shit like that.
Beep boopos. Oh. Why can't I advance the toughened frame? I need more experience. What do you mean, Blade? Why are you in the waiting room? Blade? Better not have gotten a boo-boo, bud. The glow bugs? Kinda edgy.
They have chariots.
They have what?
Look on the left side.
I just see ghouls with guns.
So next to skinwalkers, you don't see the chariot.
Nope.
Okay.
I think twin mothers are about to die. There, my army's at 26 divisions strong.
What do I need? I need support robots.
Asking Diana for advice. You shouldn't be so hard on yourself, Doki, says Diana. It's normal, especially for something... Fucking Christ. For someone like you, to be quick and impulsive. The important thing is you've always been trying to do the right thing. Look at that, Diana giving Doki some advice. It's like, you know, you may have killed millions of people. Actually, like 30 people, because, you know, it's Fallout. There's not that many people left. There's not...
Actually, what am I doing? Painted rock, come here.
That Doki Do. Yeah. Now, what does he say? Blade, blade, blade. Toddler fever won't drop. Uh-oh. Yep, flip side, it's not the spicy cough. Well, that's good. Hopefully the docs will figure it out and you can get that sorted so the little tyke can be back at it. Alright, we're gonna assign Doki to leadership role. Doki Doki. We're practicing Brownie. It's coming along quite nicely. Doki Doki stats are pretty bad.
That's why I fucked up the Riverlands the first time around.
I think we've all decided universally to practice. So Hanse and I are trying a cooperative nation with the Wardens and the Colorado. You just want to attack through me. You're using me.
Yes.
It's inside of a guillotine.
Oh my god, no, they do have chariots. No, I see what you're talking about. I was looking at the ghouls.
You're a ghoul.
Oh, no.
The cute Colorado Republic.
The cutie mark. They have ponies in this game too.
Have a little heart. No, I'm actually a video game.
You are actually a video game.
Yeah, that's the lore.
He is unironically Doki Doki.
Yeah, I'm Doki Doki.
Literature club.
No, I am a dating game that was slowly upgraded over time by other robots and gained sentience. And I've also got the ability to romance people, and it's kind of fucking retarded in that Fallout special way. We can abduct
May or may
somebody.
not be a little creepy.
But we can abduct Lanius of all people because we find him absolutely cute or something. So we're gonna abduct people.
Alright, Arch, I see the thing you posted 2 hours ago. The fucking Salvador.
Ah, the Hands, I'm sorry. The last patrol is down to the last territories. You might be able to save them.
I don't know if I can.
They haven't capitulated quite yet. Technically, they do have ponies in this mod too. Toggleable in the rules. Well, we're
Got
not going
him.
to touch that
well.
toggle.
How much to toggle them on, Kibs?
Don't ruin this for me. That's what you're trying to do. He's like, tell me right now. No.
Yeah, come on. How much?
No!
How
Bad
much,
Buggy!
Kibs?
Bad Buggy.
$200?
You also toggle the aliens on, but I think that's also stupid as well.
Why? The aliens are canon in Fallout.
No, they're not.
Yes
They're
and
a
no.
gig.
They are. Like, they've been in every Fallout. They've
Yeah.
been tactics, 3, 4, 1, 2.
They're more a
they're
gig.
canon.
They're,
Yeah, but
they're
that doesn't
a
matter.
gag that
They're-
they've been using a lot.
Nah, they're a gig.
They're canon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like how Kibs was wrong about Halo lore.
Oh god, no. I'm not wrong about that.
I'm wrong about most things. It's kind of interesting, isn't it?
That's fair.
Now shush. More importantly, Hanse. They're using pipe rifles against you.
Uh-huh.
Why pipe rifles of all things?
Because they don't have anything else.
That was one of the weakest dodges I've ever seen in my entire existence as a human being.
I'm not in the mood right now. Now, as soon as you're wrapped up with that, Hanse, my justification is complete.
The thing is, this is also nice because it gives us a wider area to attack from. More rebits.
Never enough robots. I wonder why I haven't gotten enough experience yet for that. I wish it would more clearly say how much experience we need before we can move on to the next doctrine. 2 points.
Still don't know, like, what the command and control attachment. Like, what do you
Oh boy.
give to robots?
Hold on. Squaring up to the monster. Upon hearing news of what happened to the twin mothers, Doki grew grumpier, eventually dispatching a remote assaultron to find and get a view on the perpetrator. What she felt when she saw him changed everything, however. Alright, who the heck is trying to step up this time? Great static around. He's so hot. Oh god, that's cringe. She made her decision right as the connection was cut by his blade, of course. Alert. Mama, can I have one? Cute Colorado Republic completes electric feel. I'm gonna enjoy beating the crap out of that guy. Electric feel. We've got that saucy vibe, chat. Look at that, yet again, Hanse.
Yeah.
Another one bites the dust.
They do. Trying to decide. Actually, that's fine.
It does feel like a Sunday still. Maybe because my fucking schedule's out of whack. Are you okay,
What?
Hanse? Are you having trouble?
I needed enough points.
God. How many times did you have to click that?
Like 3.
Oh, okay. That's not nearly as bad as I was expecting. How do we kidnap him? Owens Castra's Soul Rubrum. Oh no.
So you said you want the Sundog territory?
Yeah, I'm gonna abduct my boyfriend.
You have a boyfriend, Kibs?
Gonna.
Well, he doesn't. He doesn't realize it yet.
He doesn't realize we're madly in love.
You have to play the part if you're going to be the tsundere robot.
Independent AI who don't need no mama. Do we have cores on this? We do not. Look at that. Beautiful, chat. Using a field marshal line. Never a good idea due to the fact that field marshals can shuffle truffle. which is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. But we're gonna have to rely on that. Somehow Palpatine returned again, says Terry. My God. Papa Palpatine. He just never stays down, really. He's just apparently too good.
Kibs doesn't get the reference, I think. Palpatine returned again, Kibs.
Yeah, I figured, but it's still retarded. Because they were not going to give up.
Okay, yeah, no, you actually haven't. Rey's pregnant.
Oh, that's it? Never mind.
Rey's pregnant with Kylo Ren's Force baby, and it's implied that it might also be Palpatine's Force baby.
Aren't they related?
So, yes. Palpatine has returned. Again.
So didn't
as
she
Kylo Ren's baby.
So it's not
didn't
Palpatine, got it.
Didn't she fucking like have? Wait, hold on. I'm trying to think about this. She's technically his great aunt, right? Great aunt.
This is like a weird gay fanfic, and I don't think I particularly care about it.
Kibs, you're trying to date a boyfriend right now. Fuck off.
Yeah, this is actually not gay though. It's robosexual.
I think the bad people are taking the territory you want.
They are? Not on my watch! Go, Hanse. Go! It wouldn't be terrible if they did take some of it, though.
I should probably set you people to aggressive.
I have focuses against them, thankfully. In the hunter drones. History repeats itself. Uh-oh.
Kibs, take the city.
Yep, I see it.
9 fingers.
Running for it. They're folding fast. That's funny. Alright, well, how much do we get? We got a fair bit. Hanse, I would, if I was you, I'd also nick as much as you can, too.
The thing is, I don't actually have enough points to even get 1. I'd have to hope they don't take what I want.
Might be able to contest something.
Well,
Well, shit. Hanse, we're now competing for the same. Hanse. Oh, well, it's... You want it? I'll forfeit it if you want it.
oh, they take territory, so I am. Because I actually do need territory for my
I know.
focus.
I forfeited it. There you go. Alright, now I can end that. Ta-da! Not bad, Hanse, but we'll have to pause it here. Because Barch and I gotta record a Barch Bowl. So let's save up. Okay. We finally figured out...
No, go ahead.
Hold
It's
on.
fine.
I'm
I'll
not
wait.
done talking. You better wait. Now we've
It's all right,
finally...
It's all about you.
Shut up. We finally wrapped up this little fucking trial thing. It took how many tries, Hanse, to figure out how to not die instantly because these nations are not easy?
First we needed to figure out how you could survive.
I died
And we had to
first.
figure out
how you could survive.
Really, it just came down to making militia.
Had we not tried this in advance, we probably would have just died on stream. Oh, that wasn't easy.
I don't have to go down to Mexico. That would have been
4
sad.
tries it took me. 4 tries. But that wasn't terrible. These guys are not majors. These are minors. So they aren't easy. Yours was definitely not easy. Yours was, I think, the scariest in terms of that. Because I at least had choke points. All right.
The nicest thing about mine again, like once I made my army militia, is they didn't have AT weapons.
Customization, redirect, search, and Noodle is the target for today. Alright, chat. You're off to go battle the spicy noodle. Wish her well for me, and we'll see you guys in the next stream. Have a good day. Goodbye, chat.
Don't forget.
Oh yeah, good night, every pony.
Why do you keep reminding him? Just let him do the fuck up.